Hey guys, sup? We have a minute until this reveal. Looking forward to it. Let's make sure Twitch has no ads that's going to bombard us with until. So once this set of ads are done, I'm going to turn off ads. That way we don't have pre-rolls, and we do not have. What do you call the other one again? Mid-rolls and pre-rolls. We don't have mid-rolls, so we don't interrupt the actual stream content. But how are we doing? I can see Arcane arguing with the bots. I don't know why he is, but I mean, power to him. 10-minute late. Holy. Good luck. Surely they have time soon. Where are ads? Let's turn it off. The reveal stream. Let's go.
I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games,
Turn
and
up the volume.
welcome to GGG Live. Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of what's coming next for Path of Exile 2. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim your Sun Priest's Incineration rare finisher effect by following the instructions below. Now with that out of the way, let's get started. It's time to give you a teaser of what's coming in Path of Exile 2, the third edict.
All right, third edict time. Let's see. Is the quality fine?
I have called you here to save our people, to save our way. Over the ages, we have known pain like no other, but we endured, and we became mighty.
This is a hideout. This is a fucking hideout. I already know it.
Now, outsiders dishonor our shores, and we have stood by, doing nothing. Hear my voice, ancestors. Show us your strength. Show us the true way.
Trials of the Ancestor.
Understand.
What's up? Question mark? That was either a new skill or a new ascendancy. Probably a skill. Ooh. So is this why this boss is meant to actually be in the story? Oh, this is a cool looking city. Or cities. And that's King's March, I think. Wait, so it's Sin that activates the third edict? Question mark? "24 new bosses. Overhaul, skill rework. What is that? Lineage supports. You know, I'm glad I stayed away from the leaks that came out yesterday. Very happy I did.
My trade system.
What's that?
There was something about new trade system.
This is definitely Abyss. Auction house. You know, I don't see the trade system thing, but I guess they'll talk about it. I'm very happy I stayed away from the leaks. This is a much better way to find out what's coming.
Now, as you can see, there's a lot going on, and we have a lot to reveal today. We'll start by going over Act 4, the next chapter in the Path of Exile 2 storyline.
New endgame encounters.
There's also 3 new interlude acts to get you to endgame, which means we're removing cruel difficulty too.
Asynchronous trade?
After that, we'll be going through the massive changes to characters. I'm super excited to show you how I've overhauled the entire support gem system, added new skills, and yes, there are buffs.
Okay.
Next, we'll go over the Rise of the Abyssal, this season's exclusive league mechanic, and talk about the new rewards, crafting systems, areas, and bosses that it adds. After that, it's on to changes we're making to the endgame. Then it's time to talk about items, crafting, and oh yeah, trade. That's going to be a big one.
Buy items when
We'll then
sellers
go
are
over our new
offline.
supporter packs and finish up with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will
Oh,
ask
that is
Path of
gonna be so
XL2's game
cool.
directors,
Let's see.
myself and Mark, your questions from Twitch chat. And after that, at 4 p.m. Pacific, patch notes. They're not quite complete, but they
Yeah, I
should
can't
give you
sneak
some
into
nice
this
details
chat.
to chew on.
Mine came
We've
from
got a
nowhere.
lot to cover today, but first, another announcement.
Hey guys.
When the third edict launches on the 29th, we'll be having a free weekend for Path of XL2. That's right, Path of XL2 will be free for the first time without requiring an early access key.
By the way, I can barely hear
The
you.
free weekend will end on September the 1st,
Oh, good.
so you'll have plenty of time to give the game a try. All right, let's get started with Act 4. The story continues from the end of Act 3. Doryani has agreed to help you find an ancient weapon that can be used against corruption, the instrument of the Third Edict.
They're in King's March.
The weapon was broken in ages past, but he believes that the pieces may be found in the Karui archipelago, the home of the Karui tribes. You will need to journey to King's March,
So your third edict is
hire
a
a ship,
weapon?
and set sail. When you open the map, you can choose to sail anywhere you like. Act 4 is completely non-linear, and you can visit the islands in any order you choose.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Will you visit the pristine beaches of Whakapanu Island? The Karui whisper of a curse that afflicts all who travel there. Perhaps it's related to the weapon you seek.
This spiral
Or maybe you will visit the volcanic
attack is
shores of
kind
the
of
Isle
cool.
of Kin. The Kin have been more restless recently, mining for sulfites and driven by some dark force.
This area was supposed to be out with the druid.
Perhaps you will
That's what
choose to
I'm gonna
consult
say.
with one of the local Karui tribes. Their ancient wisdom could hold clues to finding the Third Edict. No matter where you choose to go, you will fight dangerous beasts, find fabulous treasures, and battle
I can
incredible
hear
bosses.
King's March music.
Challenger! Come, your seize your soul!
Wait, what?
There are 8 islands to discover, each teeming with its own flora and fauna.
I'm pretty sure we'll have to
Act
go
4
through all
contains
the
over
8 of them
100
and
new
you'll
monster
find out it's on the ninth
16 new
one.
areas, 12 new bosses, and plenty of other interesting encounters. There's a
Mervale?
huge amount to show, but we're not going to spoil too much here.
Surely
We
it's
want to
not
give you a
Mervale.
chance to discover it all for
Surely
yourself.
it's the mermaid
What happens after
the
Act
thing
4?
that infected
Well,
Mervale.
until now, you had to repeat the entire campaign again before you could face the endgame. But after adding Act 4, the game is far too long to make you do that. We needed something else to do in between the end of Act 4 and the endgame. So what else could we do? Add 3 new mini-acts, of course, and we're calling them the interludes.
The Curse of Hoten,
The
the
interludes are a
Stolen
set of 3
Barrier.
temporary side stories that will be included in the game until Act 5 is released. That will take you to level 65 where the endgame can begin.
That's kind of a cool way
The
to
first
do it.
interlude sends you on a journey back to Ogham. Renly has been leading the efforts to rebuild Ogham village after the defeat of Count Geonor, but there's a new danger afoot. The nearby town of Holton is surrounded by an impenetrable darkness, and each night their corrupted townfolk emerge to raid the
Monsters
local
look so
farmlands.
horrifying up close.
You'll discover new areas and new bosses.
It's like, say what you want, but
You'll need to
PoE2
find your way
boss
through the darkness
fights are
Uncover the
actually
source
like
of
monsters
corruption.
design is insane.
Soon you will serve
insanely high
our
quality.
master.
and defeat it.
Yes.
What
I
the
shall
fuck is
dance
this?
with that corpse.
And that's just the first interlude. The second interlude will have you
I'll be
return to the
honest, this is
Vasteri
actually
Desert,
pretty
where
cool.
Asala has
The
been
3
given a
interlude
sacred
system
duty.
to get you to 65.
When the skies align, the gifting of water requires a chosen Sekima to meet with the Selkari, guardians of the sacred water. But they're nowhere to be found. You will need to track down the Selkari. Find those responsible for disrupting the gifting. Fight even more new bosses. Discover the secrets of the ancient
Holy.
ritual.
The sound effect on that shot.
Discover new locations, and ultimately help Asala carry out her sacred duty. Now for Interlude 3.
Well, this
As
seems
Royal
fun.
Thaumaturge of the Val,
Exactly.
Doryani had plans within plans to save his people from the cataclysm perpetuated by Atzeri's lust for power. One such plan involved sealing a group of willing Val deep in a great mountain vault near the home of the Asmeri, deep enough to survive the cataclysm. Even though thousands of years have passed, he believes that their descendants may still live and may be key to defeating the beast.
Dude, what the fuck?
The journey up the
That's
mountain
some
will be
horrid
dangerous.
shit.
New foes stand in your way.
So generations of Val would just be living in the
And the
darkness.
further up the mountain you venture, the
just so
colder
they
it
could
will become.
live through the cataclysm.
Explore caves of ice
Some
and enter
horrid
the
ass
vault
shit.
itself.
The campaign
Who can
runs
say
gonna be
what you will
straight up
find
like
within?
Almost a fresh game after
The interludes are 6 to 7 areas
That's
each,
what
and
it's
generally
going to
include
feel
4
like.
boss fights as well.
Genuinely.
When you put that together with Act 4,
Because it
that
will
adds
have
up
its
to
own boss
35
fights, its
new
own
areas in the
stories,
campaign,
everything.
and 24 new bosses.
Oh shit, she's in PvP now.
It's worth making clear that the interludes
the
are
Reaper.
temporary. When Act 5 and 6 are added, the interludes will be going away. These are side stories after all. But don't worry, the bosses and areas that make up the interlude are all part of the endgame. We're not just going to throw them away. And with that, we don't need cruel difficulty anymore. We do know that it was
It's a
a
really
pretty
good way
big
to
chore
do
to
it.
have to play through the campaign multiple times on each character. And this was a huge reason that the campaign could feel like a bit of a slog when playing through again. But we do also have another new feature to address that particular concern as well. So let's talk about sprinting.
Sprinting, let's go.
In 030, when you hold down the dodge roll button, your character will go into a sprint after they finish the roll. This is available on all character classes, and there's no limitation on how long you can sprint for. The primary purpose of this
We know we
feature
use
is to make
WSD on
navigating areas
PoE
faster
too.
when
I
out
just
of
remembered.
combat.
So it can feel
Because of
awkward.
that, if you do take a hit while sprinting, you'll fall to the ground.
07.
The best idea is to use a skill when you see monsters. That'll break you out of the sprint so you can engage with no danger. If you do need to run away from monsters, just hold spacebar. You won't be vulnerable during the roll, and you're faster while sprinting than basically any monster in the game, allowing you to retreat from combat. Sprint is a pretty significant change to
onto they
PoE2's
just
gameplay.
snipe
What I like
me
most
one
about
hits.
it is that we can accelerate the pace of the game for those who want that without having to compromise on PoE2's more visceral combat systems. Okay, so that's the new extensions to the campaign, but there's a whole giant league to play through as well. I'll leave that to Mark to talk about later.
Rise
And that's
of the
because what I
Abyssal.
want to talk about now is the new stuff for your characters. And probably one of the biggest new systems here is with the support gems.
All
Now,
right,
support gems are
let's
one of the
go.
most interesting elements to creating a build. They're what enables so many interesting mechanics and different ways to play. But PoE2's support gem system has just never been quite right. One of the
I
major
agree.
issues is the limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You
Wow.
can now use as many copies as you like.
I'm not sure how I feel
This
about that.
should
Let's see.
drastically increase the amount of possible builds and increase the amount of skill diversity.
All right.
Oh, wait, they did it?
I'm not sure how I feel about that, but let's
There
see.
are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For
Dude, I don't
example,
give a fuck.
poison build previously couldn't add poison to more than one skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either. This severely limited your ability to combo with anything outside of the specifically designed poison archetype. But now you can.
Literally, as
Many
someone that
utility
leveled
skills
poison,
previously
that
couldn't
shit
scale
was
to
ass.
endgame because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that, though,
What up?
we thought there wasn't enough
How
feeling of
you
progression
doing?
in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at Tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you
wait.
go through the game.
Huh?
For example, double barrel support gives you an extra bolt, but at the cost
I'm
of
good,
30%
you?
less reload speed. At Tier 2, the penalty gets lowered to 20%. But then at Tier 3, the support gem gets something new. It now reloads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy. In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build. For example, rapid casting. The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at Tier
Okay.
3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased
so they
cast
can
speed,
still make
which could be a pretty big bonus
variations.
if you use a lot of different spells.
Yeah.
That's fine.
So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign. But we wanted to add a little more spice to the endgame for supports too. And that's where our new system,
Why
lineage
ban this
supports, comes
person?
in. You can think of these like unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful.
Okay.
Like Ratha's Assault. It's an upgraded version of Double Barrel that reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. But it does mean that it's the only way you can reload the skill now. Now, unlike regular supports, you can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be found from specific bosses.
Supported spells echo 2 times.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare,
Diala's Desire. That's so
Plus
cool.
1 level and quality.
others fairly common.
Then a killing blow.
Some of them are build
loads.
defining,
Sometimes have trigger
Others are just straight up
Tahoa's
power
vengeance on
Oh,
death.
Rakiata's Dance.
Oh shit, that's
Yeah,
all
cool.
in all,
Yeah.
there's around 40 lineage supports being added
You know, that's
throughout the
actually fucking
endgame.
insane.
So
for
there's
the
a lot of
endgame
power to
this game.
find out there.
Yeah, that is
Now,
actually pretty cool.
The new support gems are certainly going to open up a
It
lot of
opens-
builds, but of course
opens
we have
up
a
a lot
huge
of,
range of improvements to
like,
individual character
diversity.
classes as well.
And there are
As
cool
well as adding
things
new
to just
skills,
drop.
we had a big
that's
focus on
fucking
buffing
huge.
existing
Drop
skills
that.
so that they
The
can
reason to
scale
farm
well
bosses.
into the endgame. There's a
Depends
huge
on
amount
how
to cover
rare they
here, so we're not going to discuss everything. We're just going to quick fire through some of the coolest changes.
Super rare hits also.
We wanted to make cold a more useful element on the Ranger, so we've expanded the cold tools available. As well as increasing its range, Escape Shot now creates fragments of ice whenever it hits the ground. These fragments explode after a short time, making the skill better for killing groups of enemies.
Oh shit.
But not only that, we added an ice fragment support that creates more of them when killing frozen enemies.
Okay, cool.
And a new buff skill called Ice Tipped Arrows that allows all your arrows to create ice fragments.
Okay. Ice tip.
This
That's
already
kinda
gives
cool.
clear to rangers wanting to use ice. But to take further advantage of the ice fragments, Freezing Salvo has been upgraded to shoot additional cold arrows towards every fragment, giving you a nuke-like ability.
That is cool.
We've also modified Snipe to consume frozen from enemies, dealing a huge amount more damage, giving you a nice ice single target
Yeah,
option.
the consume is good.
And something you might notice about this is that the bonus is a lot higher against bosses. This is actually a change you'll see throughout the entire game. Since it's a lot harder to freeze a boss, you should get a bigger reward for it. Another theme you'll see throughout the game is making movement feel better. Toxic Growth is a skill that was pretty cool, but a bit annoying to use with the jump that it had.
You just had that constant
Now Toxic
jumping.
Growth is a range skill, so you can spam it more easily.
That's good. I like this one.
And we've also added a new poison skill while we were at it, called
Toxic domain.
It creates a small area around you that makes all your attacks create toxic growth pustules, but attached to monsters.
These are actually cool.
Another skill
cool
that was annoying
changes.
to use was Electrocuting Arrow. It's now just a regular arrow, making it easier to use.
Wait, what?
But it also means you can support it with
How was that
projectile
dodge?
supports. And it now also has area of effect, making it a tool for more than just single target,
That's insane.
and allowing it to
That's
scale
clear
into the
with
endgame. We also added a new spirit reservation called Mirage.
Oh,
Holy
shit.
Mirage
This is a
Archer.
meta skill that allows you to create shadowy clones of yourself.
Which when
Use
you
a skill of
dodge.
your
The bad,
choice.
it's the bad PoE1 version.
When you dodge.
Of course, one of the other big problems
No.
the Ranger had was survivability. Evasion was the weakest of the three defenses, and we wanted to change that. Currently, evasion doesn't evade all types of hits in the game, so you're still vulnerable to things like slams or unblockable attacks. To make evasion characters more tanky, we're adding a new mechanic called Deflect. Unlike evasion, Deflect works on everything, and if you successfully deflect a hit, you take 40% less damage. Items can now give
Wait,
you a
what?
mod that gives you some amount of deflection based on your evasion.
Holy.
And there's a bunch of it
So
available
just
on the passive
40%
tree
reduction
too.
of damage. So
Deflection
it's
is
like
rolled
spell
in
suppress.
addition to evasion. So this is an upgrade for regular hits too.
Is there a max
And
of?
unlike evasion, there's no maximum
Wait, I-
chance. You can reach 100% deflect against all hits if you spec into it enough. Of course, this is a buff that helps all Dex characters, so the
Thank you for the
Mercenary and the
follow.
Monk, but especially the Huntress are seeing big defense boosts from this as well. Speaking of defensive mechanics, let's talk about block and parry. Now, one of the big concerns on the release of the Huntress was parry feeling unreliable.
Holy twisters.
One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not blockable, and thus not parryable either. So a huge balance change we're making is that now everything is blockable, except for specifically unblockable red flash skills that bosses use.
Holy, so we can block area hits now. What does
This
Warbringer now
makes parry
get?
much more reliable. And not only that, but to make block and parry nicer to use, you now also move faster than before while using these abilities. This is a massive buff to passive block as well. So to counter that, we did have to lower the max passive block a bit. But overall, you should
Oh
feel
my
much
god.
safer.
They nerf max passive block?
Fire skills on the warrior were not really cutting the
Of
mustard.
course they did.
So we decided we needed to upgrade a bunch of them, but
I mean,
also
I'll
add some
take
more
it
as well.
still.
Let's start with a buff.
Yo,
Volcanic
Fisher.
Fisher now branches into multiple fishes, giving it much more clearing potential.
And then there was the one that made it
We've also
swirl,
added
right?
This skill throws a molten
Hey, it's loading. Is this for me? Hello?
distance.
Just you, buddy.
You can recall the hammer
Oh god, my internet is deciding to... Really?
back by using the skill again if you like. But the cooler thing to do is to use
Nah,
a war
more
cry.
times.
Using a war cry makes the
Have it
hammer
up.
explode, making a bunch of volcanic fishes around.
Yeah, my stream is
Volcanic fishes
also
re-trigger when
taking
you
a
slam
beating.
them. So it's
White
a great
spark.
skill to make a flaming arena to fight a boss.
I didn't see that. I don't know.
We
I didn't
also
see the
buff
thing with
Perfect
the
Strike to have a much larger area of effect,
spiral, but
and
That's how I
change
watched
Molten
that part.
Blast do not always force you to move forward. Trust me, it feels a lot better to use now. The skill now has massively boosted chance to ignite monsters as well.
Oh, what the fuck?
And you're going to want to ignite monsters due to a new glory skill called Ancestral Cry.
Cool.
Ancestral Cry charges up with glory by igniting monsters, invoking King Kaum's favor. After you do,
Wait, is this our
use
first
it to
war
channel
cry period
Kaum's
too?
ancestral power.
oh my god, that
Every
is
attack
huge.
will be ancestrally boosted
No,
with
it's
fire.
not.
Your very steps will explode,
You
triggering
literally
volcanic
play a
fishes,
Warcry build, my
and molten
guy.
balls will erupt from your attacks.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Oh
Warrior
my
shield
lord, that
skills
is
were another
insane.
area we wanted to improve. Now that we've got sprint, we actually don't need to have a
I was
cooldown
just
on
waiting
shield
for
charge
it
anymore.
for a
And now
chance.
also does more damage the further
ban
away
this
you are when
guy.
you use it.
Because I knew what was
Shield
good on,
wall
but
got
like,
significantly upgraded AoE.
oh,
Also, you can shield charge right through it to trigger all the walls. We also added a new shield war cry. Fortifying Cry gives you a defensive buff, but it also builds up charge on your shield that empowers your other shield skills. And Magma Barrier now doesn't require timing in order to use. Just wait for your shield to charge up and block. Seismic Cry now stuns enemies that are primed for stun. And we
This
changed the
armor
Sunder
creates
interaction with
physical
Armor
damage.
Break. It now also gives a Sundered Armor debuff that makes enemies take 40% extra physical damage. Great for bosses. Ancestral Warrior Totem has undergone some pretty significant changes too. We wanted the skill to feel more like using an ultimate. That summoning an ancestor to fight for you was a big deal. So we've changed this totem to require 3 endurance charges to summon, and massively
what the
buffed its damage.
fuck?
It also now scales
3
your weapon
endurance
damage too.
charges to do it is kind of...
Since there's no limit anymore,
What the hell?
if you build around generating endurance charges, you can summon an entire forest of totems.
Fair, okay. Okay.
In order to make that easier,
Wait, so there's
we
no
added some
limit on
new
the-
sources
on
of
the-
endurance charges. There's now a support to make Perfect Strike generate charges, and a support for generating endurance charges from heavy stuns as well. Speaking of totems, we wanted to upgrade the Warbringer. Among the other changes we made to this class, Answered Call now gives an extra totem, and the spirits have just been generally buffed in many ways. Use it with your limitless ancestral warrior forest to make an army of Karui that would make Tukahama proud.
Dude, Blood Mage, please!
We've also merged the Great Wolf Howl and Warcaller's Bellow support, so you can get all the benefits with 1 point. And Encased in Jade no longer removes the Jade when getting hit, making it a much better defense. Next up, let's talk about accuracy.
I don't know a single person that's used
Accuracy
that
was always intended to be something
Jade.
that warriors didn't need to care about very much so long as they're in close combat. But unfortunately, that's not currently the case. This was particularly annoying with skills like Bone Shatter, which you certainly don't want to mess with. So we significantly buffed your chance to hit at close ranges when you don't have much accuracy. Warriors shouldn't require any accuracy investment in order to hit with close range attacks now.
Why was that not the case? That was what they told us would
We
happen.
also wanted to improve armor. Now, one of the major weaknesses of armor is the inability to defend against elemental damage. In order to mitigate this, we're adding a lot more of the stat that allows your armor to defend against
That's a good
elemental
start.
damage. It's now available on
I mean,
items
it's
and in a
still
lot more
bad
places on the
because
passive
of
tree.
the ordering, but yeah, it's definitely an improvement.
One of the most important improvements we made in 030 is to declunk the action and flow of shooting crossbows. You can now reload crossbows without any movement penalty. But not only
Okay.
that, all skills that can be used while moving now slow you for a shorter amount of time. This change benefits everyone, not just crossbow skills. With both of these changes put together, the run and gun playstyle feels much better. It's hard to explain how important this change is for the feel of the class.
So
The Mercenary is
basically,
also a good
everybody
chance
now
to talk
speeds
about
up
how
quicker.
we're rebalancing to make comboing skills much better. Take Shock, for example. It buffs damage and lasts 4 seconds right now, but that isn't really giving you enough time to take advantage of it. If you're going to add a lightning skill into a build that otherwise wouldn't use one, we need to make mechanics like this much better. So we've increased shock duration on monsters to last 8 seconds. And skills like Plasma Blast, which are intended to be good at shocking enemies, now increase the damage bonus by a lot more. You'll find changes like this all around the game. Chill now lasts 8 seconds, giving you more of a reason to weave in cold damage. Freezing skills are better at freezing.
So 8 seconds
Burning skills need
on...
to cause burns that last longer. But making skills like Permafrost Bolts and Incendiary Shot double down on how they're supposed to be used, it makes using them in your build alongside other skills much more likely.
Okay.
We're also making sure to buff specific combos too. The freeze explosions from frag rounds now chain to nearby enemies. And using high velocity rounds with armor break will now fragment the opponent's armor. This causes monsters to take a portion of high velocity rounds damage with every subsequent hit,
So like
even tiny
impale.
pellets.
That's kind of nice.
So that means following it with a shotgun blast is way more effective. Now there's a lot more buffs
That
to
is kinda
crossbow
really
skills,
cool.
but for now I'm just going to talk about the new one we added, the Mortar Cannon. This one lets you socket any grenade skill, and using it will summon a cannon which loads and then fires the grenade you choose.
A new totem. This
Another
makes me
issue on the
happy.
Mercenary were banners. They were just not very good, so we're doing a big upgrade to them. They now last longer, don't disappear when moving out of them, and we removed the Valor mechanic. They now just give a much more consistent and stronger buff, and you can use them when you get enough glory. On Witch, one of the main focuses was making various minion types more useful to use together. Melee minions in particular were just not that great compared to ranged ones. As a starting
Do we
point, we
stubby
just straight up
brutes?
removed the requirement for minions to have accuracy. Attack minions
I love
now always
that.
hit, which makes them way better.
We no longer have to worry
Brutes
about
got some
accuracy.
good numeric
Thank you.
buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion.
Oh shit. Can we make them do cool
We've
damage
also changed the
instead?
Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well. The ice armor
Do we have
also
any,
makes the
any
minion
source
count
of
as frozen,
taunts?
so the Brute's
I guess
Warcry can detonate
intimidating
them
crack
too.
probably does. Wait,
Unearth
what?
was changed to work on corpses of your dead skeletons, allowing you to summon the minions more easily in boss fights. And they
Oh,
also
that
got a
is
new
cool.
jump ability, allowing them to get into combat faster.
Oh, that's what on
Grey
Earth, right?
Spectre was also feeling pretty weak for the spirit cost they have. To be honest, we were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters, and have significantly increased Spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful.
Fingers crossed for Spectre, but like I'll believe
There's
you when I
also
see
a lot
it.
of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult skills. But I'll just talk about one of them that I thought was particularly cool.
Was I Scythe?
The Reaping Staff is actually a wicked scythe that gives you a new ability called Reap. When an enemy is low in life, you can dash forward and rake enemies with the scythe to cull them instantly, healing you. It can also inflict critical weakness on enemies too. Now, there's a lot of balance changes in the Witch's Ascendancy classes, but I'll just talk about two of them for now. On the Blood Mage, you were previously required to spend your first points on Sangomancy, which really was supposed to be the downside for being able to access the powerful abilities on the rest of the class. In order to make picking the Blood Mage a better early option, we made Sangomancy free, unlocking the power of the rest of the class immediately. On the Infernalist, the Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you lost your weapon stats while transformed. Well, you no longer do, so it's a much better option now.
Oh my god, you no longer lose your weapons.
On the Monk, the wind skills needed a big upgrade for sure. Staggering Palm can now stack up its duration if you use the skill multiple times in a row, so you can keep the effect of all your skills throwing up wind much more easily.
Okay.
Wind Blast had the purpose of building up to dazing an enemy, but dazing just wasn't worth all that effort. Now
Is-
it just dazes
is
on
the
hit,
Blood
and a
Mage
single
change
Wind Blast will
good?
make all your skills stun enemies more easily. Following up with Vaulting Impact on a dazed enemy previously did a bunch of stun. Now it allows you to break
I
your
think it
enemy's
basically
stance.
will feel like having an
When
extra
your stance is
ascendancy
broken,
points or an
following up
extra
with a fast
ascendancy
attack
to
will
pick.
do way more damage.
Because before you had to use your ascendancy points to pick the downside. Now
Cool
the
build
downside
that
is
certain
free.
people always enjoyed in
So you
PoE1
can
was
now just
hand-to-hand
go it
combat.
for
But until now, we just
for
didn't have a
other
real
big
way to make it
nodes.
viable. Well, that changes now.
Hollow
The
Palm.
Monk, as a true martial artist, now has the ability to learn the Hollow Palm
Oh
technique,
shit. Hollow
a
Palm.
keystone that lets you use all quarterstaff skills while unarmed.
Oh, that
All
is so
quarterstaff attacks
fucking
now
cool.
have a special unarmed version, and you get further bonuses to all your attacks from stacking Energy Shield and
That
Evasion on
is
your
so
character.
fucking cool. Let me just real quick send this to Leo.
A new keystone we also added to the Monk section of the tree is Walker of the Wilds. This changes Mana Leech to work with elemental damage instead of physical, which is pretty useful for all those elemental attacks the Monk has, but it works well for the Ranger too.
Oh, this is also
Now,
really
one
good.
of the least used Ascendancy classes in the game is the Acolyte of Chayula, so we knew we needed to make some changes here. One of the key things we had to
Junk.
do was make the chaos damage that the Acolyte can do much more useful. So we've added a new skill allowing chaos damage to ignite, shock, chill, and freeze, embracing the elemental prowess of the monk in a truly chaotic fashion.
Oh, that is
In addition,
cool.
he can make all of his chaos damage leech. And we've buffed Into the Breach and Embrace the Darkness by moving the effects of the 4-point nodes into the base skills. He also gains a new notable, Grasp of the Void, which leaves void illusions behind you as you dodge roll. If they're killed, they do massive explosions of darkness, dealing damage to everything in sight. Now let's talk about Sorceress skills. One of the things we wanted to improve on the Sorc is the ability to use multiple elements together more effectively.
Okay.
Now, this might seem small, but one of the things pushing you towards using a single element is
really
debuffs
love
like
these
elemental
changes,
curses, which lower resistances of a single element. In order to fix
Builds
that,
are going to feel
making
so
quite a lot of
much-
game-wide changes to these kinds
so
of
much
mechanics to
more
broaden what they
difference.
apply to. So for example, there's no longer 3 curses for fire, ice, and lightning. Instead, there's just a single curse that buffs all 3 at the same time.
Oh shit, elemental weaknesses in the game.
And things like Frost Bomb, which gave you cold exposure, now give elemental exposure. You can use it to buff any of your other
Elemental
skills.
exposure.
We
This
also
is
wanted to make
also
switching
buffing
between different
minions
weapon sets
low-key.
smoother, so you can use different elemental staves more
So you
effectively.
can use storm
To
mages
do
and,
that, we've
and
removed
ice
the weapon
mages on
switch
the
time.
same build and you're
It now
not
happens
trolling
instantly.
anymore.
This applies game-wide too.
Oh, this is going to
And we
feel
didn't
so
just want
good.
to stop there. We wanted to add some specific mechanics that work between different elements, and that's where elemental infusions come in. Certain skills can now drop elemental infusions. For example, when a frost bomb explodes, it leaves behind a cold infusion on the ground. After picking it up, you can spend it on one of any number of different skills to transform how they work. Spark will create a nova of cold-infused projectiles.
Oh, okay, that is kind of cool. No, that is actually
Ice
cool.
Nova will leave a chilled area on the ground. And we also added a new low-level skill that fires ice shards. Use it with cold infusion though, and the ice shards will explode. Orb of Storms now generates lightning infusions when you cast enough spells near it. And that's all spells, by the way, not just lightning. Once you have one, you could cast a lightning flame wall, which adds both fire and lightning damage to all the projectiles that pass through it. Or power up Ember Fusillade with lightning, which will generate arcs to nearby enemies
Now
as each
builds are going
fireball
to feel
hits.
so different.
Or maybe
Builds
go
are going to
lightning on
feel
lightning
so
with arc.
different.
This skill is now a projectile, and by infusing it, you can go full Palpatine.
Wait, arc is not a
Get
projectile?
fire infusions by blowing up monsters with Living Bomb. Then use them with Comet to summon a giant fire meteor from the sky. Or use it with Firestorm, which transforms it from a small area into a much bigger one. Firestorm is unique in that it can be infused by multiple different elements at the same time. Add an ice infusion to rain down ice at the same time as the fire. And add lightning to add deadly strikes from the heavens into the mix.
Firestorm builds
Or
are
use a level
incoming.
3 to generate a storm that is truly apocalyptic.
Oh, someone...
Cold
I
Snap
can
has
already
been
see the
simply
builds
turned
coming
into
out with
Snap.
Firestorm.
Previously, you could use it to shatter ice, but now it works to detonate all of the different elemental ailments and makes them leave behind infusions. And just like how you could previously use it on Frostbolt, you can now also use it on Orb of Storms and Solar Orb to detonate those as well, which means you can create many infusions at once. We also have a Spirit Reservation skill and a support gem to help generate them too. On the passive tree, we've added quite a few new keystones to the Sorceress section. Here are a couple of examples.
Prices are so
The
fast now,
Black
let's
Flame
move
Covenant
speedily.
keystone
I can
converts
see
your
that.
fire
Like,
spells
this
to
is
chaos
huge.
and causes your ignites to deal chaos damage. Your fire spells and ignites will also turn purple.
Oh, that is cool.
The Ritual
I like that
Cadence
one.
keystone causes your invocation skills to trigger more times, but makes them trigger periodically over a longer duration instead of one. Great for those auto bomber builds. Now, in addition to skill changes, we've added a lot more options for the passive tree for each class.
Okay.
Overall, there are more than 100 new
Hopefully
notables on
we
the
talk
tree,
about minions.
usually around 20 per class, along with smaller clusters as well. Check out the old version, and here's the new version. It's a lot more dense, and there's more interesting nodes than
Dude,
before.
there are so many more nodes. What the fuck?
Now, we probably can't go through too many of these in the live stream, so I'll just show you one from each class's area of the tree.
They added
We tried
so
to be
much.
a lot more thematic with the new nodes. So for example, the Molten One's Gift. It lets the benefit of Armor Break apply to your fire damage. Or how about Last Stand, which gives you lots of stats as your situation becomes more and more desperate.
while surrounded on low life.
A lot of these have themes aligning with ascendancy classes. Like for the Gemling Legionnaire, for example, you have crystallized immunities, which makes you immune to different status ailments depending on which support gem color you have socketed the most.
It's not bad.
Another ascendancy class aligned notable is Sanguimatic Rituals. It allows arcane surges to generate life instead of mana, unlocking that support gem to be used with the Blood Mage Ascendancy.
Oh.
In the Sork area, you'll find these Archon nodes that allow you to convert all of your elemental damage to a specific element. You become a Lightning Archon when you spend enough mana, after which all your skills will be converted to Lightning,
Fire
and you will
Archon
do extra
when you
lightning
spend
damage as well. We have ones for cold and fire too, with different triggers. Here's another cool one. Elemental Practitioner gives crit bonuses if you've triggered a skill recently, while also making crits generate more energy for triggers. Or maybe you'd like the Great Boar. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher, giving a bonus to life and stun threshold. Or the Cunning Fox. It straight up gives you 5% quality to all your gems.
Quality stacking is going to be
now
kind
another
of
major
nice
change is
now.
attribute requirements. We felt like players probably had a few too many nodes and attributes and not enough in interesting passives. So we lowered attribute requirements by 25% across the board.
This is an on the,
that means you'll
just
have more
said about
points
the
to spend
skill
on
tree.
interesting notables rather than just needing to allocate more
interesting
strength, dex,
notables,
and int.
having to spend less traveling. Oh god, my internet.
Now there are way more changes than just these. These are just some of the
Brother,
cooler
why
ones we
today?
wanted to show off. But I'd say that's just about enough for now. We're not even half done yet. So I think it's time that we talk about the League, the rise of the Abyssal.
Anyways,
and to do that, I'd like
that
to
is such
hand
an
things over to
underrated
Mark.
change because with
As
the
you
number
just
of
saw,
new notables,
even though there are major changes to the campaign for
I'll
this
talk about this
update,
later.
we want to make sure that every time you come back for an expansion,
I like
each
the
area
green
feels
theme
different
around
with
here.
something extra going on. It is really important to make sure
Green,
your experience
bluish.
when returning between expansions is fresh and filled with new content. And the way we did this was through leagues. Every expansion we make has a league, which not only has a fresh economy, but also has new content exclusively available in that league. So, let's delve into the details of what Path of Exile 2's first official league is bringing to the table. The Abyssal are a race that have mastery of forbidden magics and necromancy. They were thought to be extinct, but have merely been biding their time underground. You first encounter signs of the Abyssal in Clairfell, where you discover that during the night, weaker members of the Undead Legion have been attacking the encampment. The townsfolk require your help to investigate where the monsters are coming from and put a stop to their attacks.
Out there, ancient creatures, lurking beneath the surface.
As you proceed through Rayclust, you'll find fissures in the earth connected to larger pits. The monsters normally inhabiting the area are being affected by it, harmed by it even, having their souls eaten to strengthen the Abyssal underground.
Okay.
As you defeat the monsters, the fissure closes and Abyssal emerge, angered by you killing their food. Once all those fissures have been sealed, the pit activates, and more Abyssal pour out. This is where the larger and more dangerous monsters reveal themselves, as hordes of Abyssal spew out from the pit to take your soul. If you kill a magic pack, then magic Abyssal arise. If you kill a rare, then a rare monster will emerge from the pit, having absorbed some or all of its modifiers for itself. This means the monsters emerging will generally be more difficult and more rewarding, as each modifier gives better rewards.
So do you have to?
If
Can
you are able to
alter
kill
that
them
in some
all,
way?
the pit will seal shut. As each pit is closed, it reveals a potential reward. Abyssal troves will rise up out of the pits, allowing you to get some epic loot.
Nod rib.
Areas often contain many pits, with many fissures, and the amount goes up as you progress through the game, getting more intense.
Dude, this looks fun and
It
chaotic.
doesn't stop there.
But it looks,
When monster mods
but
are
the
absorbed,
chaotic
they have
portion
a
is
chance
kind of
to become infused with the dark necromancy, transforming them into abyssal modifiers. For example, you defeat this monster with the Mana Siphoner modifier. Their soul is eaten by the pit, and a rare monster emerges. The Mana Siphoner modifier has transformed into Soul Siphoner,
What the
and
fuck?
is now amplified in danger and reward.
Dude, dude, that is going to be such an annoying modifier. What
Abyssal
was
pits
that?
also interact with other monsters and mechanics. If you defeat a rogue exile that's near one, it'll be revived as a Lichborn that has multiple abyssal modifiers. Lichborn exiles even have their own unique jewel they can drop, if you are lucky enough to encounter and kill them.
The hollow mask equipped.
If an abyss spawns near a boss, killing it will summon a gigantic Giga Larvae creature. Monsters imprisoned in essences near
They
abyssal
just
pits
didn't
are
give us any
affected by
information
the
about
abyss
the
too.
creature too.
They will come with an additional new essence item that can be used to craft your items.
Abyssal sockets are coming to items is what that
So,
means.
that's your bread and butter of the Abyssal League. Kill surface-dwelling monsters, kill the emerging Abyssal, close the fissures, overcome pit encounters, and reap the rewards. There's a lot more to this league, however. As you complete Abysses, you can find ancient pieces of bone, preserved from the remains of fallen Lichborn. These are one of the many rewards for your mission to seal the pits.
Desecrates a rare weapon of
You
quiver.
can use this on a rare item to imbue it with abyssal magic, adding a special hidden modifier to your item. But how do you reveal it? In
So this
Act
is
2 of the
a mix
campaign,
of
you'll
that and
encounter a
betrayal?
new area. This area is overrun by the Abyssal and the Lost Men. After clearing through this area, you'll find the Well of Souls, a giant cavity with a massive vortex of souls swirling beneath you. So how do you reveal the mods on your Abyssal-infused items? Obviously, just throw them in, right? Yes, that's exactly what you do. Before throwing it in, you are given the option of how you want to transform it, in the form of a choice of 3 different modifiers.
This is betrayal.
Once you've chosen your desired mod, throw it in, where it will absorb the power of the souls, and the ominous creature will then retrieve it for you. These modifiers can be ones from the core mod pool, all the way through to specialized modifiers that cannot normally appear on items. During the campaign, you can use it as a way to more easily add useful existing mods, but during the endgame, there is a whole set of new and powerful mods you can add to your items. Like this mod for crossbows, that allows you to place an additional ballista
Plus one
totem.
ballista is wild work.
Or this one that adds spirit to your staff. Or this one that allows you to generate more combo with your quarterstaff skills. And speaking of endgame, you can also use the system to craft waystones.
No,
With a
there's
preserved
no.
vertebrae fused into your waystones, you can get some new modifiers that push difficulty and rewards to new heights. Here are some examples of those mods.
Eat the souls of
You always get a choice of 3,
players.
so you
Steal
can
the
avoid
eaten
anything
souls
you
of
don't think your
slain
character
rares
is
in
capable
area.
of.
So Soul Eater.
With this modifier, the natural inhabitants of the area are all spawned near abysses. And there are up to 9 additional abyssal pits in the area, making
Dude,
it just
this
a
is-
full-on abyss ruckus.
This is going to be such an insane.
Or this one, which causes the final abyssal pit in the area to always result in a boss encounter, be it either one underground or one that emerges out. There are dozens of these waystone modifiers in total you can get from this
Abyssal
crafting.
depths.
That covers the new crafting mechanic. So
Eat the
what's
souls
left?
of monsters and
Well,
thing.
we talked about how when closing pits, you can get abyssal troves. But sometimes when closing an abyss, you'll reveal an underground cavern that leads to the abyssal depths. After jumping into the depths, you'll find an abyssal city, swarming with legions of the undead. When underground, every single rare abyssal enemy will have an abyssal modifier. And at the end of the dungeon, you'll even find a rare with a more powerful Lichborn modifier. Once you're able to defeat this powerful rare, you can also find some nice rewards. Aside from the entire area being valuable
Greater
due to the
orb of
abyssal modifiers on the
augmentation?
monsters, it has its own specific drops too.
The fuck is Greater Orb of Augmentation?
One example is a set of lineage supports that can rarely be found in these depths, like Kurgel's Leash. This support empowers both you and your minions when you command them, granting unholy might to you both. Another depth-specific outcome is a set of omen-like items that amplify your abyssal crafting. Additionally, we're adding some new socketables that can drop from the abyssal depths. Take Ulaman's Gaze, which can be socketed into your armor.
Okay.
These are a bit special, in that you can only have one equipped at a time,
Accuracy per
but
one
give some pretty powerful
evasion
effects.
rating.
Think of
Crit
them as
is lucky
almost a
against parried
unique
enemies.
socketable for your equipment. In the endgame, where you can still find depths, you also start to find a different type of underground chamber. In these areas, you'll find an ancient spire, a device being used by commanders of the abyssal
what?
factions to plunge
Was that a
Rayclast
boulder?
into a lightless void. Your goal is simple. Kill this commander and destroy the spire. There are 4 bosses in the Abyss League.
Dude, Darkness
and there are some
Enthroned.
pretty cool uniques available from them. An example is this belt, Darkness Enthroned. It has 2 sockets. But hold on, socketables don't work on belts. Well, this belt has a special mod that allows it to count as a different slot for the purpose of socketables.
Darkness fucking Enthroned,
This
let's
one,
go.
for example, counts as a helmet. I kind of want one that counts as a body armor. I wonder how rare that one is. You can also find this unique jewel, Undying Hate. This jewel transforms part of your passive skill tree into an abyssal version, and has multiple depths.
Tributes?
The deeper it goes, the more of your passive tree is affected, allowing you to fulfill your
Spirit
fantasy
reservation
of
per
becoming
20.
part Abyssal Lich.
What was that?
Now, the last thing that Abyssal commanders can drop is a Finger of the Lich. But what use do you have with a random undead finger? Well, the next time you return to the Well of Souls, with the finger in your inventory, your character will almost feel compelled. To do what, though, you might ask? To jump in. The
No.
items you threw in came back more powerful, right? So,
Surely you
what's the
come
worst that
back
could
more
happen?
power.
Well, you will just have to find that one out for yourself. Along with the introduction of Act 4 and the interlude, we will be adding 25 new in-game maps. These maps will contain all the new monsters and bosses we're adding, improving variety and giving you opportunities to experience the
And
new
they haven't
boss
talked
fights
about trade
many
yet.
times. Let's take a look at some examples. Rock Pools is a map where you explore a shallow rocky coastline, surrounded by coral and filled with sirens. At the end is a giant Goblin King boss, ready to eat sulfite and squish you like a bug. Holton is an Ezomite township which has seen better days. Explore and clear the township to find a gothic, Reaper-like boss, with the ability to manipulate storms and fry you with both lightning and wither you with chaos.
Okay.
Given some of the new bosses added are a bit
this is
more
a
epic,
cool looking
such as
arena.
the Act boss and final bosses of each interlude part, it would be a bit of a waste to just use them as regular map bosses. Instead,
Okay.
we'll be adding some new mechanics to the Atlas that use them. These start appearing pretty fast into the endgame and will help bridge the gap until you do your pinnacle bosses. In the desert biome, you can encounter a wild sandstorm. 3 maps around the sandstorm contain a device you must activate. Upon doing this, the sandstorm's magic is disrupted, revealing the map inside and allowing you to access it and find the cause. This presents itself in the form of a boss, similar to the existing Citadel bosses. This boss is a Faradin Swordmaster, who has been blessed with the power of a time gem, allowing him to take his swordsmanship to the next level by replicating himself, maneuvering rapidly, and severing the fabric of time itself with his powerful slashes. In the water
that
biome,
is such a cool
you'll
design.
encounter a giant maelstrom, where one of the maps surrounding the water biome connects to it, but the connection is obscured. You must run the maps nearby, hoping to find a beacon, which will remove the maelstrom and reveal the connection to that map.
I hope they make these things obvious in the
Another
maps, though.
example is this Vaal vault in the mountain biome. But how do we get inside? Running the adjacent maps to it will yield a key, which you can then use to gain access to this vault. Or, you could just trade for one, I guess. Use the key to dispel the powerful force field surrounding it, leading to the Vaal Elite and their rewards inside. These all contain Uber versions of the Act 4 boss, and the bosses at the end of each part of the interlude. And each have their own exclusive drop pool of new lineage supports, which, as Jonathan spoke about earlier, are powerful support gems that modify your skills in pretty crazy ways. As an example of a
Garukan's
lineage
Resolve.
support which can come from the Faradin
Hyper
Swordmaster
Arcades.
mentioned earlier, we have Garukan's Resolve, which causes your critical strikes to fork, but requires some mobility on your part to properly enable.
Isn't this like
From the boss sealed in the
effects
Val
that
Vault,
Lightning
we
Spear
have
had?
Paquate's Pact, which supports your war cries, causing them to inflict massive amounts of corrupted blood at the cost of your own life. Additionally,
Corrupted blood
some
war
maps
cries.
can now spawn summoning circles.
I mean, that's cool.
A room resembling an
Welcome
Ezomite
back to
henge.
PoE, I guess.
Activating this henge will spawn bosses. It's as simple as that. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work. As the current prefixes equals good, suffixes equals bad iteration isn't quite hitting the mark.
Okay.
We tried something new here in Path of Exile 2, but after seeing the feedback, we decided we actually liked what we had in Path of Exile 1 more. Like Path of Exile 1, each affix will now be both difficult and rewarding.
Okay.
Waystone mods now grant an increase to the number of waystones dropped, and an additional specific upside attached to it. This means as you roll your map, they will continue to get more difficult and more rewarding, and allow you to customize the difficulty and rewards of your maps better. For example, the Frostbitten mod, which causes enemies to deal cold damage, also increases the rarity of items dropped as its upside. Whereas
Okay.
the Of Venom suffix modifier, which causes
size.
enemies to poison on hit, has the upside of granting increased pack size.
So yeah, this is basically
Some
how
maps
PoE
will
1
end up
does
having
it.
a lot of rarity, some a lot of pack size, and others will just have a mixture of everything. Due to now having more modifiers granting difficulty, we will of course be reducing the difficulty per modifier to account for this.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
So, that's
I'm
your
fine with that.
Atlas,
That is
maps,
good.
and
That is
waystones.
good. Eight
But
more
what about
power range?
Breach,
Surely, right?
Ritual, Pinnacle content, and others of the sort? We're making some changes around this too. The first change is that you'll now be able to invest 2 points into your specific League Atlas trees before having to run the Pinnacle content.
Okay.
There will be a specific objective for each type of content which grants you those points.
They haven't mentioned
For
towers
example,
yet.
in the case of Delirium, it's simple. You just need to find and kill one of the bosses in a map, Omniophobia or Kosis. The rest of the points for each content come from the Pinnacle content, but we're making some changes to accessibility here too. Currently, access to most Pinnacle content requires the same key at the easiest and most difficult version of the content.
Okay.
This creates a negative feeling where at lower difficulties, instead of wanting to run the content, you're often better off just selling it to someone who can run it
So
at
the same
maximum
thing
difficulty.
they go with Pinnacle on
To
Ubers and
address
PoE
this,
1 that they
each
changed.
content will now drop splinters, which will not form into singular items. Instead of using the singular combined item in the realm gate, you can now just bring your splinters. Upon inserting the splinters into the realm gate, an interface will appear, allowing you to pick your difficulty, and you'll notice each difficulty has a different entry cost. This means
There's
if you want
only
to
3
run easier
difficulties?
difficulties, it costs less, which also allows you to run this content much sooner into the endgame.
Open
Because these
Twitch
encounters
chat.
now just require splinters,
Why
their
am I opening
corresponding
Twitch
Atlas
chat for
tree
what?
no longer
I have
affects
it
the
open.
difficulty of them, and has been changed to purely affect the content and maps on the Atlas. The Arbiter of Ash works a bit differently. Instead of requiring splinters, he still needs crisis fragments. We now have only 2 difficulties of the Arbiter. The first, requiring the existing fragments obtained from citadels.
What the
second,
fuck is this?
Uber Arbiter, requires calamity fragments. These come from Citadel bosses also, but only once you've allocated the maximum number of points in your boss Atlas tree, ensuring
Holy.
those citadels are at their highest difficulty level. Since we're talking about Pinnacle content, we also felt that the leveling curve in the late game was a bit too steep. We've smoothed this out a bit so that it's easier to get to the mid-90s.
That's good.
We've also added some new in-game unique items. Let's take a look at a couple.
Okay.
Thunderfist is a pair of gloves that grants crackling palm,
Unarmed
a
melee
skill which
attack.
empowers your unarmed
Crits
attack,
chance.
granting the ability to
And
call
flats
down the
damage.
storms themselves on enemies you hit. Put simply, literally every monster you hit with your unarmed skills will be struck by powerful lightning.
That is so cool.
Pair this
Like,
with the aforementioned
animation with
hollow
this
palm
is so
technique to
cool.
embrace your true unarmed prowess in combat. Another unique we're adding is Henekura's Sight. Equip this amulet to be granted the power of the Mother of Death herself. This is reflected by granting you a skill called Foresight. While you have
Prevents
Foresight,
dodge
your
rolling from
dodge roll
avoiding
no
hits.
longer avoids hits. But instead, being hit while dodge rolling restores you to full life and makes you unable to die for a brief period of time.
Wait, what?
You'll notice when this does occur, a copy of your character appears and takes the full damage. This is
Lol.
you seeing that future, as if you hadn't been wearing the amulet. Ultimately, your in-game experience should be more streamlined. With new content to find, you'll be able to invest in your Atlas trees sooner, engage with pinnacle content faster, have less FOMO running said pinnacle content, reach higher levels easier, and do all of that while finding many new chase endgame items. Talking about finding items is
You know
one
I'm
thing,
right.
but what about crafting them?
You mean for like the bigger versions?
We've taken a step
it was
back
50,
and looked at some of
100
our crafting
I
systems
think it
to
was like
make some
50,
notable improvements.
100 and something.
Let's start with essences,
It didn't get to 1K.
which
Wasn't
suffered
it?
from an issue where the regular essences were effectively useless and didn't give players the
Oh, you're
tools
starting
or
unarmed.
excitement
I
that
mean,
a
you
crafting
can.
system should provide. To alleviate these concerns, essences are being changed in a few ways.
Okay.
Firstly, they're being changed to function like regals and add specific modifiers with specific values, meaning you know exactly what you're going to get.
Thank
We found
you.
that players were often bottlenecked by regal orbs when crafting in the campaign, so this helps to fill that gap, allowing you to better upgrade your items.
All right.
For example,
They now
this
go through
lesser
like
essence of flames,
actual like
which will be
tiers
able to
where
add a
where it's
flat
very,
amount of
very
fire
strong.
damage to your magic martial weapons.
Otherwise,
Secondly,
essence will always
we're
be
adding
worse than
many
just
more tiers.
mods.
That lesser essence of flames, for example, has a regular variant and a greater variant too, adding even more fire damage with each upgrade.
Like how it is in PoE 1, except less
The
tiers.
intention of this is so that when you find one early on, you don't worry about holding onto it till later to use on a higher level item. You should feel free to use them as they come to get powerful upgrades during the campaign. Lastly, our highest tier of essences, now called Perfect Essences, will function like a Chaos Orb instead of a Regal. So it will replace one of the modifiers on your rare items with the specified mod,
Okay,
such
only
as this
one.
Perfect Essence of Flames.
Oh my
You'll
god.
notice this one doesn't just add flat fire damage like the ones before it. The perfect essences often give something a bit different, with some opportunities to be pretty damn powerful. There are many different essences, each with many tiers, covering many of the more core modifiers you'd want on items early on, through to chase specialized ones for in-game. Speaking
That
of
is
in-game,
cool.
we really wanted
What
to
is it?
expand our crafting
What is
options
that?
for late in-game crafting projects. You might have noticed that at in-game, you get way too many transmutes. Wouldn't it be nice if some of those didn't drop, but instead you got something a little more powerful? At higher levels, you can now find Greater Orb of Transmutation and Perfect Orb of Transmutation. These can be used on normal items to upgrade them to magic, ensuring that the modifier generated is of a minimum level.
Oh my god, that is
This
beautiful.
is similar to how you find higher tier items on the ground, but for crafting.
I knew I
These
saw
higher
greater
tiers
orb of
will also
augmentation, but
exist
like
for Orb
god
of Augmentation,
damn.
Regal Orb, Exalted Orb,
Dude,
and Chaos Orb, meaning you can get all of the orbs required to take your item from normal rarity to a fully completed rare with guaranteed high tier mods.
okay, that is I
On top of
actually
these
love
new
this
core
change.
crafting currencies, we wanted to make sure there are powerful crafting bases to use them on. Now in endgame, you can start to find exceptional items. These are items that drop at
90%
normal
quality.
rarity and are perfect for your from-scratch crafting projects. They can come with extra quality, up to 30%, or an additional socket to use your crafting socketables in.
Ooh.
And yes,
Scepters,
they
we need
can
two
be
of them.
corrupted for yet another socket.
3 socket weapons. Dude,
You can
scepters
also
are going to
get
be insane.
exceptional unique items. To add even further to your crafting arsenal, we've added a whole suite of new omens to ritual content, and removed some of the more unimpactful ones that weren't being used.
I'm not violent.
Some of the new omens include the Omen of the Ancients, which will cause your next Orb of Chance to not destroy the item,
But
but
random
generate
unique.
a random unique of the same class. Or the Omen of Sanctification, which is my new favorite. This will cause your next
Sanctify
Divine
it.
Orb used on a rare item to reroll
So we
the
have,
values
we
of
have a
its
divine orb
modifiers,
sync.
allowing it to exceed the normal minimum and maximum values,
Oh my god.
raising the ceiling on the new most powerful rare items in the game.
Dude, what?
This omen will also cause your item to become sanctified.
I'm
Sanctified
running
items
ritual.
cannot be crafted, just
I'm
like
running ritual.
corrupted ones, so consider carefully when you use this.
Divine Sync is it? Yes, it is.
Another is the
That's
Omen
why
of
it's
Chaotic
huge.
Monsters, which will cause your next Chaos Orb to reroll all modifiers on a Waystone, allowing you to fix your maps if you get some modifiers that are not feasible for your build.
I like that.
Besides these examples, there is a huge variety of new omens for you to discover in your ritual encounters.
Dude.
With the release of Act 4, notably taking place in the Karori Archipelago,
Oh my god.
you'll be
They
able
added
to now
locks.
find a new currency item.
They've added
Hinikora's
locks.
Lock. Hinikora, the Karori goddess of death, has the power of foresight and is able to see many futures, including the outcome of your next craft. So, imbuing her lock
Dude,
onto an
imagine how
item
much
gives
locks
you
will be
that
in this,
same
in this
power too.
fucking game.
For example, you'll know whether or not to use an Exalted Orb on your item, as you will know exactly what the outcome is. So,
Dude,
with all these
I'll
new
be honest,
crafting
I know people are going
improvements,
to meme,
it's safe to say you're going to be
but I
making
do
some
think
epic
with the changes
items,
they've made,
and not
crafting is actually
necessarily just ones
relatively
for yourself.
viable.
So given that, it's
Or at least
time
it's not,
to talk
it's not
about a
nearly as
massive one.
RNG as it was.
Trade. It's finally here. The moment we've all been
Alright, let's
waiting
see.
for.
Let's see. I'm gonna be quiet for this one. Trade.
Asynchronous
Let's
trade.
see. Open mind.
Over the years, the way players trade with each other in Path of Exile 1 has morphed from using the forums through to the in-game chat, all the way through to using the website. These systems, in all their iterations, work for a while, but with each iteration, new problems eventually reveal themselves. Be it requiring you to be in your hideout too much instead of out there killing monsters, or never getting responses from
what?
people
Oh,
who are either AFK or just can't be bothered. In order to finally solve this,
You don't start
and
it
this
with
has been
locks,
a
you
long
finish it with
time
locks.
coming, we're adding
Remember,
a new
fractured
system
orbs
that
are still a
allows you
thing.
to buy items from other players without requiring the seller to be present. They can continue farming, killing monsters, AFK as they please, and can even be offline. With the introduction of
Holy.
King's March in Act 4,
Angie,
you will encounter
come on, let's
Ange,
go.
assistant to Rog in the Meridian Free Traders Company. Over the last 2 decades or so,
Fastest
since
assistant.
Path of Exile
I know
1's
it's
storyline,
Chevrolet, but in my
Faustus
head, this
has
is just
handed down his
fastest.
knowledge and expertise to Ange, and she is
Oh,
now
so
ready
Ange
to
replacing
take over his
Alva.
business.
Who was the
If you
person
have a hideout unlocked already,
in Period 2,
you can
right?
immediately invite her there. If you don't have a hideout yet, you will need to acquire one. You can do this by completing a quest to defeat one of the bosses inhabiting an
King's
island
March is
Act
not in the
4,
game like this system, but King's
allowing
March
you
is a
then to take a
city.
slice of it for yourself,
In
making
Act
it your
4.
new home and base of operations. Once invited to your hideout, she will now serve as operating your currency exchange, but also serve as the figurehead in your new trading empire.
Manage shop.
So, how does this new system work?
So all our
In
public
the
tabs will be
existing
here.
trade system, you would list items for sale in premium stash tabs. And then when someone wanted one, you'd have to take it out for yourself and trade it to them.
Now Ange does it.
Now, instead of using those, you can give your items to Ange so she can sell them for you. Each item must have a price set. The prices are set
You're
using
pricing
in-game
for,
currency
for
items,
perfect
such as Exalted
orbs.
Orbs or Chaos Orbs. Once a price is set, other players will be able to find the item by searching for it on the trade website. Once a desired item has been found, you can hit a button, which will
It literally
instantly teleport your
teleports you.
character in-game to their hideout. Then, you can immediately purchase the item. And while there, if you want, browse their other goods, in case there's a good deal someone else hasn't yet discovered. You'll notice that as a buyer, on top of the currency the seller set for the price, it also costs gold to purchase an item, as Ange has bills to pay after all. As a seller, you'll immediately receive a notification when an item of yours is sold,
There's a gold cost to
and
it.
can also see an effect above Ange in your hideout when she has unclaimed currency.
I will
Just go talk to her, claim your currency, and continue playing at your leisure.
Holy, let's go. Let's
As
fucking
many
go.
people already acquired premium stash tabs for the purpose of the trade system, we wanted to add a way for you to convert your existing tabs to merchants tabs, if you want. You can do that here, on the website, but only if you purchase those tabs before the release of the third edict. To clarify, the existing trade system will remain fully intact, so your premium stash tabs will not lose any of their functionality. We just figured people might want to switch over to this new system. We expect a lot of
So you
feedback
can't
around
s-
this new system,
So you
and are
have to
looking forward to
dedicate the
trying it
tab
out with you.
for
As we are not able to
Ange,
test internally with an
and you can't
entire
use it
thriving economy,
personally
there will
past
certainly
stats.
be some kinks to work out. Based on how the system goes, we will be adding it to Path of Exile 1 when ready, so any of the tabs you purchase will also be usable there later. Next up, we're going to be talking about our new supporter packs.
They said add it to player 1, right?
Today,
or they will be adding
we're
it to
launching
player 1 or
two
what?
new series of supporter packs.
I got
The
distracted.
Justice and Trathan Executioner packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside
Are these
several
pets?
exclusive
What is this blood
microtransactions.
link? Oh no, it's just
As
okay, it's a
always,
swirl
the
around him.
microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Justice series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions.
Dude, that is such a cute griffin.
Claim glory after defeating enemies, or inspire your allies by calling down the Banner of Justice portal. The Sphinx Mystic hideout decoration will identify items for you, displaying them as it does so. This ancient creature has been presented with many items over the eons, so has some strong expressions to make on the quality of your wares. Become a true warrior, worthy of delivering the justice of
Apostle
the
of
eternal
Justice.
gods with the Apostle of Justice armor set. This
That's
armor
kinda
set
nice.
also comes
I
with
like
a
the
matching back
attachments.
attachment containing a set of scales to measure your worth. With the Apostle of Justice finisher effect equipped, the Goddess of Justice
shit, the
herself
Goddess
will
of
appear to
Justice.
decide on a verdict for slain unique enemies.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. I
Witness
like
as she
that.
decides the fate of your slain foes. Will they ascend to be amongst the gods or be banished to the underworld?
I like that a lot, actually.
The Griffin
love
fledgling
this
pet will be your
Griffin.
courageous companion as you journey throughout Rayclast.
Such a cute
Take your place in
griffin.
the skies in the Plateau of the Gods hideout. This hideout comes with many different
Favorite
sections for setting
Spectre?
up your home or
I
base of
mean,
operations.
She's just chill.
In order to travel between
Like the
them,
whole green
you
theme?
simply just need to walk off the edge.
Wait, what?
Like a true eternal god, you can float between the mountains on the clouds themselves.
what?
The Trathan Executioner
The fuck
pack
is that?
series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. The Trathan Executioner finisher effect is a brutal display of Trathan might, crushing
Oh.
slain unique enemies as if they were bugs beneath your heel.
This is such visual
As a
clutter, dude.
Trathan Executioner, you're the perfect master for the ever-hungry carrion raptor pet. It has taken a particular liking to the taste of other pets, and at your command it will swoop down and eviscerate them, proceeding
so-
to satisfy its hunger by feeding on their
If someone were
corpse.
to kill my pet,
The nobles of the
It's
4
on
major
sites.
Trathan houses had their mercenaries, but if their hired hands became notably irritating, they'd have to call in the Trathan Executioners. You can now embrace their methods and become brutality incarnate with the cruel Trathan Executioner armor set.
That's one
The
way to
matching
solve it.
cruel Trathan Executioner cloak will shroud you in scarlet as you crush the skulls of your enemies and leave a trail of blood behind you as you build up a kill streak. Or use the alternate variant to simply put a skeleton on your back. Be bathed in blood as you mutilate monsters with the cruel Trathan Executioner character effect. The swirling blood increases in volume as your spree of slaughter continues. Both this
I'm sure
effect
some people
and the
are
cloak use the
saying
same
kill the
kill streak for
goblins or
tracking how much
something.
blood is shown. After a long and tiring day of executions, enjoy a relaxing game of dice with the Goblin Gambler's Hideout decoration. They'll definitely be playing fair, right? The Pulverizer map device brings a horrid
What is
efficiency
that
to
clicking
punishing the
sound?
damned of Trathus. Each map you open will execute the next victims. This map device in its true ruthlessness tracks the total number of monsters killed, your kills per second, and your largest kill streak up to the point of the map being completed. This is then
Lol.
displayed on a leaderboard so you can take a measure of you and your friends' violence at the end of each map. Additionally, any microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. That's enough about cosmetics. Let's get into the
Dude.
Q&A. But firstly, I want to give a huge thank you for your ongoing support.
Dude.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, at 11 AM NZ time, or 4 p.m.
So
Pacific,
much
we'll post
changed.
Path of Exile 2, the third Edict's patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you need for the release. Keep an eye on the news. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to seeing your experiences with Act 4 and its new bosses, fighting the Abyssal, trying new builds, and crafting new items. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
Dude. So freaking much change there.
Hello, and welcome back, Exiles.
Oh, there is no fucking sound. What the hell?
Mental reveal. We now have a suitably juicy Q&A session for you. Probably like 2 hours or something, so grab a cuppa.
Did I say don't
grab
be
a
an
snack
egg?
and settle in. I'm joined once again by Jonathan and Mark to discuss a lot. The patch that had to fix all the things, right?
That was the goal. I mean, we didn't quite get to literally everything.
Dude,
but
what the fuck
certainly,
is-
we certainly managed to do a lot of things that we were very keen to do.
Yeah, you guys were telling me that this was uniquely nerve-wracking for you because
Tell me they fix this soon,
there's a lot of
please.
pressure on this one to fix everything.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we've obviously got a lot to prove. You know, we need to make sure that we're like that. Well, put it this way: I wouldn't want people to feel like we that we don't have answers to a lot of the things that.
All right, enjoy. Did you still end up having your
we tried to
interview?
do as much as we could in one go to kind of do everything. As I said, didn't get to literally everything, but we got to quite a lot of it, and I'm thinking that people will be a lot happier with this release than they were with the last one.
Yeah, I was pretty shocked to see how much was in this one, especially given that you've moved to this kind of like 4 and 2 cycle of, you know, you just feels like you just released the Path of Exile 1 expansion, which also had a lot of pressure on it to be a big one as well.
Yep. So yeah, I mean, it's certainly hard. I mean, look, the really hard part is having to make an act at the same time.
You should fix this audio. It's
that's a really huge commitment. So I'm certainly gonna be happy once.
It's so weird on my ears.
We're gonna
Jeez.
be back to normalcy again, but yeah, it's a like what it does do is it means that there's like a huge amount of content to draw from. There's obviously a huge amount for players who are not necessarily
There we go.
players as well, because you've got all of the the new campaign stuff. So it's like a pretty big deal for all that stuff. But it also meant we could take a bunch of that stuff and move it into the end game too. So the end game kind of sees a big expansion as well. So yeah, it's been quite a good one.
Yeah, I remember early on we had the process. Actually, we just literally grabbed my whiteboard in my office and we just wrote down every single problem.
Yeah.
And I'd say it's not a strategy we've done to this degree, this methodically before.
Right,
where
right.
we were like, okay, we have to solve everything on this whiteboard.
Yep. Literally
And-
made a tier list up there. Like,
Yeah,
this
we
is
had a
T1, this
tier
is
list.
T2.
We did
like,
actually fully
yeah.
of every problem, and
Yeah, yeah.
there were things in there like performance and things that aren't
Yeah.
necessarily the actual game content.
I
and
mean,
all
the
this kind of
very
stuff.
the very one at the top of the list was campaign is a slog, right? Like that was the one
Yeah.
that we were like, we got to solve that. So things like that were just like we were.
There are
we were
some
really trying to
real
get on the
banger
like,
changes in there that I think
reason it ends up
one of the
being a bit
bigger
nerve-wracking
ones,
is
in my
because
opinion, is even
we
just
had a goal
the
to fix
attribute
all of it,
requirements
and we didn't
reduction
just fix- we
combined
are
with
fixing
adding so
things
many
and
more
everything. We're
notables.
fixing almost-
I feel like people are going to be so much stronger just
I'm
based
sure
off of the
new
skill tree.
problems introduced here and there.
I mean,
However,
obviously, as we're watching Twitch chat, there was a huge amount of stuff about towers. We had a plan; it was on the list. It just unfortunately we couldn't get time to sort it. So that's one of the. It's probably the notable one, I would say.
Yeah, so we'll kind of discuss around your vision and stuff for Endgame soon as well, so that you can give people some reassurance about like where you want to go with that. But we should also mention just the other elephant in the room, or the lack of the elephant in the room, with the druid.
Yes.
No elephant form, but the joke kind of works.
Yeah.
So it seemed that druid has been uniquely challenging to get shipped. It's been something you've been working on for a while now, and just getting it right. What has been the challenge with druid and getting it out?
Well, I mean, okay, so we started believing that we were going to have Druid in this version. And that was the case for at least 2 months of the 4 months of development that we were that we had here. And obviously, like a bunch of work had gone on before that as well. But at some point, we realized, that we don't want to have the mistake that we effectively had with 020, where we put a huge amount of effort into the class and then we didn't get time to fix all of the concerns that people had outside of that, right? Because obviously the same resources go into making a new class as go into balancing the old ones and making all that stuff, right? So if we don't have the balance in a good place, it kind of feels a bit bad to be throwing in a class that's kind of effectively disrupting that. So then what that meant was at some point we're like, okay, since we don't believe we can get both the class and all these other balance changes we want to make in at the same time, it's actually better to cut the class and then have the balance changes instead. So that's what we ended up doing, and obviously it was like a really hard thing to cut because obviously like, you're going to have another one without a class. Like it feels really terrible.
Yeah,
but we've got the philosophy now of like we have to make sure that we're in the release month that we say we're going to be in. So therefore something had to go, and unfortunately that was it. But it means we've obviously got a huge head start for when we actually do it next time. And I mean, look, there was so much stuff that was cut. Like even as large as it is, like there's like ascendancies and all sorts of stuff that was gonna be there, and we'll get to it. But more important to just make sure that people are happy with the stuff that's in.
I'm very happy with the things they're adding. Like even without a new class or anything, I think this is actually like
for Druid, it's
a better it will be a better league experience than if we had just a new class.
Looking and feeling.
No, I mean it's a huge deal. It's hard. Like there's so much animation stuff that has to go into making each form feel right. So but we'll get there. Like I don't think we're that far away from it now. So it's just a question of prioritization.
Yeah, it seems like it is probably the hardest class of all. Then
might be. Yeah.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
You're getting a bit more ambitious as you go with each
that
class
is true.
too. Which
That is true. Every class is a step up from the last.
So we don't have a new ascendancy from what I can tell.
So I guess on that note, do you have a vision for who's next after Druid, or is it kind of a race between them to see who ends up feeling most
I've always said that it would be criminal to go into full release without having swords. So that's that's kind of a pretty glaring.
It's a little bit criminal to get this far without.
Yeah, to be honest, it is. Yeah. So I'd say that would be
weird when you think about
it.
It's real weird. It's real weird.
So that would be an obvious candidate. Is making sure that we've got that.
People can infer from that some sort of duelist or something. Most likely being the sword one. And as you said,
or Marauder, 200 swords and all.
You weren't satisfied with where they were at to be able to get those in. So that's the things you missed, but that's like the list of the things you missed. That and doing something with towers. So now we can talk about kind of what you have done. We'll jump into endgame first, since I know the towers and stuff have been a hot topic for people. So we'll talk about the endgame. This wasn't ostensibly supposed to be an endgame update, from what you were telling me, but it still seems like a pretty big endgame update in the end.
Yeah, I mean, well, part of that is because we obviously get all the content that we produced for the campaign. We get to make all the endgame versions of that. That obviously adds quite a lot, but we did want to make sure that we weren't just being like, okay, so we're adding a bunch of bosses. Like, we wanted to make sure that the more epic ones that we added to the campaign have some new mechanic for them on the Atlas as well. So that's where we had those various mechanics with, like the sandstorm and that kind of stuff. Those kind of like Atlas events. And it really does contribute to the feeling of exploration to have more of that stuff. And then, of course, once you've got that, you start getting into, okay, well, what rewards is it going to drop? Then we started to think we need a new category of rewards that these things can have. And that's, we started to think about the lineage supports and that kind of stuff. So it just ended up kind of adding up to quite a bit in the end. But it isn't like kind of like the big end game change that we wanted to do. Like we had a design for that, but we just kind of haven't quite got to it. So but it still ends up being quite a lot. And one of the big things that it also I think will help bridge is the kind of mid end game part, like that's still a problem that we want to improve, but it adds quite a lot there, because you're seeing that stuff on the Atlas a bit earlier.
What's the problem there as you identify it?
I mean, you've got this issue where effectively, and we are doing some stuff to address this, but effectively you've got like the pinnacles at the end, and you've got obviously when you start you've got a bunch of content, but it doesn't feel like there's those kind of mid-end game goals that you can easily achieve. That's kind of the issue that we're trying to solve.
And just a lack of direction, right?
Right.
I think there's not enough like really guiding you. Like the narrative kind of falls apart there, right? Because it's just like open world, and you want a bit more of telling you where to go, what to do, have those goals where you're like, I want to do this next and this next, as opposed to like I could do this or this or this. It's nice to have those, but it's nice to also have the things kind of directing you as to like this is exactly what I want to do. The boss I want to get to. So there's kind of just a big gap there. We want to add a whole bunch of stuff in the middle there. We have a huge plan, but again, it's like we need to you got this working on a campaign, you've got working on the end game, and you've got all these like how do you juggle all of these things? It is brutally difficult, and you end up having to think. So I would expect next expansion to be way more end game centric in terms of fixing all of this, because it was on the whiteboard.
But we did do some stuff with what we had. So like that splinter change, I think, is going to be quite a big one. Like it doesn't look like much from what we showed, but what it does mean is that you've got pinnacle fights earlier in your in the experience, and of course you've got the thing where we're making it make more sense with regard to the difficulty the access to the different difficulties by having it so that it's cheaper to get to the lower tier ones. So that helps quite a lot, and I think that'll improve things quite a lot even just from that. So yeah,
and
like
of course you got the league now in Endgame as well.
And of course there's a league there too.
You know, the Wisps were Wisps. Sure, wasn't really a league. It's kind of just like wasn't
not a full-fledged
what we've
league
done before.
I'm really
And
looking
a lot
forward
of
to
people
putting.
who may not really even know what a league is.
Sup, Roman? How you doing?
We kind of had it with Dawn of the
Welcome,
Heart, but yeah, I mean,
welcome.
having Abyss in every
Did you
single
see the
area.
reveal?
There are abyssal icons you can find on the map. You can't add them because they are in every area, the Abyss. So, and you have, you know, different the waystone crafting and stuff like that. So there's a lot of in-game just added by the league's
PoE
existence
too.
as well.
Plus a lot more combination of the league mechanic with other mechanics as well, which is something that I'm always keen for with leagues, is like have a bit more interaction.
Yeah,
So,
you were telling me that you had specifically made it so that Abyss would have specific
this is
interactions with
kind of-
basically everything else.
For sure.
Like if a rogue
Where
exile is
I'm-
standing there.
This is
you
kind
get
of
a
the
special
current
boss
version
based
of
on rogue
my.
exile, so that's rather interesting extra combination stuff there. It is interesting
do I
because this is a league mechanic. It's in every zone. It's a guaranteed. That's part of a league mechanic. But does this also have like Atlas tree
there.
integration in the way that it would later on?
This
as
is
it
this
becomes
is
like
what
a
my
core element?
the early build looks
the
like
way
now.
that's kind of handled is through some of the waystone
I decided
crafting.
to go for melee phase instead of fire
Depending
minions.
when the league ends, you know, we obviously do the whole again more for people who maybe don't know what a league is and how we handle this stuff in PoE 1. I'll over explain it a little bit, but yeah, generally we review the state of it at the end. We see what changes we want to make. Sometimes we add it to the core
still
game
tweaking it, though,
immediately,
bro.
sometimes later, and then we add it to the tree and decide how we want to invest into all the different things. But we try and have the meta progression, so to speak, of a league within the leagues itself, and not connected to the like core tree, because you could have a separate tree. It is a thing you could do. But in this case, it comes in the form of the waystone crafting.
You did an experiment with that recently in Path of Exile 1, doing that in a league, and you didn't exactly like the
different
result
because it's
so
not a
much.
separate tree, and
Right.
that was during Necropolis, yes, and it felt like because it's in every area, you have to take it.
Yes, exactly.
So that didn't work. We're not going to repeat that mistake. It could be a separate tree, but we just did it through the waystone crafting stuff instead, and you can invest in the Abyss and juice the Abyss that way. And
I mean, we'll see how we fold it all in as we go into the
100%.
040 though. Like that'll be an interesting one.
All right. Well, one of the kind of like, I guess, endgame issues that I've identified in the past was kind of how the Atlas trees worked and progressed and what they afforded. And it felt very top heavy. Like you had to beat the boss to get points to just scale.
Well,
the
that's
boss
what I'm talking
difficulty.
about with the lack of mid-game stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. So that's changed now though. Like the league mechanics don't scale difficulty of bosses at all. They're just about what the content is in maps.
Yeah,
right?
and you get the points way earlier. So, in fact, you even
some of them, we made some changes
Why no phantom grip
since
rings?
last night. And thus it wasn't in the live stream
Right.
accurately.
So let me reduce this volume.
It was
So I
talking
didn't
about
go
how you have to
phantom
complete specific
grips
objectives, like killing
because
the delirium boss and whatnot to get your points. It's actually just
I
now.
felt like
you follow
I
the
wasn't
quest line,
tanky enough
and
health
the
wise,
point
so
where
I
you get
really
the
wanted
tablet,
more
which is,
health. I
you
wanted
find
the
the league
suffixes
and
that came with the
you will,
ring,
just
and
do a
this just has a
delirium.
minion crit
You
multi as
successfully
well.
go
So
back
I
and get a
figured,
tablet. You
why
also
not?
get the first 2 points
I have a
there.
lot of flat crits
Now,
from
one of the
Sabretooth
changes so
and
that you can
Bear.
get, like, have we had
So
8 points,
this one
you get
has
4
like
points
plus
before
12
the pinnacles
flat
and 4
crits.
points from
This
the
one has like
pinnacles.
plus 15.
Right now, it's
So
2
like
and
there's a
6.
shit ton of
We're
flat
still looking
crits.
at
I didn't
this
feel like I
just
needed
because we made a change
more
last
of
night.
it.
There's a good
Out of
chance
like
we
the
might end up,
levels,
adapting
boils
this a
between
little
like
bit
having
more.
the attributes
So
and the
even
health
the first 2 points
versus
come even sooner and
the
even
phantom
more,
grips.
obviously. Like you don't have to RNG into finding a boss in order to
So I
get
wasn't.
those first 2
I
points
think
now.
I just lean
Which
more
boss
towards
needs
the
to be there?
towards
Not gonna be the best.
we
the rares
just wanna
over
really make sure we're
having the
smoothing
levels and
progression
flat
through,
crits.
getting that stuff earlier, all that sort of stuff.
So the other thing, like, was you've got this like kind of world map. It
Plus, I
seems
felt
to be
like I
exploration-focused.
like
the recent updates you did.
point wise, I had 34 here already. So like,
there's a lot more exploration.
Right.
I have the points I really want to get.
Even towers, I felt like when
Dude, what's happening?
you're using them as an exploration feature, work quite well. Like they leapfrog you to your next. You see that next unique map over the hill.
They get like one phantom for leveling, drop relic, and we can go T8 for.
Talking about. Is that kind of the
Oh,
goal?
like
to make this, like, really
until we get this
exploration-focused?
+3, we use
It's certainly
phantom
something that I really
grips,
love,
and then
the
when
more
we
things you
get
add to the Atlas,
this,
the more it feels like you're finding
then
things.
we
But yeah,
can
so
go
we
for a
definitely
res. Is that
appreciate
what you're
concern
saying?
of Powers being that you've got this tension between having to turtle in one location versus explore.
Yeah.
And so that's something that we need to look into addressing. But I don't want to kind of like talk explicitly about exactly what we're going to
So
do.
here's
here,
the
just because,
thing. I
there's,
think
like,
for
obviously
this
a lot in
setup,
flux there
this is
still, but,
actually very
it's
strong
something that we
because
understand the problem, I would say. Like I would understand.
Oh, don't play the relic. I think this is very strong because like right now,
we'll be addressing that.
I have a lot of like all attributes, so I'm stacking a lot of different attributes. I'm using cleaver solution, so my int is actually just as high as my strength, so we're getting a lot of pen as well as.
That is a concern, but I suspect that we'll still want to keep them at least for just vision.
Okay, let's take this down a bit more. I'll come back to the interview later, but I can endure with this. I'm able to endurance stack. And by getting endurance, I'm getting more health and damage, and the damage is especially good because the Tyrannosaur has a 12 has a roar that's going to use to buff my minions, and then that's up for like it's 12.5 seconds CD but 12 second duration, so basically permanently up. It's going to be a lot of more damage with how much endurance I have, and I overcap my endurance for this shield, so I can actually cap my block chance. This allows me to get really decent block mitigation, like an extra defensive layer on top of having block, and again just more endurance. So now it allows me to have endurance as a defensive layer, like overcapped endurance as defensive and offensive.
Like effectively, it's like okay.
Basically,
if you're running maps,
like offensively, this is 169 endurance, so that's going to be 169% more damage. 20% of that is 16 point whatever, so like 16, like 33% more damage for every minion, and that's a substantial amount of more, like the substantial multiplier, right?
The reason you have random drops is because, like, you know, any monster could be the one that drops the next thing.
Is there any TNT which could be huge for us?
You feel bad for playing the content because you know it's not the best already, so you need that like random element more. So
oh, I have some more Raptor. I don't need Raptor anymore.
Yeah, do you think that's like
it shouldn't be Raptor.
What the base map experience can be in terms of its upper potential, like adding more interesting confluence of variants?
I mean, look, I always like more interesting combinations of stuff to happen, but I don't necessarily think that the core problem is like lack of ability to juice things. Yeah. Like, I think the core problem is to do with the fact that like you don't. Like,
I'll figure this out. I think,
sucks, as I said, like it's just kind of like that thing there.
Finish game and come back. All right.
There will need to be some approach to solving the making it more controllable, like it, like you know, more deterministic in some way, like, you know, just something along those lines, so that you can so that you don't have this feeling of like because of a thing I can already see that sucks. That this experience is going to be worse than what I'm hoping for.
So
where's strength?
Somewhat related to this, another thing I see brought up all the time is being able to kind of choose what map you're doing and just being able to exert more elements of control. I saw a post in chat just there that was like the idea of being able to kind of erect a tower where you want it, rather. Like, is this element of like being able to choose your maps a little bit more, or have a bit more influence on what's happening?
So I think having control over what content is there is good, but I don't know that I want to lose the fact that you still have the Atlas fundamentally where you like the actual map areas you get are random, and part of the reason for that is that it gives us a lot of opportunities to do interesting things with you know, like different maps can have different things that they drop and other stuff like that. Like there's a lot of that sort of stuff that's like quite nice. Like you can actually have a unique map be way more powerful if like it's kind of, you don't know exactly when you'll encounter it. So that kind of stuff is quite nice, and we want to do a lot more as well on the Atlas, like just more stuff to find. Like when we get to 040, I really want it to be that, like, you know, you really feel like there's just cool stuff in every map that you might be finding that's like you know, that's way more interesting.
Does that mean irrespective of the tower?
The problem is if you have full control over literally being able to run the same map every single time, like the same like base area, it means that you don't have the ability to say, okay, well, this map can randomly have this thing that's just like really awesome that, you know, always drops a unique or something like that, because then you're just going to run that map over and over and over. So I still like some ability to have to find the good stuff in the Atlas, but we just need more control over what mechanics you can spawn there and that kind of stuff, and like not having the experience of like, if I didn't get this exact overlap, then I have this bad experience.
And that's where exploration actually comes from as well, is having some element of not having that control as well. So maybe it is the case more of just juicing up that exploration aspect of it even more. Anyway, that's what it already felt like a big improvement with that last one, and we're getting the new maps and the new mechanics and things scattered in the zones as well. So it seems like there's a fair bit more going on.
The main point, like, we did what we could, 100%. And you know, 040 expect a lot more improvements there. But again, we focus more on everything else. There's a, you know, an insane amount of content there. You know, it's we wish Towers was in that list, but it will be. Don't worry.
Yeah.
These things are coming. We're aware of the problems. We are aware, like 100%. You know, it was expected when we got to that section to see a bunch of.
And I think a lot of people are going to be getting a chance to experience some stuff they didn't experience because it came later in last league, and maybe they had tapped out before then. So there's a good bit of extra stuff to explore there, maybe with this one. We'll loop back around to Endgame if people have more questions that they post and that we pull from the chat. But we'll move on to the Act 4 and the interludes, because that's a pretty big thing. Obviously, getting rid of Cruel was a priority. You wanted to do that as soon as possible. There's been this problem that you were laboring over for many months about
what is happening
how to do that.
Y'all seen this?
Act 4 without having to add the rest of the acts all at once or do some weird thing.
I guess that's not an actual fire, obviously. It's just
problem.
and it's kind of just faulty now.
There was certainly some skepticism when I first proposed this about like how can we possibly do that. But basically, the main thing there was that like, okay, so the interludes are not exactly the same as an act in terms of like, you know, like each one of them is like, you know, a straight line, like you're going from here to here. There's no like, you know, like different, there's no complexity around the plot or anything. It's just like a single goal of like, you know, someone's telling you to do this, go deal with it. There's bosses along the way, you know, there's new areas along the way, but all of that stuff we can use in endgame as well. So that means we're not kind of wasting any of the arts. The only thing we're really wasting is like a kind of like a you know, a little bit of like storyline structure around it. But as I said, it's not nearly the same level of like narrative structure as what you get in like a full act. And
I really like
that's
the
something
system.
that ultimately what we realize is
Cruel.
to get from the end of Act 4 to the end game level, all you need is like 20 areas roughly to kind of to bridge that gap. And so that means that I was like, you know what, like with like 20 areas, I reckon we can do it if we're like, you know, we're using a few mechanics from maps, we're taking some, you know, we're doing a lot of art reuse, that kind of stuff. Like we can find a way to make something pretty quick, and it won't necessarily hold up for like years and years, but it will certainly be good enough for you know, just like for a relatively short period of time. And by the time you get to that point anyway, like you're usually pretty fast as a character. You're like rushing through, you know, just to get to end game. So I think that that'll end up being like pretty damn good for the time being. Plus, you know, new bosses, new stuff to experience. Like, you know, in my opinion, it was a no-brainer to do it compared to some weird thing like having to repeat Act 1 and 2 again or something weird like that. Like that just wouldn't have been good. And we really wanted to get rid of Cruel. I mean, like we never wanted Cruel to exist, right? It existed as a compromise. So being able to get rid of it is obviously, you know, something we were very, very keen to do.
There was something you know, you get to the Act 1 Crawl and you're like, I've know all this content, you're ultra powerful, and that's a little bit feel good, and then you're like, doing all this again, you know, it's just like a little bit like.
And I think that's part of the reason why we just didn't really like going to the campaign, I think, in,
you know, whereas
in like
when you're playing
current PoE 2.
You know, the new acts, like,
because like I personally don't mind it,
with Act 4
but if every single time you level the character you have to go through the same 3 acts twice, it effectively feels like every single time you have to level up, you're going through 2 different campaigns to get to the same end game.
Fast players as well.
And so like,
oh my God, I just
even though you know what's actually happening, it's not 2 different campaigns, it feels like you've run this content
but one thing about
way more than you want,
which I think is really cool, which is very different, and something, you know, you don't really appreciate until you play, is you get to Act 4 and you're like, okay, where do I go? Well, I have many places I can pick. I was talking about how, you know, they're kind of interludes are kind of straight lines, but there's 3 of them.
But there's 3 of them you can do.
Brother in Christ, oh God, this internet.
There's a choice immediately there, right?
You can do those in any order.
Yep, you can do them in any order.
You can do them in any order. When you complete one or partially complete one, it levels up the other 2. They always stay, you know, ahead, and they bridge the gap, so you can do them in whatever order you want.
It'll be interesting to see the speedrunning strategies, because like there's different bonuses available.
Like the spirit draft.
My internet has decided today is the day it just doesn't want to behave,
you know, where
for some
another
reason.
might be more passive point heavy, and
on the bright side, it's not completely dying. You're just having like
there's going to be all kinds of crazy
seizures,
stuff
if you will.
So you go in Act 4 where you've got full freedom of like choice of which island you want to sail to, and then you go into the interlude and you're like, which part would serve me best? And maybe the answer is do a couple areas of this part and then swap to another and do that one, and then, you know, like, who knows? Which is fine, because again, as you progress,
I hope they provide the skill tree to POB before launch. I doubt they will, but I would like to be able to like plan a tree roughly.
Were sandboxy like that, because I was planning on asking about how the fact that Act 4 is like a sandbox for like the great portion of it there. and that's going to be super interesting from like racing and speedrunning perspective as to what people take. But also that does seem like it might help with the campaign slog, you know, the repetitiveness of it if you can kind of do things in a different order each time. Is there some good reasons to do it in different orders as well? Like you mentioned, like differences in rewards, differences in challenges too, I imagine, for different builds?
Yeah, for sure. So, like the reward thing is probably the main reason you'd change the order, depending on what's going to work best for your character right now. So, yeah, each one has got stuff that you know, like we're taking all the different fixed bonuses. I think that actually the fixed bonuses are different a little bit now, aren't they, than the way that they were when they were in Crawl? Did you change what the stats they were? I thought you did.
The passive point number is the same.
Yeah.
The spirit is the same, but the other bonuses, we've kept like, you know, we'll still have the resistances that you got before. But some of the other bonuses from, like, for example, Crawls, the snake in Act 3, I can't remember the name of these areas. We have internal names, the old snake chamber. The reward from that will be slightly different because not all three of those options are available, and they're available in different ways. Some of it might be, some of it might not be, and some of it will be in Act 4, some of it might be in the interlude, you know. So it's kind of mix and match all over the place. But there's some pretty cool stuff in the interludes that, you know, you've obviously got your permanent bonuses, you've got your skill points, you've got just like which bosses do I want to do first or last. That's all nice, but you have a little other things subtle. You know, like the first area of one of them, I'm gonna be as spoiler light as possible here, has a wandering vendor that sells, you know, guaranteed rare caster gear, and you can go and be like, I'm gonna go there, check that if I'm a caster, and then I'll go to the other two acts because that might have like a straight up weapon upgrade. And then there's another act that sells a whole bunch of greater runes, and so you might be like, I need some runes, I'm going to go there, find that vendor, get some runes, and then go to another. And then one of them has, and you're going to have to find this for yourself, one of them has a nameless seer in it, and so go for it, find that. And I'm not going to tell you which.
So do you know in advance some of these rewards so that you can make this decision? Like maybe not those kind of secret ones. But...
I think it doesn't. Does it say it on the? Does it show it to you on the world map?
You generally see the icons on the world map up to the point your character and the NPCs could reasonably know about. Okay. So it depends on the act a little bit. In some cases, it's like no humans have been there, so you can't know until you've opened it, and then it will, or until you have been told about it or know about it or advanced the quest, and now you see all the icons. So. Some yes, some not, and
a bit of discovery process.
But like, look, it's gonna players are gonna share information pretty damn quickly. But yeah, it's actually quite fun having all this different choice and different axes, and we haven't had this level of like, sure, you've got Path of Exile 1 Act 2 is go left or go right, and you got a little bit of that in like Act 8, but you don't. Get this much like parallel things going on like this in a kind of interesting way. So
the Temple of the Sun and Moon is that
actually last a little bit longer than we anticipate, given how, you know, we had to put this kind of 3-part thing together so quickly.
Last a bit longer in terms of like players finding it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, that's the hope.
Okay,
good. All 3 interludes kind of appear on one world map, so you kind of got 3 parallel tracks you can see on one map. Cool. So yeah, that's how that works.
It's cool.
Decision paralysis is going to set in. Where do I go?
I think a lot of people will just pick one just because it's the first one.
Yeah,
I bet that'll be the most common
You'll
choice.
see stats on that, I'm sure. It's 60% pick rate for the first option.
Yeah, probably.
Left to right's most likely.
Left to right makes sense.
The order of the islands in Act 4 a little bit less predictable.
Yeah.
You know, one of those islands, like, you know, there's four permanent bonuses kind of going on in one area kind of thing. It's like a, you know, because...
Go there first.
I'm not going to tell you which ones. But,
I'll have to figure that one out, eh?
Someone will do it, figure it out.
Make the progression guides. But I like the idea that it could be different for different builds too. That would be very cool if that ends up being the outcome, because that will keep things fresh long term. There's a good reason to do it differently and doesn't just get kind of immediately solved. So Act 4 was planned to have a new way of ascending, but that wasn't mentioned here, so it's not quite ready yet.
Didn't quite get time for it. It'll be coming a bit later. But you can there's still a quest to go to the place where that is happening. But and we added like a kind of another reward there, you know, just for the time being. But yeah, later on there'll be that. the amount of work required to make that trial just unfortunately wasn't quite compatible with making all of the other stuff we made. Probably if we hadn't made the interlude, we would have been able to do it. But I think the interlude was more important just to get.
So wait.
Cool. So yeah, we ended up making that decision.
Yeah.
But,
Let me
we'll
see.
Thank goodness. I'm like so stoked Cool's gone.
If it's what most of us imagine it's going to be, I can imagine where a lot of that work comes in. So hopefully you guys, is it something that you'd like to get ready for next league then, it sounds like?
well, I don't want to promise anything because at this point we're in the mode of like we'll cut stuff if we need to make the release happen. So I wouldn't want to promise anything, but you know, that would be nice. We'll just have to see.
I guess the other question then is, do you think it'll be like different enough and appealing to people who don't necessarily want to ascend the other ways?
Well, it's certainly different than the other ones by a very significant margin. So yeah, like I think that'll be interesting.
And what's the vision for how Ascendancy works long term then? So is it the idea that you ascend once in Act 2, once and then again in Act 3, and then again in Act 4?
I mean, you will be able to do it that way, but if you want to do other, I mean, yeah, that's a way to do it. But if you want to, you know, just if you like a certain trial better, doing it that way is also fine too.
It's just interesting because there's like not as much of a gap as there usually is between those first 6 months that way. Like it's quite rapid fire. So and then it would be a big gap until the end game, and you do your choice of fourth one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we see that as fine. Like you kind of want to get your build locked in to some degree by the time you get to that sort of level.
I kind of like it. It's just different to how it's been done in the past before, right, where we had that third one. So that's interesting stuff. So a big part of this obviously is then continuing the campaign slog kind of discussion was just the speed of the campaign, how that tied in.
Oh god, my internet is shitting itself again.
Like
Brother in Christ, can you not?
Big changes a couple weeks into the last league where you reduce.
Do we have patch notes?
Yeah, so we did a bit of that.
I know we don't,
that's
right?
That's one of those things that's a bit hard to see exactly until you've played it a couple of times.
Yeah.
So I like, for example, right now, like, you know, the first time you play through Act 4, I doubt you'll be worried about zone size. Second time, then it might then start to realize like what places are too big and what places aren't. So there'll probably be a little bit of adjustment to that, even as we
even with sprinting. I think with minions specifically, sprinting is going to feel really good because even if you're knocked down, your minions are still going to be beating everybody up. So like, who cares?
Sprint is a big deal as far as like changing how the game feels in this regard. So you know, if you're fast and you know how to use it well and that kind of stuff, you can motor quite a lot more than you were. It'll be interesting to sort of see how like how many people are using that all the time versus how many people are kind of just using it all the time. You have, well, yeah, but the thing is, you're an experienced PoE player, right? Like you're gonna be. But
like,
that.
There's a fun risk reward to using it that way, though. Like, if you are just using it to traverse or like backtrack or something because you go the wrong way or something like that, then it's pretty cruisy and it works well for that. But it also is a very powerful like combat tool. You can use it like a boss is doing something, you can get further away than you could before.
For boss stuff, you can, although it is dangerous, right? Like,
I mean, if you screw it up, then you
yeah. But I think the thing that I find kind of interesting about it as well is that like you can skip monsters now more easily, and that means that if you are overpowered due to getting a good item drop or something like that, you can kind of like motor through a couple of areas a bit more, like, you know, sort of then catch up to the point where you sort of feel about right as far as the difficulty, and then keep going from there, like more specifically. So you've got that kind of tool at your disposal. Not something I'd expect like new players to do, or like players who kind of don't want to engage with that stuff. But if you're talking about like, you know, like the person who's playing through the campaign the fifth time, certainly that's an option that you've got that can kind of speed you through a little bit faster. So yeah, that's something as well that it kind of does, just because you are faster than basically everything. So you know, you can skip past them if you want.
We're a bit of like, you know, good players, like knowledge players knew how to move a lot quicker. You know, there's a bunch of skills. You get animation cancelling. You got shield charge.
It's true. It's true. The speedrunners already have a way, but like no one really wants. Like, obviously, you don't want to be doing that all the time, right? Like unless you're like really dedicated to speedrunning. So.
Niche, unintuitive, and whatnot.
Exactly.
So like, you know, there's a simpler way to now, you know, close the gap between the players who knew all of that and the ones who didn't, and which is great. And maybe a lot of those players are still using all of those tools even on top of this, and that's fine.
I actually wonder if like the sprinting is faster than like the shield charge, dodge roll, animation cancel shenanigans.
Haven't exactly done a race. I think it's close. I'm pretty sure it's relatively close though.
Yeah, the difference there.
I know there's some passives in the deck side of the tree for like slightly increasing your speed while sprinting and a few other different things while sprinting, like increasing your evasion while sprinting. And so, you know, there's some of that going on as well, that maybe when you speak into all that, you have a more of an advantage over those other skills. We'll see, you know.
Actually buffed dodge roll a bit for the sprint too. Like you can turn a bit.
I kind of want to go for this guy instead.
You can. So that one was, man, I'll tell you what. So this is kind of inside baseball stuff, but sprint was like way harder to implement than you might expect. Like it seems like, oh, you just add a speed buff, but like getting it to be smooth and like feel right, and like all of the stuff around like the turning at the end and like all that stuff, that was really, really hard to do. Like it was like there was like a program
more than 2 LP is just not
time just working
not
on sprint
viable.
issues. Like holy crap. So yeah, like it's one of those things that you know, like every little imperfection of it, so you do it so often, needs to be ironed out.
I'm looking forward to stacking move speed and dodge roll distance in Sanctums and using sprint. I use sprint in the Sanctum and when I was testing earlier, and it's so fun doing some of the things with sprint. It's like we're like mega long dodge rolls into sprinting is gonna so fast.
Yeah, I mean we've in general just improved mobility. We've improved, like, and even outside of that, it's like talking about, you know, sprint, slog, fast. Like there's more to it. There's you know, obviously dodge rolling has improved. The mercenary, like slow while reloading.
So
also
15,
like Jonathan and I both
30.
just randomly did one day, just logged in on live. We played mercenary and we were both just like,
what happened?
What did we do? What has gone on here?
What I
this
believe
feels terrible.
It was the 0 to 0 change that related to like contact points or something. There was something like that I think broke it.
So
the thing is, it wasn't actually feeling like how it felt before we released.
I think I want to do this
like,
instead.
oh crap, we need to fix this. Something.
Oh no, that's spelled ew.
That one really improved it. But we also made a change where you're a little bit faster coming out of when you're.
There's a little support from Minion Creep Multi now.
You're a little bit faster coming out on all classes, so that actually affects the Ranger and the Sork as well a little bit. It's not like at first it seems quite subtle, like but when you play it side by side, it actually makes quite a difference, even though it's a relatively subtle change. Like it worked as well. And then you've got things like with the block being faster, you know, like you're just overall more mobile, you know, with a lot of the stuff. Like I think it's helped a lot.
What is the new
nice thing
cap on block?
We still didn't have to compromise on like making sure the combat still was right. That's obviously been like a big worry, especially because there's so many other buffs and things for other character classes. Like there is definitely a concern that we've like overcooked, gone too far. Like things are, you know, like things are going to be too easy, and I'm a bit worried about it, but. I think it should be okay. You know, we just have to. You
mentioned like the way you've designed this, not meaning you didn't have to compromise on like combat and that, and that was a big hesitance for you. Like you really wanted combat to be not optional in the past. You were talking about before, and things like that. So why does it feel like the way you designed this lets you not compromise on that vision?
Because ultimately, the actual combat itself still works after trying it. Like. And generally speaking, like, even though I may not necessarily agree with something, I'm still willing to try these things. So, you know, we tried it, it works. That's really what it comes down to, right? So, you know, that as long as that's the case, then, you know, then I'm cool with it. I just want to make sure that we don't end up in a situation where, you know, we're just, it's all just like, even during the campaign, it's just one button, don't have to worry about anything, like there's no challenge anywhere, like that kind of stuff, because I just find that boring. I just don't enjoy it at all. Like I feel like you need to have some level of like actually, you know, having to think once in a while, you know, during a boss fight or something like that. So there just has to be a little bit of that left over. Now, you know, sometimes it can be the situation where...
This was a good compromise, like 100%. It again, he spoke about how long it took for this programmer to work through it, let alone, you know, there's heaps of iterations with these kind of things, trying to keep things feel grounded, kinetic, realistic, you know, that kind of stuff. So you're not just like, and animation-wise as well, there's a whole bunch. So, you know, when you're taking a chance on a thing like that, you know, it feels like a compromise and you're uneasy about it, you know, I'm glad we did pull the trigger on this one and give it a go, because... Yeah, sometimes it is like knowing how much resources this is going to take. If this fails, it's a massive waste.
Because, I mean, there was another one that was like hugely contentious, which was removing the limit of 1 per support gem.
Yeah.
Was something that took a bit of convincing to even get people to want to try out. Like, that was definitely a worry. Yeah, like the concern there is just that, you know, isn't it just going to be that everyone's running the 5 same supports on every single thing? But I was kind of like the amount of... I think what we're losing over this is much worse than what we were gaining. You know, like it's something really important, and so I actually now that we've done that, I wouldn't have it any other way. I think it's really, really good change, and that one is, in my opinion, the most important change we're making in 030. I mean, obviously you got a bunch of content, but like in terms of like, you know, like what single thing is going to affect gameplay the most, like in terms of character builds and like build variety, that change is a huge one. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what people can do.
I was skeptical when you showed me this change, because I was definitely in the camp of defending the decision of the one support.
Yeah.
For the logic of it's making you think about how you build each skill differently, not just building every skill for damage, but rather like, okay, which of these damage dealing skills am I going to make more utility or do something else instead? But playing around with it, it feels like it kind of just lets you use it on 2 skills, like something like Fist of War. And that's just a really big improvement. Like that's a lot more fun having 2 Fist of War skills than one. But like the skill design is nuanced enough and the supports themselves are nuanced enough that you do still seem like you end up with a lot of variety.
Yeah, it definitely works. Like it's funny because in the end, it feels like the concern that we had was more theoretical than it actually was real, and that's why it's really important to actually try these things. Yeah, like and I would say that if the supports and skills were designed like how PoE 1 was, then you totally would have ended up in exactly the place that we were worried about. But because there's a lot more going on with the way the skills, or just like there's a lot more thought being put into like the exact ways that skills interact in PoE 2, you kind of end up being fine, and it just ends up being better. So yeah, like I'm really glad we tried that one because it's super important.
Yeah, and it seems like lineage supports take over the role of this one gem a bit more.
They do. So basically, right at the end, you've got the thing where you can only have one of each lineage support per character.
Okay, so that's what people are talking about. That's unique.
Like, okay, so you know. Something like
I didn't catch that the first time around.
Like these things are super important to kind of make skills even viable in endgame, whereas the lineage supports don't have that same thing. So we effectively get to keep a little bit of that like interesting decision stuff, but only right at the end when you're kind of at the top end and you're thinking about like hyper optimizing specific stuff or like with interesting mechanics. So we still get to retain a little bit of that there.
It's definitely a huge buff though. Like this change. Like I've been playing Warrior, and I almost feel like saying the new Warrior because it's not any one specific thing. Like the support gem change, the sprinting change, the faster while blocking, being able to block everything, it was way more impactful than I expected.
Weapon swap,
instant
weapon swap is huge.
That's like it's the sum of all these small individual things. And honestly, it was quite hard to design the live stream what we were showing for this reason because it's like it kind of ended up being just like a huge scatter shot of like all sorts of little things, and it's sort of hard to appreciate the sum of it all, like adding up to a much better experience. But I mean, obviously, there's like really big things like you've got the infusion stuff on the Sork, which is like, you know, like radically, visibly, obviously changing the class. But it's like when I'm making a case for like why is the warrior better, it's kind of like you got a few new skills, you got like a few different mechanics, but like together it just kind of comes into something that's like way better than it was.
Yeah, I've spent a better part of 2 days trying to put my finger on what it is exactly that is making that, because you were asking me like whether I'm worried that the warrior is a bit too strong. And I'm like, I'm definitely a lot stronger, but I'm trying to figure out what it is exactly, and it's like a bit that, a bit this.
Everything.
Everything. Definitely feels like way more fluid, faster, smoother, chunkier all at the same time, because, you know, I've got more Fist of War skills going off. Like the instant weapon swap thing is huge as well. Like that seems like a pretty minor change, but all of a sudden you're not thinking about like there's no reason to not.
Right. There's no reason, removing all the reasons why people wouldn't use combos is exactly the focus that we had for a lot of the stuff, right? It's like, what is preventing someone doing a combo here? What can we do to fix it? So you've got like the shock change where that's longer. You've got like the change to chill and that kind of stuff. And there was a whole like thing with, we never even talked about Ignite because there kind of wasn't room for it, but Ignite has got a whole different thing where that it does now, where there's like every time you fail to ignite, it builds up flammability. That means your next ignite is more likely. So there's like that. There's like a bunch.
Unless we can use infusions and minions. I doubt there's any way to use it, but if we could, it'd be cool.
One was actually really big is the thing with the curse and the what do you call them? The thing that lowers resistances. What the hell? Exposure. Yeah. So exposures, right? Like it seems so tiny. Like, oh, let's make it so that you don't have individual exposures for different elements. But it's like it actually changes the gameplay so significantly, because the moment that there's something that's going to add like 30% more damage in the case that it was before, that you don't have access to if you're going to use cross element. It's like
Yeah.
you're never going to use cross element, right? Like you're never going to do it. So it's like really, really important to just remove every single barrier that's getting there because
we merged and we merged cast on shock ignite and freeze into single.
We did.
A
So yeah,
gem.
there's no more cast on shock anymore. It's
Cast on ailments. Oh my
for that reason
lord.
as well, right? Exactly, right? So literally
Cast
like,
on
let's find
fucking
every single reason that's
ailments.
going to stop you from wanting to be able to use multi-element builds and actually try to improve that, right?
Yeah.
And guess what? You can still just play one element if you want.
Yeah, you can, of course, right? but yet now if you're doing multi-element, there's just no reason anymore not to.
I was so stoked looking at what you were doing with the elementals because it feels for the first time it actually is like an elementalist. Like there is mixing of the elements. It's
cool
because that's a fundamental game design thing with action RPGs is that it always at some point makes sense to focus in on one very specific thing because of scaling. And but it seems like you've gone a long way towards solving that issue.
Well, I hope so, because we really tried to fix every single case we could see. Now, there might be still some more, like you'll find there's some random mechanic that only works on one thing, and then people pick that, and we're like, okay, we have to find and make sure that there's something that's going to attract you to every element and play it. I mean, look, part of the upgrades to the individual ailments also really helps because it's giving you another reason. Like, it isn't just that you've removed the things that were preventing you from, like, you want to both have I'm not specializing you because this mechanic works across different elements, but also you want to have like this element has something that you're going to want to use with other elements, right? So like buffing shock, for example, we're like, okay, like, is there enough of a reason to weave lightning into a fire build, right? There wasn't enough of a reason. So by making shock better, it's like, well, then now there is a reason to use two things, but you also want the burn and you also might want the chill, and, you know, like making sure that all that stuff is powerful enough to actually tempt you to actually do it.
Because like 8-second shock, and you even mentioned bigger magnitude shocks.
A number of the skills have a bunch of shock effect on it.
So effectively, if a skill is supposed to be for shocking, then that skill will have magnitude on it, because the idea is that, like, you know, we really want to make sure that, you know, it actually works. But so that kind of stuff. It's the same with the fire skills that are intended for burning as well. Like if something's intended for burning, it's going to have some kind of duration or something like that. So it's like you want to use that one, then you want to switch to something else while that's burning away and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, because I always want to do that sort of thing, but you feel a bit silly because like
it's just not enough. It just wasn't doing enough.
Yeah, you should just like use your main skill instead.
Yeah,
You're wasting time.
But you know, like even like once again, you wrap back in the support changes where it's like, okay, like why would I want to use this other mechanic when I can't? Do
I'm
this
looking
as
forward to
fast,
these
or I can't
patch
do it
notes.
as powerful as I could have been doing on something else that I've all in on.
Yeah.
Like it's like that as well was contributing. It's like the whole lot was just all, you know, a bit of a mess in that way.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ignite thing. I did want to clarify because I saw some questions about it in the chat. It builds up now. So like, if you don't ignite, you get 50% of the Ignite, and then the next failed Ignite will.
It's called flammability, since we no longer have the curse.
Lol.
And as you build up more flammability on an enemy, the probability of an ignite occurring goes higher and higher and higher. And once the flammability is full, the ignite is deterministic. If you miss an ignite, you at least contribute towards the next ignite being more likely, and eventually it is inevitable.
But one of the other amazing things we got, which was huge from our perspective, is that the way that ground effects work now for the fire is that it has to build to 100% flammability and then it sets them on fire, which means that if you use a level 1 flame wall, it doesn't ignite shit anymore really easily. So that means we can actually add mechanics that trigger off ignites and do all that sort of stuff without it being a disaster.
You don't have to worry about people being full degenerates with it.
Exactly. So if you're using a high level flame wall, it'll set on fire real quick. But if you real quick. But if you're using a low level one, then it takes forever, so you won't do it anymore.
Yeah, so, it's finally a good solve for that, because it'll be.
Yeah, I know it's been a bit of a disaster for a long time, but so now we can have ignite triggers and more supports around that and that kind of thing. And
let's be more liberal with the power you can give out to that sort of thing. And just the consistency has been a pain for any Ignite builds for a while now. So that's just going to be actually consistent now.
Yeah.
So that's really good news. And I saw that freeze was getting a lot better too. The same idea of like any freeze skill.
So the freeze skill, for that one, we didn't, I believe we didn't change the sort of base freeze balance exactly. It was more that freezing skills just have more freeze going on.
Welcome back, Roman.
And then there was also the other change, which I guess we didn't even cover really, which is that anything that consumes... we'd use the word poise, but basically what that means is that anything that's like harder to apply to a boss, if the mechanic is harder to apply to a boss, then we want to increase the reward for doing it on bosses. So then we've got like an extra damage versus unique monsters, like kind of in quite a lot of places and different skills now, because, you know, once again, if you freeze a boss, it's way harder to freeze.
How does it sound for you guys?
We want to make sure that the payoff for that for utilizing
They're
it is
loud
now
enough.
much more chunky.
And this was substantial enough that you could actually see it in the footage. Like
True.
you saw the boss getting chunked
Right.
from those shots in the footage compared to like the regular attacks.
But there were other ones as well, right? Like, so with the armor break, for example, it's like you weren't really incentivized to consume armor break on bosses. So the way we solved that particular one was like, okay, if you're an armor break consumer, rather than consuming the armor break, we're going to upgrade the armor break to a new state, like a new higher, like a level buff that's going to do something different.
Have you played PoE 1?
So,
Yeah,
like, in the case
I'm a
you're,
big PoE 1 and PoE 2 enjoyer.
From plus 20% to plus 40%, but then it also refreshes the duration.
I've been on PoE 1 since...
So effectively you're more incentivized
I've played
to do this
PoE 1
because it actually extends
basically
it now.
since
So that's like
Sanctum
another
League.
thing where you're like,
That
let's
was when I
actually make this
started.
combo work.
The high velocity rounds one is
very good, yes.
pretty crazy.
It's
so that's
crazy, yeah.
I think PoE 2 has
takes
its
your armor break into,
rough
I don't remember the
edges.
name,
Like they're
let's say
very
T2
clear.
Shattered
But
armor.
I think PoE 2 is a decent game.
Then for the next,
and
however long the
getting
duration
actively
is,
getting better. Like the reveal today was very hype, was very good. I think the changes there are sound really good.
5% of the damage dealt by the high velocity rounds is dealt on every single hit for the rest of the duration.
And that means every single pellet of a shotgun is doing a percentage
and
of
every
the high
your
velocity
fragmentation
damage.
rounds is 10 hits.
Yeah.
And then the consumed days on Monk is the
Impale.
exact same thing. So if you do the days vaulting impact, and then you have, if you have staggering palm up and a temper spell and you do whirling assault, you're doing all the whirling assault hits, all the projectile hits from staggering palm, all the temper spell hits, each of which are doing a percentage of the vaulting impacts thing on hit, and you just melt things.
So juicy. I saw Days as like instant application too.
Yes. Well, that one was kind of worthless before, so we're like, let's just make it actually work.
This idea of like buffs that get escalated into tier 2 buffs is like a kind of cool concept.
I like that one. And the other funny thing about it that's like less obvious but really good from our perspective is that it means you can't repeat the combo piece immediately either, because once you've upgraded the armor break, it's extended the armor break, which means that you can't just reapply the armor break immediately again either. You have to do something else. So it actually kind of generates that rotation kind of naturally, which is kind of a nice one.
It's chunkier and it feels like you're not an idiot for doing it.
Right,
which is what it was
exactly.
before it's like, why would I want to remove their broken armor and make them tankier again? Like it never really made any sense.
That's a good one.
But it also like prevents some of the weird edge case stuff.
Not enough new stuff, not enough endgame, missing fun to play spells from PoE 1.
There's a lot to take in with the support.
PoE 2 is, I mean,
skill changes and
it's
things like
definitely
that,
still in early access. Like you can tell just based off of
now tiers of
what it looks like in terms of like the amount of skills that are out
there
and
is a point where it's a bit much for players, like,
the content that's in the game.
So I've got something. There's some
but
stuff
like
around
that's
this
the
that I would
beauty
like
of
to
it, right?
improve,
Every
which is
single
that- okay,
patch,
so, well, first of all,
we are
did
going
a
to
full
get
pass on
closer
recommended
to
like, 'cause there
zero,
was a lot of
like to
terrible
1.0
recommendeds right now.
Every single patch
and
is
so
more
we did,
content
like,
to
a full pass
engage
on that.
with.
So basically, what I'm hoping is that now, at least all the recommendeds are not bad. Like I was kind of trying to really answer the question of like, are these 3 supports the truly best supports that this skill could have, right? And previously we had this extra constraint that kind of screwed this over, which was that because you could only have limit 1, there was always this thing of like, oh, but would you use it on the skill or would you use it on a different skill that we were always kind of working around? Now we can just be like, what are the 3 best options, right? With no other constraints, right? And so that means that like that immediately makes it easier for us. But I think the other issue is that what it was, the whole like, there's too many supports thing, part of it was because since the recommendeds were bad, you kind of had to go to that other screen where you've got all this other stuff. It's like, if you actually rely on the recommendeds to be good, it's like it doesn't, the fact there's a bunch of supports doesn't kind of matter as much.
I remember we had a ranger with the 10 skills, 50 supports, and it was 2 out of 50 were recommended, I think, for the skills they were on. I'm like,
yeah, it's a bad sign, right?
And so if that's a bad sign, if your in-game ranger is that, it means that if the player who's following the guide that we have given them is not only not being rewarded, they're being punished because we're making them make wrong decisions.
Yeah. So
and
I'm sure there'll still be a few that are incorrect on there, but like hopefully it should be way better. And the other thing as well as I'd really like to do is I think that we might want to get into starting to recommend more stuff, or maybe even like recommending stuff based on the previous stuff that you've already done.
Crazy.
Which might be just get a bit complicated, but I'm kind of like, I feel like we maybe should start thinking about that.
Sounds like a nightmare to code.
Maybe, but then it's kind of like, or maybe like if you've got this other skill on your build, then this becomes an option, or there's something like that we might have to do, because I think there's more we can do there. But whatever. For now, it's just at least we're like, here's the 3 best shit.
Oh, but also the names.
I know.
The names are so much better now.
Yes,
as well.
right. So we did a pass of like making the names more obvious. like because there was a lot of supports that just kind of weren't.
Like search for there's this thing that does a thing. I don't. What is it
Oh,
called?
God,
I don't know.
Yeah, he did. I think he did searching for support gems.
Yeah,
Like, there's something that does an explosion with armor, but what's it called?
Well, that one should be obvious, I think. But
Armor explosion.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah.
That's what it needs to be like.
No, but pretty sure it is called that now.
Yeah, good.
But yeah.
I
Excellent.
remember just being like, if I'm struggling with this,
Yeah.
so many people must be struggling with this. Like I remember we went to build.
Execrate or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it was not the most intuitive of systems for sure. So massive step forward in the UX, the understandability, all of that stuff for sure. I'd say as you play it and as you take it as it comes, it's not overwhelming. It's easy to look at it in this context and go, oh my God, 100 in support and whatever the numbers are, and lineage supports, and oh my God, there's
but
so much
also,
going on.
the lineage supports really should be treated more like uniques, so they kind of just go into the big pool of like, stuff that at in game you're kind of like, potentially working on. But I mean, a lot of the lineage support things will end up probably being like, oh, this build guide says, this is the thing to use here, so, and here's the boss you need to farm to get it. So I suspect that, it obviously ends up a lot of that way with uniques a lot of the time, but...
there being so many options for this stuff, actually, kind of like, so there's this thing that ever since kind of the internet, we get we're spoiled, right? We're inherently spoiled for everything. We have
Very as a community.
There's a lot of fun to that as well, but we obviously lost some of that kind of mystery of your own self-discovery. But I feel like you're almost forcing us back to that.
You wait for 1.0.
It's too much for guide creators to really cover.
I
think that's not the material.
Even if a guide
I think that's a bad idea.
creates a build,
Because like one thing you can be sure from here to 1.0 is that there's going to be way more content and way more to do in the game. Like 100%. Like, if you don't like the current state of PoE, that's PoE 2. That's what I would recommend as well. Am I going to look at Weaver 3 today?
Because of the fact that there's enough stuff and there's enough meta changes to actually cause it
I
to be this
could, but like I have no idea.
Which is
We could look at it after PoE 2's reveal.
I think I get that
Like, honestly,
from PoE 1 anymore, but
well,
PoE 2
yeah,
is getting that,
I guess
feel.
so. I guess
I don't know
so.
what
But
is
that really
what
just
would
comes
be
down to
needed
the
or
meta shakeup that
what I
happens,
should
you know?
expect from this tree.
For sure.
Is like the only thing. Like I kind of have an
So, with
idea
the sheer amount of like support
for
and
like
things, have you
using the
taken a look
imprints
at
and whatnot,
how
but like
we
I don't
obtain,
know
like,
general
sockets
strategies
and
people were
data
using
systems
for
and
like
how hard it is
unique
to do
farming
that
and all those other
Um,
things.
so there have been some adjustments. Actually, this is probably a good time to cover a topic that like was probably not obvious in the live stream, which is that we now have a system that allows us to effectively. And I don't have a good like way to phrase this really, but it's like, so I'll take the transmutes as an example, right?
Okay.
So in the live stream, we're like, it's dropping too many transmutes. We want to instead drop these more powerful ones. The way that actually works is that as you get higher level, it specifically takes like some of the juice, if you will, of the transmutes that would have dropped,
Official term.
and then instead drops higher level ones but less often. So the kind of the idea is that it's like, we're getting rid of the crap you don't want and kind of like making higher, like better stuff that you just get less.
So good.
And we're actually we've actually changed over some of the ways that, for example, the way that uncuts now drop as you get into the end game as well works that way. So it's like it effectively turns. You're getting less uncuts, but you're getting more of the high, but they're turning instead into higher level ones, and like that kind of stuff. So like that'll change the game a little bit. Now I don't know if we're going to have that exactly perfectly right in the very first version, but effectively that should mean that you the way it makes that feel is kind of better in terms of getting those upgrades. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not 100% sure of this, but I'm pretty sure that the jewelers have also been changed to use that system instead. For the very top one, I think.
You did the change.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wouldn't know.
I think that one's been changed. But there's effectively like so what you get there is
that is
like
fine.
We're still trying to make it so that you get enough of the low level.
It is legal for more endurance if I
you
needed
can still
to
do
go
map
for
crafting, 'cause obviously you don't want to burn the higher level ones on that. But
more
what
block
it does
chance
mean
and
is
options.
that you won't need to do as many crafts, like just the bulk of the number of crafts you have to do.
Yesterday shit your sleep schedule.
You won't just get as much. Just
are you on European time?
Now I will say that the perfect results are not common.
Well, I think you left it by like
they are
9
quite
my
rare.
time.
And there's also the drop rates are to an extent that's much larger.
I know that's like 3, 4 a.m. depending on where it could be in Europe.
So at, the difference between the eye level 78, 79, 80 is quite large in terms of the percentage that gets converted. So there's a little bit more going on there. And then eye level 81 and 82, like from rares and uniques.
Yeah.
that is even more. So like you kind of there's a little bit more of that going on with that to make it
you can cube them down, right, as well.
You can
so
down cube. You can't up cube. You can down cube.
If you're SS,
So that's probably not a word we should be using. But you can split them apart.
Like if you're an SSF and you're not getting enough of the basic stuff to roll waystones, and you happen to be getting some of the higher tier ones, and you don't need them for your gear, downgrade them so that you can and split them into 3 so that you can apply them to your maps. Like that's the
interesting criminal to split a perfect exalting.
Well, no, you wouldn't do that, obviously.
It's more about the greater one going into the other ones.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
So kind of on the topic of like the sockets and the gems and things like that, what's your kind of like expectation for like when a player would have like 1 6 link or even multiple or all 6 links? Is that a thing that you think players have now, especially with the support gem change?
I don't know that we've necessarily changed that for 6 links too much. For the lower ones, like for the 5, for the 6 though, it's still kind of like supposed to be the peak, like top end stuff. So it's really the 5 that we want to kind of make a little bit better, as far as like
we significantly changed the drop rates of these as well in 0.2.1.
That is a good point, actually. Yes. Like so, if you haven't played since then, it's a bit
which
of
was a decent time into 0.2, the 0.2x, series, and the drop rates of these did significantly go up.
Yeah. Because it is worth mentioning, of course, if you didn't play post 021, then you've probably got a very different experience from what the drops are now compared to what they were before then. Like we made a pretty big difference there.
Yeah, the changes that you did over the first few weeks and stuff.
So just worth mentioning that's still a thing, right? Like we still have those changes too. So if you stop playing after like a week or something in 020, the item drop stuff changed quite a bit.
Yeah, and. Is it kind of the same thing for like level 20 gems and stuff like that? That's something that's
I'm not
meant
exactly
to be kind of like a chase long term.
It is supposed to be chase, right? Like getting those higher stuff. But one thing that you shouldn't get anymore is the just like spam of crap you don't need as far as the uncuts are concerned.
Well, during that 02X when we were looking at item drops and everything, I looked into the gems, and it was okay. So obviously we added that Venter's gamble box, and that was dropping them. And I was like, why does it feel like 90% are coming from that? And we looked into it, and then it was like, oh, these are like only dropping from the way the levels had been set up. Was assuming that the tier 16
my internet
maps
decided to take a shit on itself.
Like in PoE 1.
It's back now.
The highest tier of maps.
That's why they weren't dropping level 20
and
gems.
so the drop levels of level 20 gems were like dropping from only the corrupted +1 level areas and all of that, and only from
super restricted.
And so I was like, oh my god, this was just a straight up error.
So
we went back and we were like, I'm just in a -3 levels from everything there.
But that was a 02X change, to be clear. That was already fixed.
Nice.
That was a bit of a disaster.
It was 4:30 in the morning when you went to bed.
Items. There was another change. Just speaking of gem levels.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm also happy that you were.
What we've done is taken all the
had
wand,
fun here.
staff skills and whatnot, and we've effectively balanced them. Because the idea is you find your, like, let's say your volatile dead wand.
The bright side is tomorrow I'm going to be live early because last Epoch releases early. So
the campaign. So what we've done is
as far as my stream schedule is concerned, I will be live
and
like
you can now get up to
more
level
than
20
5 hours earlier than I typically would be.
20 inherent skills, even on unique items, for the ones that did level up from the ground as well. So like those are playing a to add to the sorceress and other classes' arsenals. Those are playing more of a role as well. And then you can get with the uniques, you don't get to a point where they all drop level 20. You get to a point where some are 18, some are 19, some are 20. And so you're going to get this like kind of, you want the perfect unique with the perfect level 20 gem with the perfect,
plus
that kind of thing going
plus
on.
exceptional.
Sockets.
Yeah. And the inherent skills should be a lot more impactful and a lot more meaningful now as well on the wand. We've added a whole bunch more. I think we ended up adding like 10 or so new wands.
I think it's 8.
Something
I think
like
there's
that.
8 new inherent skills, I think was the number.
Quite cool. There's some quite cool stuff in there as well.
These have been reasonably effective.
Got the Unleashed staff finally back in. For those who were at the OG or the second Exile Con.
Way back
so that's been removed off Chronomancer, and a new passive's been added there. And,
What has been removed from Chronomancer?
Yeah, there are a bunch of other Ascendancy class changes, by the way,
Unleash.
that we didn't cover.
Oh,
in there,
yeah.
like just balance things and stuff.
All
Like,
the
you mean
existing stuff seems
echoing?
to have gotten touched quite a bit.
Yeah.
But especially in like Ranger, Warrior, and Elementalist, it seems.
every
Try to
class
guess
got
one minion
changes.
spell from period 1 I am missing in period 2 to be able to play
I don't think there's one that
your
was
favorite
like-
minion.
Like some less, sure, some less than others, but I'm pretty sure every single class got a change.
Absolution?
So I think it seemed that you get the access to the level 3 uncut supports pretty quickly. Like it was like Act 3 I found one.
Yeah. So effectively, you get a
Or dominating
now there's
blow.
effectively a tier per act.
Those are rare. Like
No.
yeah, like so because that's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, these tier 3 ones.
Cheats.
Yeah, bear in mind, we sort of rearranged everything, right? Because what we've got things that level up. So effectively, in tier 2, you're often getting things that are level ups from tier 1, and so then we can push a couple of those up to tier 3. But then in tier 3, there's some of them as well. So you kind of it's sort of spread out a little bit more evenly, and the extra levels kind of mean there's more interesting upgrades. And one of the other things I just wanted to mention is there was this kind of this.
I think Absolution is going to come with
decision fatigue you had a little bit with them as well,
is it
where,
Templar?
it's like you didn't want to remove something.
I think with Templar or something.
To add a new thing, like you'd more likely wanted to just all in on the thing you already picked. So having some level ups like that kind of actually just eases that a little bit, where it's like there's a really obvious upgrade sometimes if I just pick this, and sometimes it's just nice to have that.
Gives you a little break.
Yeah.
I really like the new tier per act. I actually really value the fact that no matter what, when you get to that new act, obviously the interlude is kind of considered one and a bit act, so it's not you're not getting 3 tiers of supports there. But I really like that no matter what, obviously you get to the new act, you start seeing all the new base types, and now you have this new tier of supports, and so every time you get to an act, you're getting just like straight up like, all right, let me just get a bunch of power upgrades straight away.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a much better breakdown in the progression now.
That's kind
in
of
terms of both skills and
hopefully it's a much smoother progression.
Or like every second
What
act
do you think
get
about
new
Mercenary? Will it
tiers,
stay with the
every
ISPO2 later?
Second act you'll get new, every...
essences?
I really love the
can't remember
concept
how
of
that's split. I feel
mercenaries.
like that's 1, 2, 3, 4.
But because I do, I'm inclined to believe, and I know this is a bit backwards, but because I love the mercenary system, I'm inclined to believe it's not going to stay. Because it's so much power that it is going to be a nightmare for them to balance around.
Archetypes then.
So like,
first, so like on the skill topic,
I just don't see it staying. I would love it to, I just don't see it.
Overimportance of plus levels across the board.
And I don't know that it will come to PoE
and also
too.
the impacts of mana costs on that. Like you guys did a pretty big adjustment on that recently.
I don't think it will show up in PoE too.
We
have lowered the exponentiality of.
There's something like it in PoE 2 where it's rogue
like
exiles where they can wear X amount of they can wear gear, like unique gear, and when you kill them they drop their gear. And if you see them carrying, if you see them carrying like a piece of gear, then you just got it for free essentially.
Like one of the reasons for this is that
but they are going to use the item to fight you essentially.
Ended up using
it's kind of cool.
Something that was using flat
that one was there from like 0.3 already.
Strictly from gem levels and not from your weapon's damage itself. And as a result, what a lot of people were using was, what's this magic weapon with just plus whatever the number is 7 or something.
We've actually changed quite a lot more things to be weapon-based scaling. Around
Totems?
Obviously not on the sword.
It's kind of like an example about that. Like,
everything that was flat damage, all those unarmed skills, all the obviously different. With Hollow Palm gives you damage a different way. But with Shockwave Totem, all of the stuff, we're just generally going like, nah, we just want weapons to matter, and this whole just using a single affixed weapon at the end is. It's not going to fly. Now that being said,
totems now skill
still pretty important, and especially in the case of casters. But yeah, the mana costs just got kind of out of control. Manageable in some cases with some builds.
Wait, so now totems actually care about the weapon?
Not at all. So yeah, that's come down like a lot. I don't have the exact numbers. We were looking at a lot of the models yesterday of what the numbers were.
I could just use Doriani with negative res and play another armor for Absolution double damage.
Towards the later campaign that I was like, no.
Doriani Merc was absolutely insane.
That change. So
it's definitely the highlight of this league. If you don't play Doriani Merc this league,
the intent was to obviously have it so
I think you're missing out on an experience because it's not going to be here again.
But of course,
I can guarantee it's not going to be here again.
Based on testing, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, 20 plus in particular, way down.
Cool.
It got out of control, like actually out of control.
But I know that conversely, you do want mana to be a thing that you actually interact with. So where do you kind of want mana to be on a build by build basis? Like, what's the expected kind of like player solve. Or
well, and as you can see from something
interaction.
like the new keystone we added for leech applying to elemental, like ideally, especially right side of tree, you can spec into some leech. You got your monk, you got your ranger kind of thing. Ideally, being able to
If I was trying to manage the pure self-damage of the Forbidden Rites,
Nice.
here's the funny thing about the Forbidden Rites amulet. I think it would still be pretty cool to mess around with. But
it is something an int character is
in its
supposed
current
to have to deal with.
form, the amulet is bugged, so instead
I'd
of
say that is
things
relatively
costing
the case most of the time,
ES
especially when you start to get gem levels.
to cast the thing, when you go
It's
to a
just
new
part of that
zone,
puzzle
it's
for those
just
characters,
essentially
and
free.
that
It
is
doesn't do what
intended.
it's
Now,
supposed
it was
to do.
Extreme, obviously. So that's come
So
down.
that might be
but,
part of
it is
what
still,
you're
you can't just
feeling.
get away with
But
not
that being
investing into it
said,
at all.
I don't mind the
I
amulets.
generally, when I try and play on live, try and play the
But
thing
yeah,
people are playing the least.
I kind of have to take this down if I'm going to think about Forbidden Rites. But yeah, the concept of managing the damage while also scaling your damage and all of that from Forbidden Rites, I think that has always been a very, very cool part of the skill. Even for me, like I once did Forbidden Rite Totem, and it was very, very fun messing around with that shit. Then I found out it was actually broken in the past because totems used to have way more health, and so the Forbidden Rites they would cast would be so insane. So then they removed the health scaling that totems basically had and gave them damage reduction or something like that.
Third of my tree and mana, and like my damage wasn't a problem, but I was like, okay, this is just going too far.
Yeah, some like that was very like so a very old build. Like I did it in like Crucible or something. I did it like way later, but it was a thing back in like I think 0.16 or something like that.
It should be a pretty drastic course correction on that front now, yeah.
I like when you actively suffer in game for us, Mark. Good changes come out of it.
Well, the trade suffering got to a point where it's like, nah, this needs to stop. It got so much worse last league for me. I was like, seriously, just like, I'm so done with the AFK. Just please, can more of you be at your computer? And then it's like, well,
yeah, exactly. Like they didn't care as much for the damage you're eating, and they had a fuck ton of health, so like it would translate to a lot of damage.
It's been a long time.
All right, I need to pee, so I will be right back. Hope I don't miss anything important.
We don't have a thing to ask for now. Like, I don't know. I feel a sense of loss almost.
For now,
we'll find out.
But
Every trade system eventually becomes a problem somehow. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, obviously the intention was to try and fix all the problems that people currently have. This has been a big thorn in our side for a long time as far as like issues are concerned. So I'm glad we've finally got something that we're kind of happy with. I'm really hoping it's going to turn out well. Obviously, one of the things you just can't really test. Because you can do every theory that you want, but when you actually
needs to be real.
Economy needs to be real for it to actually make sense. So yeah.
And I have been thinking about it nonstop since you've told me that the trade was happening, because it seems like it can have so many follow-on effects. Like, for one, all of a sudden, the amount of available items to purchase is multiplied by a huge amount, like _4 for the amount of offline players that are now available at least. And then like, I'm going to list items that I wouldn't have listed before because I couldn't be bothered leaving them up. So that's doubles it again. Like, what's 10, 20 times more items available to players? Like, that's a big thing.
It is, and that's part of the reason why we need the gold costs to kind of offset that, because that will potentially drive down prices in some cases. So you need something that's kind of a barrier so that people aren't like buying things too easily. But at the same time, what I'll say about this is that, so the gold costs are there for that. One of the other big, really important things with the gold costs is it means that it doesn't screw your progression up too much as you're going through the game. So effectively, you've still, as your first, going through your first experience, the prices have a bit of a floor, so that, like when you're in like Act 3 or something, like, yeah, you can afford stuff, but you can't necessarily just buy a whole set of gear, like out of nowhere, that kind of thing. So that's kind of important. And then the other thing as well is it stops any kind of well, maybe not completely stops, but the hope is that it'll stop botting of like high frequency trading, that kind of thing, because that in order to be able to flip items you would need to run maps to actually get gold, right? Because you can't get any other way. So effectively what that means is that you can it's going to prevent that kind of thing from being an issue too. So the hope is that this should be a situation where we don't get like catastrophic hyperinflation or something annoying like that. And if we can achieve that, that'll be really good. We did pitch the gold prices on the high end to start with. because we're a bit afraid. If it turns out everything's fine, we can lower them down a little bit, but they'll be a little bit high to start, just because we're a bit afraid, and we don't really want to have to jack them up after they when they were low. So
you said this that they were pitched on the high end, but then when I ask you about how much gold it actually costs to buy something, like what amount of gold does it cost in terms of time or maps?
The discussion was that buying a rare should cost you about 1 map worth of gold.
That's like seems like nothing to me. That doesn't seem that high. Like,
I mean, it's
you
enough
end up with a lot of gold.
It's a lot for a botter, but it's
well,
not
exactly
much for
right.
a player,
It's a lot for a
right?
botter. That's the thing. Yeah,
sounds perfect.
A little bit earlier in the game, this is a little bit different because you want to make sure that you're not screwing with the progression too much. So it has to be a little bit adjusted. But effectively, that's kind of the goal. It's enough of a barrier to stop the flips, basically, because you still actually.
That sounds low enough that the currency cost of the items is more likely to be a.
Well, that is the part that the players receive, so you'd want that to be something that matters. But like as I said, the floor shouldn't be too bad. But it's gonna be very interesting to see how it develops. Like I honestly have no idea really. Like I don't know whether the prices will be lower or higher on this system versus the old one. Like I actually don't know whether that's what's going to end up happening there. Like I've got theories, but it's like there's counterexamples too. Like it's very interesting to think about that.
So normally you have this effect where like prices bottom out for like usable, decent to bad items. Like they go down to 1 alc. But the problem is then at the same time people don't want to make those trades, so their minimum price climbs. It goes to like 5x or 5c or whatever. It's like the minimum that they would even leave a map for. So that created a floor before. But
then on the other hand,
kind of gone now.
On the other hand, if you're just filling up all your stash with a bunch of crap, like that's like as a seller, you don't necessarily want to do that either. So like you've got that element going on.
And this is something I love about this system is that it's going to give you a very real feedback of how things are selling, because you're going to get in real time those.
A bunch of people are going to turn up in your hideout. If you underprice something, a bunch of people are going to turn up instantly. They're going to be there.
So this is my favorite. When we talk, you told me how this works.
Whoever picks it first.
They get transported to your hideout
at the location of the NPC with the box open with the item highlighted. So you can't like troll people by like putting the NPC somewhere far away from the entrance or something like that, which should be otherwise an issue.
Cross those fingers.
You get, like really popular items, and you've got an active shop. You can have like 20 people in your hideout.
Yeah, you can. So we actually
popular.
So we actually had to do a thing where effectively there's only 24 slots for people who aren't your friends or party members. So effectively, that means that there are some extra slots that are dedicated so that someone can't stop you from being able to map or something just because you had a popular item that people are looking at. So we pre-thought of that one at least. Like I am sure that there will be other random trolls that people will discover as a way to do this, and we'll have to iron them out. But one we did think of immediately, of course, because it was really obvious, is like once you've set a price on an item, put it in your stash, there is a cooldown on being able to take it out again, just to give people a chance
to be sitting there going, oh my god, too many people are joining.
Remove it again, right? It has to be put in. And I think it's even got a thing where it refreshes the cooldown when someone joins. So that's the kind of thing you need to be thinking about. So once again, I'm sure there'll be exploits or like stupid shit around this that people work out. But we at least thought of the really obvious ones.
It's going to be a really like physical, tangible way to like learn the price of things. Like because you can put a bunch of stuff there, no one's coming to your hideout. If there's a lot of people standing in your hideout, you're probably doing things right.
Right.
But yes, no change of none of that.
The bait and switch is gone, right? Because like when you put the item in and you price it, you are committing to that price, right? Like you must sell. You must sell for that. Someone's going to buy that thing, right?
Never again am I going to message someone and be like, I want to buy it, and then they raise it by 5c.
Right.
I still want to buy it,
but
5c again.
On the other hand,
still want to buy it.
On the other hand, you have to actually be careful, right? Like you could accidentally sell something for real cheap, and nothing's. There's no.
It's a great way to learn.
I know it is, right? It is.
It's a good way to learn.
Yeah.
It's cool. So it's almost like a big fear for doing this, apart from the item acquisition part, which is like the economic side of things, was the losing the player interaction side of things. That was often mentioned, memed about a little bit. But funnily enough, this is actually increasing it more than messaging people.
Yes.
Because they're coming to your hideout. Like there's going to be that kind of like presence of
they get to check out your kind of like garage sale that you're going on.
I love that.
It's
like,
I actually really like they can see your
exactly
cool hideout decos and
so
We're adding we're going to be adding a new hideout decoration that's effectively a set of security guards. And so people in your party, they'll let you through, and people not in your party, they won't. So you can have a little trading.
Yeah, you can have the VIP area of the hideout, the VIP area where only the people with some class.
It's gonna be funny.
Only people with class are allowed in there.
Okay, that is something I would pay for. That is actually pretty cool. FTX. You do it to me. You do it to Addis.
But never before would I have looked through a seller's other listings. But now, a lot of time I'm just gonna go there and buy the highlighted item. But
if they were silly enough to sell it for that cheap, what about their other items?
But even stuff like
the 5 things.
Even stuff like you can see the tab names on the other people, right? I'm pretty sure you can.
Yeah,
So you're getting the nice organization and colors scheming and everything, right? So that people can
people's ASCII art.
So that'll be a nice one too.
No, I can't wait to look at all the phallus tabs and find out.
Jeez. Okay, no, I think because we have to add a reporting system for it, unfortunately. So
probably should.
Yeah.
I was just excited to log in, just to have that. You wake up in the morning, you're like,
what have I got? What did I get?
Before work, go run to your computer,
what currency do I get?
And then you get nothing, and you're
Yeah.
Well, the idea of even just popping into your friends lists.
Yeah,
hideouts are doing it too, just browsing what cool items they got. It's far more physically a thing that you can do now. It's it's really exciting. But yeah, there's so much unknown variables there. What is this going to do to the economy and the item acquisition process?
Well, thankfully,
you can't go back now.
Thankfully though, we are still in the early access economy, right? So even though all the stuff will be kept, it will be separated from the eventual economy we get at full release. And also, thankfully, we get to test it on PoE 2 before we look at putting it into PoE 1. So we get a chance to. Someone's phone calling me. That's not good. Before we get a chance to. Before we have to commit to that for PoE 1 and so we can get the balance right, we can get all the details right. But I am almost certain that it'll have to go into PoE 1. There's no way people won't.
Oh, that's
it'll have to go. But at least we'll get a chance to kind of assess how the economy shakes out and kind of make some adjustments if we need to. Before we have to worry about that.
I'm curious to see what the gold prices would be like and what the expensive items, what would make the expensive items.
I mean, ultimately, I wouldn't say it's the point.
What trade system did they come up with?
It already is kind of a thing. There's already stuff that honestly goes on with there. So
there is now an extra tab, something you can set your premium tabs to in your profile on pathofexile.com. It's called a merchant tab. And the fastest NPC in PoE 2 essentially, you can put your items in that premium tab, list it for a price, and with the click of a button on trade sites, you would get teleported to the seller's hideout, and you can buy the item from the NPC essentially. And then the seller obviously gets the currency when they log in or whenever they talk to the NPC. So it's essentially now I list all these items in this tab for these prices. If somebody wants to buy, they can buy without interacting with me. I could be offline, I could be whatever, and they just come pick it up.
The thing to note though is that the prices are a multiplier per level of what the shop prices are. So we do actually have shop prices.
You can use it with any premium stash tab you have. You would just have to set the tab on your PoE account to be a merchant tab instead of just being a premium tab. And of course, while the person is in your hideout, they can see the stash, so they can still buy other items they didn't message you for that are currently in the stash. They can look around and do things. So it's kind of like having a yard sale, but for PoE, if you will.
Fungible, stackable.
There's also, of course, a gold cost to it for the buyer.
Goes in here. So it should be that every single other tradable item is in here.
So we had the kind of discussion in the past about whether maps would get somehow made to work with the previous system, but now obviously that can just be done through
those sorts of
items that are a little bit
if they're offline, if they're mapping and they think this trade is too low, you can actually still it means low value trades are actually going to be much more promising now, because people can just have you could just have a bunch of 1C items or whatever, or one exalt or whatever the case may be,
stuff.
and then people just come by. Then over time, you just passively get
Did you mention in the reveal that you
currency.
can
Of course,
convert them
that
over?
shit can get full, so you don't have to just fill it up with trash.
For the purposes of this, then
But
converting
yeah.
them over is obviously the right thing to do.
One siege trades on PoE1 are going to be
A lot of
a
those
lot
long-term
easier to do
PoE1
now.
players have a seemingly infinite amount of premium tabs, largely for this reason, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So it certainly wouldn't be right to all of a sudden be like, no, you don't get to use any of that anymore. So yeah, you can fully just convert them, and that is why it's also just as important to work in PoE1 because your micros are shared, right? You're not.
So there will be a little bit of a time there where if you convert them, of course, the PoE1 doesn't have this tab type, so they won't show up, which is a bit annoying. But yeah, once it gets added to PoE1, then they'll work.
Ah, yeah, right.
Yeah.
We'll try to make sure that doesn't take too long.
Yeah.
There's the question of will functionality of the trade site be in-game in some capacity?
So that's something that we really want, and we even had a prototype of this.
I saw it.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's a thing that we are working on, but unfortunately didn't quite make it for 030. There's some stuff we want to do. I am personally still a believer in that the website's going to be a better experience.
But what will happen if you list something and get spam for it? Then typically at the spot,
designed for this kind of thing.
Basically,
and ultimately
fastest fingers. Whoever loads in faster and can get the item first.
On the other hand, for discoverability,
And you can't remove the item because there's a CD. Once you place an item, there's a CD on how quick you can remove it. So you can't just yank it out.
Like console controller, typing text with the console controller is just fundamental.
So you just have a bunch of people turn up in your hideouts.
Like typing with a phone is just easier.
Often you don't have.
You mean there any reason for me to stop picking up random?
We are going to do it. It's just that like it isn't quite
There's a
done.
bit of each to their own as well.
I mean, they give you more of a reason to do it.
Very excited about
so you can just list it and not have to have it auto traded.
It is a feature we will do. We just haven't.
It's in progress and it's close.
What up, Quest? Welcome. How you doing?
Character goes to someone else's hideout.
Yeah, well, the magic of the internet, I guess.
I'm getting old, I guess.
Yeah.
You mentioned that like there's more things on the horizon that you would potentially like want to do with this as well, like in-game.
Yeah, it has a gold cost for the buyer, not the seller.
The first question people will have about once you've got in-game trade searching, when's Awaken Trade coming, that kind of thing. I mean, look, maybe one day, like it certainly opens the door to it. Like, I wouldn't want to say that it's not going to happen. Like there's stuff that we could do there, but there's
based on what? I'm not sure yet. I think they said like modify the mods it has. I'm not entirely sure.
Obviously something people want.
It's all.
I think they answered in this Q&A though. I just don't remember what they said.
Well,
I think I'll stop it.
It is nice to get to the point of not
That's
feeling
nice.
Like
Currency trading will be a lot easier to manage.
It's only for some players or whatever, not feeling like you have.
This
to
is
use
item trading, by the way. Currency trading is already relatively easy with fastest. And if you've played with the currency exchange, but
I don't want to do this.
With currency exchange, it's very, very
you get a bit scared about it, and it can be a little bit
smooth.
Like, especially when all of a sudden they're asking you to provide information you shouldn't have to be providing them, and that kind of stuff. So getting away from all of that, having it be all nice, secure, done by us and everything is the ideal goal. But one step at a time. This is a big step, but we'll see what's next after we test this out. Let an economy test it for us.
This also opens map trading. Yes, it does. Because now
every trade system reveals its problems. Maybe that's just the next problem.
Because now you can have like 15 maps, 15 different maps open in your in your merchant tab, and someone can just go and maybe put their rejects and just buy the ones that matter.
Is that locked in?
Yo, that'd be so nice for corrupted map selling though.
It is technically a race.
That'd be so good for PoE1 8 mod map selling.
Should be fine. But that is just worth understanding.
Dude, that'd actually be game changing.
Like those mega deals and see like 10 people loading in all at once trying to grab it. Who can click the fastest? Who loads faster?
Thankfully, the loading time should be a lot better.
Yeah.
In this version than they were in the past. We're doing a bunch of engine changes, which I'm hoping is going to go well. Obviously, when you make changes, there can be
worth bringing up stability and performance.
Yeah. So, we've done a pretty big amount of rewrites to the engine this version. We've the goal is obviously making the game faster. It should be quite a lot faster in terms of frame rate. There's still some kind of one of the load times is definitely a lot faster. There's still some concerns around shader pop-in type issues, which we're kind of working on at the moment. But ultimately, it should be better, and we've also unlocked a lot more optimization opportunities for the future. So things should be better in this regard, I am hoping, especially for consoles, where we've seen a pretty good performance uplift and things are looking pretty good. But yeah, still more to do. But yeah, that's definitely something that we're taking really seriously. And
that is something I honestly now cannot wait for in PoE
really
1.
hoping we don't run into as another stupid operating system bug like we've been having with the damn freezers, right? Like we've made changes that I think will work around those, but fundamentally the Windows 11 scheduler is completely broken. So ultimately we just kind of have to do what we can there.
How fun for you.
Yeah, I know, it's very annoying, but that's the just the life, unfortunately, of a game developer to deal with that. But yeah, hopefully the full OS freezes will, like, we basically managed to fix them for almost everybody, but they were still happening to a few people. So I'm pretty sure we should be sorted out now.
Yeah, and the EU servers and things like that have been
right. So that's the other thing, of course,
hammered.
is all the DDoSing problems and everything like that. So yes, that's been a huge focus of our server guys. They've been working pretty much non-stop on trying to deal with that problem. So effectively, what we've done is we've actually retired some server hosts that just weren't able to be sorted out. We've got a lot more anti-DDoS protection stuff going on. We've been working.
I can't wait to try it out.
It's been a huge amount of work.
But at the same time, it somewhat eliminates the possibility of writing to someone about the trade and negotiating the prices too high.
Every single
that is still possible. You can the old system is still in place. You can still manually list an item.
There's a couple
but I do think from what I saw, there was like negotiable price and the still exact price. I don't know if you can actually negotiate or something.
Overall, things should just be significantly improved over what
like maybe you still can. I don't know if you can with the merchant system, but when they were showing it, it still had the negotiable price thing. I think
a big improvement.
I think I could be wrong actually. I'll have to rewatch that section.
Weekends.
Certainly, it's a concern. I mean, one of the big things we've been doing recently is we've been DDoSing ourselves to test that the actual anti-DDoS stuff is working. We never did that in the past. We just kind of relied on on whatever the solutions people had. But now we're like, okay, when we do this type of DDoS against ourselves, like this one doesn't work, this one does, that kind of thing. So that's been a thing. It should be fine now. But like free weekend, there's a lot of players we could potentially be getting here. We need to make sure that we're up for the challenge. So but then at the same time, like part of the reason to have a free weekend in the first place is in fact to test that all that stuff is good. So I'm hoping it'll be all right.
Speaking of new players, how do players onboard with like the new trade stuff? Like, is that introduced in some way that helps them figure it out? Because it was never really the case that people were explained how to trade.
To be honest, we haven't really had like any time for tutorialization and this stuff. So
is it something you want to do?
Honestly, I have to see how it goes.
Yeah,
that would be cool.
To see for that.
Only thing I would say to that is
right now we don't
it needs to be obvious what item
we probably need to get that in there.
You are.
But, the focus right now is like get the features working, get them good.
You are trying to negotiate for because you only want someone to just come in, try to get your 20 divine item for 1 chaos. Or 1 divine, maybe you think, and maybe you just happen to think it was a 2 divine item. So like, okay, sure, I'll sell it for that. It has to be very obvious that this offer is 29 divines less than the asking price.
I really appreciated the
and it's for this item.
I do as well.
It's very easy to
tutorializing
from
the trade system will be a
looking.
little bit more intuitive and easy, at least for the sake of purchasing. Once we have an in-game search,
I would have even said to do it before because didn't. It's like you go to this site and do this.
But also if the tutorial tells you to go buy.
There are some bid options for negotiable items.
Thing in the world.
I think with bid options would mean there'll be like multiple people bidding.
Once we've got the in-game version, it's way more.
And that could provide some awkwardness.
Yeah,
that is
okay. That makes sense. Kind of on the economy thing, I can't stop thinking about it. So another thing is in PoE 2 at the moment, in particular,
I guess for items that are like in high demand, bidding could honestly be a thing.
Rates of currencies and inflation and things like that. I believe the current price of apologies is a little bit off. It's a bit hard to track down exactly. Is like 2,000 exalts to a divine.
Right.
That's quite a number. Like,
yeah, I mean, like part of the, when we were looking at this, actually, one of the reasons why we did the whole like higher tier currency thing was partly to add stuff in the middle between divine and exalt, but also like absorbing some of those exalts into other things by having the higher tier ones be dropping and that kind of stuff. Like there was a little bit of thinking around that, but also the implication of this is that we're not syncing enough exalts. So there's some that we'd have to think about whether or not we want to start doing some more syncs for that. But I'd say that's probably the main thing is like that exalt exchange rate would be the
I'm curious from your perspective. Like, when do you look at
I
something
would
like this and consider an issue? And
it would by like NPC message you in chat
969
with an item link and your
then
price
they were
and
like,
offered
yeah, this
price.
is- I specifically
Yeah,
remember
it has to be something that's like very intuitive for you to just see and understand
okay, this is
what is happening with the item.
I also wonder whether it's just
And also,
that the divines people are wanting
it
to
should be-
value those
it should
more,
be,
like more of those into uniques,
I was
maybe.
surprised that they ended up being valued as much as they were in PoE2 because of like the way
You wouldn't want
files
a
work,
situation where
but
someone
we're
can
talking about
spam you with
saying
like
that, the idea is maybe
negotiation
at the highest
negotiation
end,
with of like an
every single
item when you
item
don't want a
you can
specific
land a
price.
socket, and now you've got the
So maybe if
exception
you
ones too, like,
decline
maybe
the
divines becoming more,
negotiation, they
I
can't
don't know that's a problem,
ask
but
you for
the
something
other things,
less.
like exalts being devalued maybe is a problem. But
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm
I
curious, do
I
you see
expect
the problem?
exalts will be not that valuable still, and that's
Yeah.
fine
Well,
because
they'll be-
ideally the more common, especially in-game high trade rate, will be the higher tier ones.
There actually will be a
And-
slightly more sync for Exalt in the way the map mods work now,
That's true.
because you've actually got a reason to go up to 6 mods every time.
Yeah,
so
true.
that'll sync a few more Exalts that way. And so I guess we'll see how that works.
Yeah, with a minimum based on average prices,
I'm curious,
maybe
like,
to prevent price
so when you look at
manipulation
the
and
value,
such,
obviously 969
and also a confirmation to prevent certain
I'm
item
curious,
once a
what
lot
from your
for.
perspective is the problem
That
with
would be really
Well,
good.
I'm curious what the delineation is.
That would be
between
really
something
good,
just
but,
being a market phenomenon.
Like
So,
your average player.
Currently, I don't think they have
these.
these systems to price check an
and it's hard to
actual
explain
item
why
like a
necessarily, but I
gear
guess,
piece or something.
You know,
So-
most people can probably relate with that.
They probably
But,
have no confirmation
when you
other
all of a
than
sudden are
the
seeing
box
something
where you're
over
sticking the
900,
price or
you're
whatever.
like, every now exalt you find is just nothing. Like
Yeah,
what, it's
so-
nothing. It's you. There is a threshold. I don't know where that exact threshold is, and the threshold will be different for each person. You know, but like at least if you know to be able to quantify it as like I've found 1% of a divine every time you find an exalt, assuming 100 to 1 ratio.
Yeah.
You know, you still at least that feels like
feels
something.
like something you're right.
You know, and now you're like, okay, I'm getting 0.1 and now it's 0.05. You're like, what are we talking about here? We're just in a point where like every exalt is, you know, you're getting into filter it out territory kind of thing at that point. Which is not great just because the value is, so. I mean, you're talking about it being like worth a Reign of Chaos card from PoE 1 kind of
The
thing.
higher,
you know what I mean?
the higher tier ones. I mean, look, I'm really interested to see what the trading dynamics end up with the higher tier ones, like whether stuff starts to get priced in greater exalts or something like that.
I'm
like
curious to see
I
what
have
people
no
price
idea
in.
honestly what will happen, but we'll see.
But like greater exalts wouldn't be used for map crafting, right? It'd just be regular map crafting.
It'll normalize into something. There'll be a thing that everyone knows to do.
I'm curious about like so let's say you go to someone's hideout to buy an item. Obviously you'll know the price.
Yeah, I
of
don't
that
think
item,
API
so
is
you
that
can
developed, but it could
visit your
start.
correct currency to buy.
If
that
you could
item.
like
But you'll
actually
see other
suggest the
items in there,
pricing
can you,
for
I
like
don't know,
your
use the other
the
person's
gear you're
exchange
putting
or
up,
exchange currency,
that
you
it's
can
actually relatively accurate. You know, that'd be cool.
Probably would let you. I think that would work.
Where do you search for items from those stashes? Oh, it's still the same trade site, but the button you click is different.
You can use
I
other
don't
people's
think-
ones,
I don't
but there's
think
no
you can,
reason
but-
there's no reason you shouldn't be able to.
That would be
Yeah, we
good.
can make
I
that
feel like
work.
that'd be good if not. So
can make it work.
Might be just
I
something
don't
to
know
look
if I've ever.
Let me see if I can
tried
find.
to
I
do
can
Just
find
okay,
it.
okay,
Okay, if you can, you
good.
can.
Oh,
I
great.
genuinely am like, have
Well-
I ever actually tried to do that? I feel like I just default go back to my hideout. Like,
Yeah. Here's my advice to sellers then is to put your currency exchange person next to your vendor so that you can get a few extra impulse buys.
Oh, they're the same person.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like,
we moved it to her. Yeah.
And they're are they both the long neck boy or wait?
No.
So this is what the tab looks like to someone buying it.
The person from King's March.
They can buy some other stuff. So you, as the seller, will get a notification that you sold the item for whatever amount,
Calling you the good doggo.
and then you go pick up this stuff.
Such strange.
Yeah. No. That's fully,
This is what it
fully
looks
separate.
like.
Okay.
This is what
and
listing
you
looks
find
like.
her in King's March in Act 4. And you get, if you haven't got a hideout, you get a quest to go get a hideout, and then once you claim it, so you don't have to get your hideout in the in-game now.
It's called secure item.
micro,
So
I
you
guess.
click secure
And,
item, and then this will
now you
literally,
get
as
in
you
Act
press
4,
it, your character
she's there
in game is
straight
going to
away, you can
teleport
immediately engage with
to the
those systems.
person's hideout
So before we had like,
right in front of the
currency exchange
NPC.
on all
And then you click the
NPCs in all
NPC,
towns.
you get the
I
item, and you
actually
can
think
see
we
the
might
other
have
things the
kept it
person
there
has
just
listed
on
if you so
random NPCs
choose.
in the interlude and stuff, just so that you don't have to go to your hideout every time. I'll have to check in on whether or not we did that, but I'll eventually.
So like they click, and you just instantly teleported
This
them.
means you don't gain access to like item.
And then you
trading
see the
with stuff
item,
until the
and then you
same
can
time
look at other
access to
things.
For the first playthrough in the league, yes.
Yep. Okay.
But the subsequent
And then
playthroughs,
get
you
your
can.
hideout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Great stuff. Something I wanted to bring
That's
up
actually
is-
not true, by the way. Subsequent is not the case.
Oh, really?
Because otherwise, you have an advantage over new players. technically.
No, but subsequent in the same league.
Oh, in the same league. Yeah. Per league, you have to. Per league, you have to. Or you have to have fair ground with new players and existing. You have to unlock it at the same point in time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, within the same league, completely fine. Yes.
All right. Something that I wanted to bring up as well was build diversity. That's our thing. We talked a lot about like how there's a lot of buffs for the other archetype stuff, so that's obviously going to be helped by that. But I'm curious, like, your thoughts on like the point if Lightning Spear is 46% of the top 1,500 players, I think it was, or 15,000 players, or 75,000, or something, whatever the number is for PoE Ninja. So 46% is pretty big. I don't know that we've ever gotten that.
So that's kind of what it looks like, and this is how you upgrade a premium stash tab to a merchant tab.
Yeah, okay.
Something like that.
You click that, and then it becomes a merchant tab, and you can use it for and but not use it for the way it was before.
I'm only counting one class there actually. Lightning Spear is across many classes.
Okay, I hadn't seen it yet. So they were still in talks of possibly adding the feature. It's coming next week for PoE2 on launch, and launch is on Thursday, I believe, or was it Friday? When is launch?
Yeah, obviously.
29th.
Like, what's the point at which it does start to feel like a problem for you?
29th is, I think, Friday.
In the next league.
Well, let me confirm. Yeah, it's Friday. So it launches on Friday, and the feature would be there once it launches.
Absolutely crucified.
The first advice you get is when you get spammed as hell, your price is too low. Now that item will just be gone in a second, and GG. Yeah, it's just gone. So you wouldn't put, like, if you're not sure of an item price, don't put it in your merchant tab. Put it in your regular premium tab.
Like misinterpret the severity of it,
and then as you get more confident in the price, you can then move it to the merchant tab. Essentially is where I see it. I'll be using it. Like I'll still have my dump tab, just dump items for X amount of prices, and like if I get spammed, it gets like, the same thing happens. But if I don't, then I'm going to slowly move items to the merchant tab so you can go at any point, and then all of that. Maybe I'm hoping that you can still have like dump tabs in the merchant as like, okay, these things are just like 10C, and then I just choose which tab I'm putting what,
happy or 50% angry, right? And it's like it's lose-lose. And so often, and sometimes you make the wrong decision. It happens. But look, it's less about like there's a number that's wrong, and it's more about like the way we looked at it this time is like, look at all of
you have to choose between early and PoE.
These need to not be this bad.
I've got interest in both. I mean, we have early for a week before PoE. Like early comes out tomorrow, so there's that, and then you get to play that till next Friday.
Doing so, you're bringing everything up. You can't just have Lightning Spear go up proportionally to everything. There's no one's gonna swap and play all this other stuff that's now in that kind of same level of balance. So yeah, the outliers have to come down. It just has to. You do it, and in this case, we definitely thought it would be best to, some people will say you should have done it in the league. Yeah. Maybe they're right. Whatever.
Will PoE ever fight with currency for real money websites? So yes,
Lightning Spear is nerfed.
Like RMT.
Band-Aid off. Honestly, if you're surprised by that,
RMT is less of a problem in PoE than it is in like other RPGs.
But like there are,
and I do think they have aspects to it where they are kind of combating it, but like for the most part, it's just so far the fight isn't obvious.
Options, a lot more good things.
Like with
a lot more viable different classes.
Like with the current merchant tab thing, I'm sure RMT might be more accessible. Might. I don't know if it will be, but you just have an item that someone lists for an exorbitant amount, and then someone else buys it because RMT. In period 1, you'd say it's a big problem, really? I feel like I don't feel it as much as like in a game like Torchlight, as an example, I feel it a lot. Like a lot. And I know in a game like Last Epoch, it's also very, very prominent with gold.
But it's mostly honestly important to not just be like, I want to play.
But in comparison, I feel like PoE has one of the more tame RMT side, where I know it's still there, and I know where I still feel the effects of it, but prices aren't driven as haywire as in a game like Torchlight Infinite, where like it's just rampant. And I guess D4 also has it. Yeah, D4 has it.
throwing a lightning spear.
Very like Leafa has a very big rampant one as well.
That
So
is a real terrible feeling to have.
Yeah.
And so, you know, making it that you don't like. If the worst was only slightly worse than, you know,
like, you know, RMT is a big problem in a game.
You know,
when
when
the way to get currency to buy items is by selling, and realistically you're not going to farm the amount of money of like currency you need for an item by playing the game. That's how you know RMT is a big problem. D4 suffers from it so much. Last Epoch also suffers from it by like too much. Yeah, like less so because you actually farm it, but like it's still a very prominent issue there.
Wrong, bad choices as possible. Make things more obvious.
I speak with a friend and he said, I don't have time to farm 200 divines for Mage Blood. I would just wait 1 to 2 weeks and then buy for 10 euros.
Bring up the floor, not
I mean, at that point, why are you playing the... I don't know. I see that and I'm thinking, why are you playing the game if you're just going to, you know, pay for something like that?
You know what I mean?
Like the fun part, the whole point of playing the ARPG is the journey to getting your character to where it's supposed to be. So if you skip that, why are you farming? You know, it's like,
that they are good or fun or whatever.
why?
You just can't assess that when something's too far out of alignment. So do you think like if
Give him items because you didn't drop it with him. This is true in LE, but in LE you can list an item for that for like you can list a shit item for to be very expensive, and then the RMTR sees the item and buys it from you. Buys it, and then by doing that he has given you a lot of gold, which you can then use to buy other items. It's a merchant guild thing.
And now you nerf it.
You have to make the call before that point.
And it's tough. You drive a portion of those players to then quit by taking away the fact
literally
that,
all of them
will. Yeah.
Probably, yeah. Well, you could argue the nerf is in line such that it's still competitive and good. But they won't feel and see it that way necessarily, right? Like they put all their investment and their wealth of the league into that, and they're taking that away as brutal. So it's like, who do you make quit? And that's it. It's a ultra terrible decision. So,
in the same time, you can farm that thing which gives you option to trade items you drop solo.
That level of extremity occurring that often, like, and
I hope so for you guys, because on the flip side, like I imagine the
PB1 went through the same thing.
Yeah.
Still happens there as
I
well.
think part of the thing though is when we were going through it, there were less tools for everyone to see.
What do you mean?
What the like disparity.
In the same time, you can farm the thing which gives you the option to trade items you drop solo.
Bad choices than what they previously.
Like, I think about Merchants Guild.
I can realize just how bad I am.
Exactly. So it actually, I think, does exacerbate it.
Because with last Epoch's Merchant Guild, item prices are typically so high, like in the hundreds of millions and billions.
Guaranteed crit flask.
Yeah.
But like you.
With your 1500
There are
crit
still
multi.
charges on crit.
Like you get items to the hundreds of millions, where realistically you're not going to farm 100 mil gold in a week or 2 weeks, but like week 1 you have items costing 900 mil. It's like, how are some supposed to afford it? Obviously RMT, and you find that many of the items you want to have are priced around these RMTers because you can't get it, so you have to then find an item that you can sell to someone to then be able to afford the items you want. When you play with different, you can drop, so you can. Yeah. I know about that. That's if you're playing with someone.
Both of those need to be true. I wouldn't like classify one skill or another as fitting into one of those categories.
Yeah. Do you kind of like aim
Resonance? Yeah.
at least a few for each archetype? That
I know about it.
There's only one way to level it.
But that's if you're playing with someone else. It's not really RMT, right? It's just giving someone an item. The way it's done in last Epoch is with Merchants Guilds, trading.
For example,
You probably get a very specific item and you try to sell it for a very specific number, and then the person that's supposed to give you the gold will probably buy that for that very specific number, and you pay real money for it, I think. Like,
because most people are leveling as lightning when they are playing archers instead of lightning spear. They're playing.
I know, like last league, there was this dupe that was rampant for gold, and I think
there's a couple of.
I think that also allowed
there are clear
gold, like MG prices go fucking haywire
to the others within each of the classes
as well.
So we focus on a lot of those. We looked at look, these aren't being played and why. let's see if we can get them to be played competitively with the things that people are playing on those classes. So yeah, and I mean things like Sorceress, where you have, you know, at top 15,000 0 to 0.1% play usage on literally one of 7 classes, not great. Like, so that gets something way more drastic. You know, so that's not just like bring up cold a bit. It's kind of like, all right, we need to do something crazy here and just like shift everything and pivot. And now we've got something that's a kind of promoting this multi-elemental, and honestly, playing each of the elements is probably still just better.
How would you
anyway.
rate your trade experience with Ellie last week? Asking because I played COF always.
Passives and everything, yeah.
On what scale?
There's like so much
in terms of enjoyment, like, I would say
there are so many variables changing.
It's pretty strong, and there are like the parts where it's kind of cool. But I think the biggest, I would say, like,
this and now the class is at 0%.
Trade is not that fun, and the reason why I think it's not that fun is
so that's not by design.
You'd be using all these filters made by like third-party players who, you know, mess around with trade a lot, so they know the expensive items, so you see them on your filter, yada. But it's not exciting to drop an item because there's so many steps into finding how much it was actually worth, especially with actually like min-maxing your profits, that generally, unlike PoE where you drop an item that's like worth divines and you get like high dopamine. In last epoch, when the item drops, it's just okay, we'll see how much it is then, and then you have to go through this long arduous process of like manually checking for like 5 different items you dropped over the past like hour or 2 hours or whatever game time. And then you find out like some of them are not really worth much, but like there's one that you can manipulate in this way, and you get like it's not a great experience. It's compared to like trading PoE and stuff, it is shite, but it's trade, so you know it does the job.
About it is that you know they take a big hit and they can still take a lot of damage.
Like, I think now that they've added a price check to like easily move the affixes on an item to like trade to price check it, I think that's
sort of less confident that was
will improve that experience massively. But just remember, this wasn't a thing last league, right? It wasn't a thing then.
But
you had to manually put in the stats that your item had. Search for it. If anything went wrong, the window closed, whatever, you had to redo the thing just to see the price.
Well, hold on. We need
just to have an idea of what the price is. It's like,
let's instead increase the elemental.
Everything was so manual that it just wasn't fun.
Obliged to play Smith of Katava to get the insane high max res. That's like, you know, one part of it for sure.
I wouldn't say that we have like another like, oh, here's like
there's so many ways to drop items in early that it's harder to get right price too. Much more teachers than necessary for sure. Chance this league, and honestly I didn't sell the thing. I just farm shrines to buy my items. Like basically it's like
just running hybrid,
because like when it comes to finding items with the right price, sometimes the trade filters would like tell you an item is valuable, but the reason it told you the item is valuable is because it has a modifier that's like T5 or T1, but it has a T7 on it. So what it wants you to do is you to use that rune that allows you to shuffle modifiers, so that T1 item becomes a T7, and you can then sell the item for a decent amount because this one build uses it. But the way that is communicated to you is by having different rules on the filter, and you kind of have to go through the different rules to see what rule picked up that item, see the builds that are supported by that rule, go to max rule, find the build, see the item, and then you know what modifier is actually valuable, and like so much effort just to sell something. You know, it's like so much effort.
Certainly the current main issue.
Like it is so freaking much.
Part of it, but like again, like the whole weapon swap converlence thing, which we have made changes around, is also.
And if you don't do it, you're not making money. Like this period, if you don't do it, you are not selling items. You're not making money. So you have to do it.
Thing is not okay. Like, at least not from our end. So making changes around that as well. But yeah, I mean before that it was Grim Feast, and you know, so it's been a couple of problems, but like ultimately,
will you get a supporter pack?
I'd say they're.
I haven't seen a
they're
supporter
more
pack
equally
that I
balanced now, those three
particularly
defenses, and
like.
on average, yeah,
I am
armors come
considering it,
obviously
and I
up,
might
evasions come
eventually
up,
do it just because just to support Ellie if I can afford
more
it.
predictable
But
things, less,
I haven't seen anything that has.
some of the recovery
I haven't seen a
means come
wow
down
factor
that are
in
not
an Ellie
recharged.
supporter pack that
And
has
we've
just
added a
gotten me
lot
like,
more
oh my god.
ways to make recharge
Like the
better.
supporter packs I saw for PoE in
Just
this
to be clear,
stream
yeah, it's not-
entice me way more than the early supporter packs, and I think that's.
recharge in some way or build.
I think that is like the biggest
like playing that way
disservice they do
personally.
to
Again, I
their
did this league
leagues,
as well.
where the MTXs just
it can be
aren't
more
as
enjoyable.
appealing, or they don't present it well enough that makes you really want to.
You get into the
Because like there's no
problem where
hideout, right? You can't sell
because
hideouts.
the mana thing, you have to put
There's some
30%
skill.
of your tree into
There's some
mana,
like
and then you have to put
MTXs
so much
in
into
terms
not
of
only increasing your energy shield, but
items you're
also into
wearing,
the 2 recharge
but like
axes. And
they're
you end up
okay
like,
at
okay,
best.
hold on, I'm
You
putting
know,
so
I think
many
they
points
could do
into
a
this
much
just
better
to
job with
be
their
on the
MTXs.
same level as something else. Which
But like if I were to get an MTX, it's for the reason of supporting them,
like
not even because I necessarily really like the skills or something.
Disadvantages,
it is just to
warriors are
support
rocking
them.
around with double the life of your average ranger, and they're pretty beefy for sure, and especially the titans, and then you get your all the smiths with all the resist, and so there is some certainly tanky warriors going on out there for sure. But yeah, doing the elemental thing with that will go a long way, and the deflection with evasion will go a long way.
I also get it though. It's not like I don't get it.
Block being
to make really good MTXs, death time has to go into it.
Is that
And death time going into it means less actual features, and I wouldn't like that for the game. Hence why I'm not against getting the supporter packs even if they don't really appeal to me, simply to support them.
For example, those guys will still hit you as evasion, right? Like guaranteed.
The slams will still hit you with evasion, yes, but the deflection applies to everything.
So curious about. So was it the case that you put deflection in and you felt like, okay, we probably don't need to do the evasion thing like we did with block because
there was discussion of that, and I can't remember exactly why we decided not to do it in the end.
Well, it was kind of one or the other, and we thought that the deflection being because both are too strong, you'd have to water them down to some degree, and having one watered down seems bad because then you could have that and have deflection be 20%, and then you're like, what the hell's the point in this? Like you invest all of that into it and don't really get much. So having to not water them down was the main idea, and thus you get to have both, and you get to have deflection being the thing that is like ultra predictable, and evasion can obviously still be quite strong, but not with the whole applies to everything thing going on. So I agree. I can see both ways. We landed on this one.
We add some spell cosmetics this league.
Yeah, I always agree with the I don't know if I can.
Ellie,
avoid
I believe
this or
so.
Not. Yeah. At least deflect.
I know they posted them,
and with block and parry now, that's also great. So I don't know. We'll just have to see how it plays a little bit though. But I fully see both sides 100%, and I wouldn't say I'm confident that one is necessarily completely perfect over the other.
And good job in advance on solving the spell suppression issue with deflection by tying it to evasion, so that not like I don't have to play my Templar and have a mandatory investment in deflect.
Yeah, we made that a specific goal, and we kept getting stuff
the
like
MTXs.
It being granted from other. I'm like, no, it must come from evasion. Otherwise, we're just going to have like every single character in the game having to get 100% chance from flat things from sources, and then we're going to have now every single character has their specific way of getting 100% suppression equivalent.
Fixes and optimizations aimed at improving stability.
Well, but that's
okay, no, it's not.
Yep, different live streams topic.
Different live stream.
Not to say we have any plans there right now, just to calm anyone down before they're like suppression dead.
Yeah, I think this might be Marrow.
But,
I don't know if this is old or not.
How's your schedule feeling overall? Like you feel like you will be moving into the next Path of Exile 1 expansion in the 2 months expected, and then having the next PoE2
we're definitely going to hit those deadlines. Like we're
one of it.
Yeah, you guys are.
However, it's certainly like
the Primal Traveler. This is like
to get to.
You have a toucan.
It's difficult.
I think you have this weapon. You have this back attachments, which is like a sloth,
and just make sure.
And then I think the axe or something.
It's been difficult to adapt to this new cycle. For
I think this is like the base one. I think one of them has like a portal.
We want to do everything we can for every patch and the next patch, and this requires a more parallel work going on and parallel thinking, and to be able to make sure that each game gets
Give
the
me the
correct time,
cards.
you need to make sure if you
Nigel
you've got to
Tuka.
make sure at some point people are pulled off of it to work on 327, for example.
And you
right?
have
That has
Paramount
to happen.
Templar.
Otherwise, you don't get enough time. And especially considering after 030 comes out, you've got an amount of time of fixing things and
Like
addressing
this back,
problems.
like the Pope
Hopefully
doesn't
not too
feel
much,
look
but you
cool. Like
also
I don't
have a
like
little bit
that.
of that to do.
This
And so all of a
is
sudden it can
decent.
extend even further. And so yeah, you have to at some point,
This-
and it can feel
okay.
very unintuitive to be like, well, 030 is what the whole team's working on. The
And
team's
there's like
decided
that lizard
everyone's like, yes, we're
back
doing it,
thing.
we're prepping all the marketing, and it feels weird to then just start pulling people off of the thing that you're kind of working your immediate goal towards, and have them working on a future thing, and same with vice versa. You get a little bit of that, and it is a little bit hard to obviously deal with, and we're adapting to it, but we're doing pretty well, and we're on track still for 327. You know, so
That is an interesting looking worm. This is a new zone, I think.
Expansion updates with the recent Path of Exile 1 doing I think really well, and then this one is huge.
But yeah, like these are what
I hope that you
their
guys can
cosmetics
sell them
look like, and it's like, I mean, this is
soon because
it's like it's
What is it right-
decent,
it is this week,
but it doesn't scream get me, if that makes sense. It's like
soon, but we'll go down to the bottom.
it feels like I'm barely even going to notice it once I put it on.
A couple of the
Like I'm not appreciating this, and then it's not changing my overall feel the same way. Like let's say a hover MTX would feel like. Then this portal was kind of okay. Like this portal was kind of okay. Like in terms of the MTXs, this is like probably the most appealing out of them.
Controller, mouse and keyboard.
Unfortunately, wasn't really
But
a
like-
bunch of work was put into it.
So it's
I'm not seeing an
getting
obvious
closer, but it doesn't
visual
feel
change by having any of the MTXs, so it just doesn't feel like it's doing much.
Mercenaries are fun. I like them.
Not.
Oh, this is the card.
Anytime
This
soon,
guy.
I would say. Like that's
Yeah,
more
it
of a
seems like a
later
much-
thing. I would
much
say.
later thing.
Yeah.
Because they do like, it's a big thing that's just always going to be there potentially, and that's like skewing like how you build characters.
Yeah.
They have a lot of impacts, the mercenaries. They do a lot of things, curses and utility and stuff like that. It's a big one. But did you like how they played out overall in Imperial?
And then Temple Familiar. Like, this is actually a cool pet.
as
But, like,
allies, like in many ways,
They could do so much with him. Like he could,
there's a few elements
as you
I
are
don't
running,
like,
he could
against
actively be doing things
I
like
don't
you
know how
know.
much detail to go
But like the
into
fact
when
that he
we go
just
into
sits
about,
there and is
PvP
floating
context, but there
through.
are some problems.
Like they
of,
could have made it so this
I don't like
was
that you just
more
end up
animated
putting
as you
uniques on
moved.
them and have
And I would, and I think that would have
in
been
terms of their survivability
so much
I
better.
don't like some of the, I'm not entirely happy with the Doriani's prototype kind of situation.
Ooh, are they talking about mercenaries?
Combat with them itself, it's like you insta die or they insta die is often what happens. Not great. So that's the kind of thing where if we were to do it in PoE2, they wouldn't just be like recycled character skills and recycled character animations. It would be
a lot more consideration.
well, even if it was, at least we have new animations. So you'd have a lot more telegraphing, a lot better fights. It'd feel like actual skill fights as opposed to just like, what is this ruckus going on right now?
Let the ruckus
There's
begin.
ups and downs to it, and I'm not saying
That
any of
is his
will
voice
necessarily
line, 'cause he
drastically
voiced
change
a
even within
mercenary.
PoE1, or win, but there would be things I would want to do because I would say the combat
like,
of fighting them in PoE1 is not.
This is the most
meaningful.
appealing
It's
of
very
all
much a, like, who dies
the
first,
of all the
and you don't
cosmetic sets,
necessarily know why,
and.
But overall,
I think
pretty
as far
fun.
as it goes, like
overall,
that
pretty cool.
one
Big
is like the
change,
best
Very cool.
of the packs, but I think it's also the
genuinely pretty happy
highest.
with how it turned out,
And like
to be honest.
I
Just a
don't
few
often
bits and
get the
pieces that
highest
some
expansion pack, and if it
for sure.
takes the highest for me to get something
I wouldn't want to add them to PoE
that
something
is
like that.
that
to
is
PoE2 has such
that
an
I'm
impact on
interested in,
character
and it's
builds
kind of like
when we don't even have a good stability within the build diversity and the build structure.
I don't care.
I would say that kind of thing comes
last thing
once
you need.
once you've figured your stuff out.
It
you know
does
what
indeed
classes
have the
are at a
cards.
baseline. Then you can add a lot more of that, like
8 years or so maybe.
yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully, we're not too far away from
shit,
that
patch
being
notes?
in a much better state. But
oh, patch notes.
these things are endless. So
Yes, that's it.
we'll see.
Here's a funny question: can you sprint on a row mount? Does like the row sprint?
So there actually was a plan for that,
The
but did it
rower
actually
is
get implemented?
the rower is currently no, it's not sprinting. The rower is currently faster.
That's
but
right, I
when you
remember
but it slows down a little bit when you're shooting.
Yes, that's right, I remember that,
Not
yes.
slower than normal run speed.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
So it is inherently faster than base run speed, but when you are attacking on it, it slows down. So that it
to
is
the old speed that it was.
Yes, so it is more
Oh, okay.
competitive. So that it is more
Oh,
competitive.
so rower is faster. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can spec out. You can.
Can I make
a link
this,
spec out of
like-
that penalty even, and then you
Doesn't
can,
matter. Is there absolution?
Kind of so that when you're just running, it's
I don't know if they've added absolution. Like I don't think they have. They did add skills that would like we don't know yet. Really. I don't know if they're all going to be in the patch notes.
You'd like teleport and start sprinting the same way that you
it won't. Yeah. I don't think
you
can, but it won't.
We would know until like next week. But if
I believe
somehow it's in patch notes,
I feel like I was trying this
then
what do you mean, sorry? You don't just like blink and keep sprinting. It's a different action. It's an end there's an end animation to it. You'd have to go
complete act 2 is without ruining my build. Yeah, like they added act 4 and they've removed crew.
Afterwards,
now you sort of repeating campaign.
In that regard,
now you are instead doing like 3 side quests to get to like level 65.
No. It's you hold down, you blink, you go. You sprint.
I could be just entirely wrong about how that other thing works.
We'll see when it's live.
I was doing it yesterday, I thought it was like, yeah, I understand why it's like this, but ignore me. I was probably just wrong.
No worries. Does the elemental damage mitigation from armor apply before or after resistances?
Isn't it before? Wait, so hang on. So you
and for us smooth.
No. You resist first and then you mitigate.
I don't remember.
I'm pretty sure it's that way around.
It's the one that means the values have to be higher, so which means it's the order in where it's the less effective one, so because the values are quite high and juicy as a result. Yes.
Oh, okay, so in that case it will be.
I think it's pre.
In that case, it's you armor first, then resist. It will be. Then.
I think that is what it is. Yes.
I love it. Fantastic reveal. I'm
all first time review.
Playing it. Thanks for spending a solid 2 and a bit hours chatting Q&A here. Very fun.
I felt like half an hour, honestly.
Yeah, so I feel like I could spend another hour or two just talking about economy from like the impacts of the trading stuff is fascinating to me. I can't wait to see how that plays out.
It was our first Q&A where we didn't hold the patch notes hostage.
Yes, it's preset time.
Yeah.
I think that helped. People went like, stop holding them hostage.
Yeah.
They're just coming out when they're coming out. So we'll leave it there.
Where is the early build room?
Thank you very much, Mark. And thank you all for watching.
I'm going to cover this guy, the new patch notes. Then once we're done with the new patch notes, then we can look at what's its face. Then we can look at LE. So let's see. Make sure you get your drops because there were drops today. Let me try to get mine real quick if it's done processing before it expires. Yep, claimed. Sun Priest Incineration. Then all right. So patch notes. We're going to go through these. We're going to just skim through the things we already know. Try not to spend much time on it, but mostly I want to see like the gem changes and maybe just ascendancy changes, stuff like that actually matter. Where's the LE room on Discord? Like my Discord? Oh, welcome. Honestly, there isn't one right now. I should probably make one, but you can just use general for anything, any discussion really. Like, I don't think it's active enough though. I particularly care to separate different things. So if you have, I should specify that this is, yeah, there really isn't like a specific channel for anything. The just put it in general if you want to talk about LE. There is D4 because at the time when I made the server, I was D4 was a much bigger interest point for me because like I think when I started streaming, D4 was coming out and I think I had just played this like I had just played one of the betas or server test or whatever, and it was just before launch and I was really excited for it and stuff like that. So I think D4 was supposed to be much bigger than it actually ended up being. then D4 came out and yeah, that ship sailed a long time ago, but there was no reason to remove it. All right, let's see. Changes. Third edict. Just excuses. We now have Act 4. It's going to actually continue to serve from Act 3, where Doriani agrees to help, yada yada yada. Go to King's March, hire a ship, set sail. I wonder if when we're in King's March, they're going to like tease at the fact that Exile built King's March essentially. It felt like half for me as well. Definitely haven't only been there for that long. We'll have to watch the VOD and patch notes this week. Or do you mean like Ellie? And then when you played on launch is where I joined. I completely forgot about the game since then. Like D4 had so much potential, and then they just it's rough to see a game just struggle as much as D4 has. We just, you know, like D4 could be such a good game, but they decide to use it as a cash grab. Like it's so annoying. The past 5 seasons have basically been the same thing except different powers each time. Like, brother in Christ, look at how much we got from this PoE2 thing, and there wasn't even a new class, and this is early access. Then look at the fully released game, what they release on a seasonal basis. Oh, you're now using these powers. Oh, there's a new color for your Hell Tides. Oh, don't forget the MTXs. But besides your MTX, can we say there's more MTXs? But now your pass is going to give you less MTXs. But then there's more MTXs on this side. How about that? You want to buy? You know, you could slay demons in Sanctuary in style with these MTXs. Like brother, can you just make a good game? And then they have their expansions where they know people want to buy, what people want, like they save all the big changes that are actually meaningful, new classes, all of that behind expansions. Then once the expansion is live, the next like 4 patches, just dead zone, just nothing happening. I was like, brother, we see what's happening. Like, honestly, with what was the Spiritborn expansion, Vessel of Hatred? Like, that was such a big, like, that was actually a fun thing to experience. But then since then, it's just been nothing. We've gotten literally nothing to the base game of D4. Like, literally nothing. Just an aspect here, a unique there, balance, some more balance. Like, brother, why? Like, why? But it's been a good amount of time since I joined. Yeah, it's been a while. I was saying that when they were saying the stream felt like half an hour. After being on the back end of Discord, it was way too much of a train wreck, sadly. I mean, and I think as a Discord personality, you have to deal with shit that you have no control over, because, like, you know, yeah, I'm not going to go into it, but like, yeah, it's just it's a whole ass mess. It's Blizzard. I think that's, yeah, it's Blizzard. It is. And with the whole, I think Blizzard Activision thing, I don't think it's getting better. So buckle up. Like, this part, like, honestly, this is the second D4 league. Like, this league, I didn't play it. This is the second D4 league I'm essentially skipping, and this is coming from me, a content creator. I don't skip ARPG launches, but like, I just didn't play it. Like, there was just nothing. There was no appeal. There was nothing saying, oh, play this. It's just like that feeling, you know, like that feeling is not something you should have. Like, the fact that their season reveal, like literally on the stream that they are supposed to reveal a season, new content and whatnot, they are using it to tell us about how some, like, a HUD feature is not going to make it for launch, but will be there after the first patch. The fact that they utter those words on what is supposed to be a reveal says all you need to know about the game. You watch your review stream and you're actively just bleeding hype. Just like actively bleeding hype. But that's enough of a D4 rant. Before keep my hopes for Diablo, I hope it was the one game that to me would revive franchise and they managed to break it. Yeah, there was so much potential and they just did shit the bed. And it doesn't look like they want to recover. Like this expansion is going to be big, obviously, because it's an expansion. They want you to buy it, but then past that, it's just going to be more of the same, most likely. All right. Now for whatchamacallit, patch notes. What killed it for me was that they didn't buff minions just because they didn't like the class. We'll stop ranting too. I mean, you know how I feel about the whole minion thing. The fact that they launched a necromancer class and they didn't want minions to be an like a major archetype for the necromancer class. Like, my guy, what? The lead, was it the lead class designer or something, actually said that? Like, my brother, what? Oh, minions are not supposed to be. Oh. Is that right? Okay. Then why the fuck are you a necromancer? Just be a dark mage or some shit. The fuck? Rise of the Abysso created this in your travel story class. You encounter fishers. This is Abyss basically. Power and variety as you go through the game. Closing them will reveal Abysso troves. Those are the abysses you may find in ancient items of Abysso magic. I wonder if the mods you get from these bones are deterministic and you just need to have a specific bone. Delve into the abyssal depths, swarming with legions of this. Discover ominous ancient spot. Challenge the commanders. Lightless void. Yada yada. Then balance changes. Added 11 new support gems. 40 lineage supports, which are more powerful than only available in the endgame. With simple effects have been renamed with names that more obviously hint at their functionality. They removed discombobulate blood in the eye. Like, this doesn't surprise me. I don't know what unsteady tempo is, I'll be honest. I don't know what this does. Updated warning for support gems which add a cooldown. Has not been resulted in a change functionality. Expands, which incorrectly had a 6-second cooldown when it stated 8 seconds. Now 8 seconds. Last gasp to mention that supported minions die before the support's duration expires if they take damage exceeding their maximum life while fatally wounded. Huh? Supported minions die before the support's duration expires if they take damage exceeding their maximum life while fatally wounded. What the fuck? So this is how last gasp... Huh? Oh my lord. Oh my god. I didn't know this. That is interesting. That is interesting indeed. Like, huh? Okay. Support gems, which... Can you explain the controversy with the Necromancer having played Diablo? Okay, so the TLDR is they made a Necromancer class, but on launch of the game, they balanced the Necromancer's kit to have spells you could cast yourself. So there was a dark themed, like let's just say it's like a Chaos Necromancer. There was like a Bone Necromancer. There was a Blood Necromancer. But then they didn't want minions to be a thing. They wanted you to sacrifice your minions for those different powers, essentially. So because you sacrifice your minions and you get like a very big buff. And then the lead class designer actually mentioned that minions were not supposed to be an archetype, like going pure minions on a necromancer. And it's like, why the fuck is it a necromancer if you're not meant to have minions scale into being a viable endgame thing? It's like, I'm sorry, what? Like, So we have minions just to sacrifice them. I mean, the thing is, we all still try to play minions anyways. Like, I still played minions. How did Ghazi play it? Take it? He still just played minions. Like, I still played minions. It's just, we were weaker than everything else. But like, you're not gonna convince me to not play minions. I'm a big minion enjoyer. Like, I always play minions. I'm not going to not do it, even if it's weaker than like your other archetypes. I'm still going to do it. There was still a decent. There was enough there to to actually still take it to the end game, but you couldn't clear like the. Think of Nightmare Dungeons as being like Delve, right? And Nightmare Dungeon level 100 was like 6k Delve. Other archetypes would at the time would get to like 70, 80. Minions, I think I remember getting them to like 50 something. And that was like the highest I remember minions hitting. I think I was literally one of the highest. I was one of the highest nightmare. I had Nightmare Dungeon on minions at the time, at least that I knew of. And like you can see, you can tell the difference, like 7 something versus 50 something. And this is like content that scales really, really steeply. So you're not meant to get to 100. But like if you can clear 50 very slowly, but you can clear it, it's like you don't necessarily need to clear anything past a certain point. It's just like past a certain point, it's literally just bragging rights. But the fact that minions weren't even supposed to, like, it was just me being stubborn and just play minions all the same, basically. Well, because you can't convince me otherwise. But yeah, it was apparently not supposed to be an archetype, and it just doesn't make any sense for a necromancer. You actually thought the reason I played minions in the first place. I liked your guides the best. I did what I could. Like, I think that period, that was the most I was into D4, not because it was fun. I think it didn't have any content at the time. Still, I mean, it has more content now, so at least there's that. But like right now in D4, I can't play minions because of how much I played minions back then. I can't play necromancer minions. I still play minions, just I'm just now more experimental with my minion builds. Will you make early videos? Once I actually play my current build, if it feels good, I will make early videos. Like, I will make build videos about my current stuff. That's the current plan, at least. I currently have, I think, one early video from my, I want to say my first or second build. Was the Falconer. I was supposed to make last league for Forge Night, but I just didn't end up making it, which was unfortunate. But yeah, I plan to make early videos this time around as I progress in journey. And I think this time I'm going to go from a different approach, in that typically I make build guide videos. And this time, instead of it being like a full-on build guide, it's going to be, this is what I'm doing. This is how it's performing. If you want, this is what you need to do to follow it. And I can do that and make like progress videos as I go ahead and just talk about the general experience with it. It doesn't have to be the best build idea out there. If I'm having fun, I'm having fun, stuff like that. I think that is the approach I want to take with early videos. So kind of like how I treated PoE on League Lodge, where I had like different update videos on how the build was progressing, except it wouldn't be quite as frequent as daily videos or anything like that. But it will be frequent enough that you can get the gist of like how it's going. When I feel I made enough changes that warrant a video, or I have more to give to I might make a video. So probably end up with like 2 or 3 videos for for the build I'm going to league starting, how the one felt, how it felt maybe going into empowered monos, and then the final build video, something like that. But yeah, that's the current plan, at least. This can still support gems that have both persistent and manually, such as Blade Bearer. The support skills used by totems or trigger skills is no longer do so unless specified otherwise. Muster to refer specifically to the number of different reviving minions you have. Having a skill with socketed support gems you do not meet the attribute requirements for now disables just those support gems on disabling the entire skill. Well, that's hopefully it's easy to tell, because you could easily go a while without realizing, oh, my guy, you don't have the facilities for that if it's not obvious. Because before, what would happen if you stopped meeting the attribute requirements is you just have minions despawn, and nothing is more obvious than not having minions in PoE2. New content: Fortifying Cry, performing war cry that grants guard and causes shield attacks to release empowered shockwave when dealing damage. Forge Hammer, Hurley hammer that slams in the ground and lodges there while the hammer is lodged to the ground. Reuse the skill to recall the hammer and resets the skill's cooldown. Like hammer throw. To shatter, releasing number of molten fissures in the spiral. Oh shit. Oh, so you throw the hammer, and then if you war cry, it then does the spiral thing. So this is the spiral thing we saw in the reveals. Ancestral Cry, igniting enemies to turn you into an embodiment of calm. While embodying calm, your footsteps trigger volcanic steps. Melee strikes and slams are ancestrally boosted, and your melee attacks trigger volcanic explosions. Toxic Domain. Pustules, I think these are things we already kind of saw in the thing. I don't know how I feel about the current Mirage Archer. Now, it wants you to dodge to create a Mirage that uses a socketed range attack for a short duration, then vanish. Can create one while one exists, and for a duration after the one vanishes. Dodge only while you're unable to create. Restart this timer. Why would they add this? I don't understand the purpose of this. Grim Feast has been completely reworked and re-enabled. Instead of granting ES, it now allows you to collect remnants from your dead reviving minions, then activate the skill to instantly revive minions based on their maximum life. Oh, sure. Honestly, this is not half bad. This can actually be used. I see universes where I can actually play with this. I'm not a fan of dodge. Wish it wasn't in the game. I never mind dodge that much. I just don't see the reason why they would gimmick the cooldown on the Mirage Archer to where it's resetting if you just mistime it. Like that seems unnecessarily punishing. Maybe it's so short that you shouldn't, you wouldn't need you wouldn't be able to do that. But like it's more that I don't particularly care about dodging or not. I just feel like it was purely added for console. Why is that? I don't think dodging is something you only use on console. Like I think I use dodging way more on PC, if anything. Like as a minion enjoyer, dodging is not as annoying for me as it is for like self-cast Andes, because while I am dodging, I still have damage because my minions are still doing their thing. But I can still understand the frustration when it comes to dodging. But even when I've played like self-cast, because I have played self-cast, I've done demon form totems, as well as non-demon form totems, and by totems I mean like dark effigy, and dark effigy requires you to cast to actually shoot it and stuff like that. So I know the feeling. Once you get to the end game, you want to get to the point where you don't necessarily need to roll. Really, like you still roll when you need to, but you don't want to. You want to get to the point where you're tanky enough to that you don't necessarily have to roll unless there's like a big attack coming or something. Mortar Cannon is something I'm probably going to end up using. I'm probably going to end up making a build around Mortar Cannon at some point, because it's a new totem. Why not? I think it's still a useful feature, but I'm not really using that often, but not because I'm too slow to use it properly. Changing it to the blink skill is fine, but feels bad investing that spirit on the minion build. I don't know if changing it to blink skill would be that great, because the reason I say this is there are situations where I don't want to use the blink skill. Like and yeah, it feels bad investing the spirits, but I don't know. I've gotten to the point where I'm fine either not using spirits, like using blink, or I use blink, or I'm strong enough to use blink and I don't care. Like if I don't feel like I have the damage to not spare 60 spirit, I'm not using it. And I don't feel particularly punished for it, because I mean blink was nice for mobility, but there are situations where blink would take you further than you actually wanted to go and hurt you, specifically Trials or Sekima. And sometimes it would just launch you into like the next pack when you didn't want to go that far. You're trying to dodge something that was like right beside you. So I don't think I would have been the biggest fan of them switching that to blink, but I do think blink's cost right now is very high. I understand why it's as high as it is, but it's still on the higher side. I'm glad they mentioned buffing specters. I am still on, like, I'm glad they mentioned it because like, I mean, specters they were abysmal last league, right? I honestly still feel specters are going to be on the weaker side, but I would be very happy to be disproven. Unfortunately, it's not like we can see the numbers, so we don't actually know which specters, you know, are now viable or whatever else. It's kind of just going to end up being a testing bonanza. I mean, I will still do testing and all of that. So we'll see. Hopefully, I'm not disappointed. What are these things? Ravenous Swarm. While active and enemies are nearby, swarms of insects emerge from your body to pursue enemies. These swarms are untargetable minions that periodically attack and poison enemies within the swarm. So just an extra minion you can use? Question mark? Poison minions? Can you actually scale this enough would be the question. I wonder. I'll probably play around with this a bit. Do you have corpses in PoE 2? Yes, there are corpses in PoE 2. You can use them for like summoning some minions and stuff like that. There is no desecrate though. You can't just desecrate corpses into an area. It was so bad, most I tried were just straight up broken. I tried a bunch and I even found a specter that GGG instantly had to disable. Like, I think it was hilarious. Like, I found a specter by about, I think I started my stream like an hour into my stream. I got hit by with a specter. I was like, huh, what the fuck? Let me see if I can find the video actually. These guys, I found it very early in my stream. I was playing with them on stream, and then I figured out how to absolutely break them, like literally just break them. So where they were doing this BS. It wasn't the strongest by any means, but like it was dumb. And let's just say I turned off my stream to make a video by like 9ish. I was done my video by like 1ish. It was live by like 1 a.m. and then by like 2 they disabled it. No, it wasn't even by 2, it was like by 1:15 to like 1:30. Like it wasn't like an hour later. I was like literally 15-30 minutes later, it was gone. It was just gone. Just GG, good game. We can't have this. But like these are the specters. Was so dumb. It was actually so dumb. Like look at this. But yeah, I also get why they disabled this. Probably wouldn't have been great for their servers if a lot of players started playing it and all of that. But like the speed they disabled this shit, like they disabled this shit with the quickness. Like the video wasn't even out for like an hour. They like turn it off right now. End game changes. Pinnacle content requires this. I think we know most of the things here. So we are largely Waystones can no longer have greater than 8 modifiers when corrupted. So the 8 mods are like the highest. Okay. Olroth no longer spawns in logbooks. How does he spawn now? Oh yeah, they have splinters, don't they? Okay. And then we go down here. Expedition now grants found near maps. Found maps have 4 implicits, previously 3. No longer provides quantity of logbook straws by this. Revived monsters from ritual altars. Okay. Lesser, normal, greater, perfect. We know all of these things. Essences. Torment remain renamed to aberration. Hysteria now augments different guaranteed modifiers based on the type of it is applied to. Now start appearing from hunting grounds and beyond instead of Growwood. Skill and persistent buff gems now sell to vendors for gold based on the level and quality. Doriani will be the source of identifying items in hideouts. You are now able to log directly into town or hideout by holding control while clicking a character. Oh shit. That is a QoL change that will probably slip under the radar. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Just a nice QoL. Then Omen's now stacked with a max stack size of 10. You can use checkpoints to warp to a waypoint in an area as well as other check. Oh, you need to go to the waypoints. Okay, this was always a pet peeve of mine with the old system. The fact that they had to start putting checkpoints with beside checkpoints beside waystones or waypoints just so you could teleport to them was kind of just dumb. Uncut skills support and reservations cannot be traded through currency exchange. Oh, sure. Then player changes sprint. Socket multiple copies of the same skill gem into your main skill socket. You can no longer socket multiple copies of the same skill gem. Skills not granted by gems and skills like this do not count towards this limit. Huh. So no more having like 2 bells and whatnot. So this is the end of bell. Attribute requirements have been lowered in endgame base stats by 20-25% less requirements, which is huge. Attribute requirements on skill gems have been lowered at endgame by the same 20-25. Fire damage no longer inherently has chance to ignite. Instead, it inflicts flammability on the enemy based on the damage dealt, and that's a debuff that lasts for 4 seconds and grants all fire damage against the enemy a chance to ignite that enemy equal to their flammability magnitude. Target being hit frequently and / or hard enough will constantly have 100% chance to be ignited. So you can't have 2 storm middies anymore with 1 applying shock. Exactly, we can't do that anymore. we can just have this shock mage. That's kind of not great. All right, where were we? Effects that don't hit but ignite targets as though they did also inflict flammability but are not able to ignite targets until the target has 100% flammability. Anything that removes, consumes, or grants immunity to ignite does the same for flammability. These changes do not affect how ignite itself functions or is calculated once it has been applied. Also apply to any other non-fire damage that is capable of igniting, and to enemies that deal non-ignite fire dots, which is not affected by these changes. And then all ailments, well, not all, but shock lasts 8 seconds, chill lasts 8 seconds. But it's now discarded if their magnitude is less than 30%. What the fuck? Isn't this like Giga nerf for chill, unless like you're hitting big with chill? Overflow effects now go to 1.5 instead of 2. We didn't really have many sources of overflow, so like it's not a big deal. Blood Mage does, I think, get nerfed by this. Doesn't Blood Mage overflow your life? I feel like Blood Mage does. Could be wrong though. Exposure now has less effect on magic monsters, rare and unique monsters. Why the fuck would they do this? Unarmed attacks now have a base crit of 5%, previously none. Glory now decays if you haven't gained any for 15 seconds, previously 30. No longer replaces the existing guard buff if this would be lower. Elemental Surge, Chaotic Infusion. Required to face the enemy that is hitting you rather than the direction from the hits that where the hit originates. Player, minion, and monsters have a max block of 50. 50 is crazy work though. $50 is actually crazy work. It blocks more now, so I guess it makes sense. The thing is, like now it blocks slam, so you don't have to worry about it. But before or now, it's literally a 50-50. If you eat the slam, you might take the damage or you might not. It's a 50-50. If you cap on it, that is. But now it also have, like if it was 65, I would be like, okay, that's fine. It's still leaning towards we don't take damage, but now every single time you take a hit, you don't know if you're going to or you're not going to block. It's just you can't rely on it nearly as much. Like it makes. Thing is, how many slams were we even eating before? It's going to be so much more damage we're taking because we are just not avoiding as much. Like, all I can think about when I see this change is those porcupines, man. Those fucking porcupines. They are going to hurt so much more. Do you think ES will be super bad this league? I can't help but think it was nerfed to the ground. Do you have any nerfs in particular that make you think that? Skills not fire a min of 1 even if they should fire 0. Swapping weapons is now instant. Wait, what? What did I just see? So there's honestly no reason to not weapon swap at this point. It's free. There's no animation. I just know they over nerfed things that were overtuned. So far I haven't seen anything that has been a giga nerf to ES, and I think ES's main nerf came last league. I don't know that we're going to see many nerfs to ES this league. I just think they're going to now buff the other archetypes to match ES's strength. Because I think ES was stronger than the others, but I don't think it was so OP that you had to go ES or bust. Like, that's the difference between ES last league and ES the league before, you know. ES was you were trolling if you tried to use armor or evasion when ES existed with Grim Feast and everything. Now you can use ES, but you also can use life and you're not trolling, especially since now they are buffing the others to actually be good. They said they removed most recovery. You have to rely on recharge timer now. There are still ways to work around it, because I know, wasn't this a thing? PoE2 wiki? Oh, wrong thing. I haven't been to PoE2 wiki so long my browser doesn't remember it. I think it's Sacrosanctum. This guy, as an example, you can still go full ES leech with something like this. Like, there's still ways you can probably play around ES or recovery other than that, unless they nerfed that, which I'm not sure, but I will check. Yeah, they didn't touch it. So there's probably still ways, but I wouldn't be surprised if they made it harder to like get as much passive regen or whatever for ES. And for recharge timer, you can actually get recharge timer being pretty low on this from the skill tree. It takes a bit of a point investment, but since they reduce attribute requirements, we should have the points to potentially use there. Warbringer now also provides extra totems. Spirit skill granted by this no longer grants minions from this skill have per this. Minions skill now have increased AS per dexterity. Reworked and Warcallers ignores Warcry cooldowns. Now grants 35% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of the shield's value, previously 40%. No longer grants 25% less block chance or can block from all hits while shield is not raised. Instead, it now provides you take 30% of damage from blocked hits and max block chance is 75%. Isn't that just absolute ass? Wait. much of a damage reduction is 30% from 75? That's a 47.5% damage reduction if I'm doing my math right, from getting to 75 block. Versus being at 50% if you just went with 50% block chance. Why would you nerf yourself by doing this? I guess if you had requirements like trigger this on block, that is when you do this. This is literally glancing blows from PoE 1, but with a lower damage thing, and it actually provides max. Unless you had something that triggered on block, I wouldn't bother touching this. You nerf your survivability with this. Have been improved. They appear faster, start using skills sooner, no longer charges, usually work right to buff allies with increased damage, not bad. Also has improved. Then we have Jade Caster. Spell casting range increased. The Pining Jade Storm had its area of effect increased, and delay between its forming and exploding has been reduced. Duration increased. Horn Buff and Slam have had their AoE and duration increased. AoE increased. Alright, Smith of Kitava. Please tell me you have changes to the minion, because that minion was absolute ass. Like, it was terrible before. Deploying this now causes body armor to grant 35% of armor to also apply to elemental damage from hits, instead of 5% max fire res. So armor now applies to elemental damage from hits? Oh, that's actually pretty decent on certain builds. Leather Binding Notable causes body armor to regenerate 3% of max life per second instead of 5. So that was a nerf. Manifest Weapon granted by Living Weapon no longer grants minions this have accuracy and now has attack speed. Providing Fire Res now has 8%. Increased strength of minions deal 20% increased damage. So all this to say, Smith of Kitava weapon companion build is still absolute ass and you shouldn't touch it. Cool story. I don't understand why they designed the skill that way, but what do I know? Nothing about the actual skills being used and how there's just the one. Nothing. I'm really glad about the accuracy change on minions. I never liked the idea that minions miss. You know what really irked me? The thing that irked me the most was finding out that melee minions missed. And they missed a fuck ton. When the whole selling point on melee in this game, initially when they revealed PoE 2, was that melee could not miss. Like, they added that mechanic and then they said, you know, melee minions, yeah, you just need accuracy now, man. Just get good. Like, brother in Christ, what? It just felt so jarring. So yeah, that's a very big change, especially for like for ranged minions, it's huge. For melees, it's like this should have been the way it was. And that's not period when accuracy was such a big DPS increase. Like when I actually played with brutes, it became very obvious that they were just straight up missing. And it's like, why the fuck is this a thing? And that was when I discovered it, when I actually went brutes, because that was the first like attack minion build I played in PoE 2. Like previously, attack minions I had played with were mostly supporting like my spellcasters, so I never really noticed it, since my spellcasters would typically be the highest DPS source. But the moment I slapped on brutes, I ran an evade map and I just was doing ZDPS. I'm like, okay, something is wrong here. Exactly, you run into just one enemy that has evasion and it's like, so this is a thing, huh? My melee brutes are not hitting this fucker. Cool story. And from that moment on, you start speccing accuracy. So like now, there's a very big chance that I end up, my first minion build this league is going to be brutes. Like I think I might actually league start builds because like I had so much fun on Brutes last league. It was such a it was actually such a cool thing. Let me see. It was so cool. Where was Puri 2? Here. Like I love the AoE on this. Like look at how they would just perma stun and everything. Single target DPS was actually pretty decent. Wave clear was pretty decent because like you have these explosions happening because bone shatter. It was so good. Like this boss spawns and instantly gets stunned. This is what boss fights felt like, by the way. Like it spawns and then just gets stunned. He has reduced stun buildup and he's almost stunned again. Like that is just how amazing like this shit felt. Like instantly stunned. Get good. Now they just get to punch him for free. Get good. And then these guys spawn and then of course they all just die. I think eventually where is the mapping showcase? This was bossing and then the POB. I think here. Copper Citadel. Oh, this is actually still boss fight, eh? All right, here. This was what the mapping felt like. They would, unlike having mages, it actually felt like you had like meat shields in front of you because projectiles just wouldn't get to you. You just hide behind your minions, an explosion happens, GG, good game. Like boom, Pac is dead. Pac is dead. Pac is probably dead. Like, and for those that didn't die, they just be insta stunned. So like, you had such a comfy defensive layer on top of just having melee minions to eat projectiles and all of that for you. So yeah, I think I might end up league starting Brutes. Not sure. Might especially with the changes they've had because they didn't have changes affecting Brutes, right? Advanced, this no longer grants less cost of skills or more attributes. It now has which causes you to passively generate power frenzy or endurance charge once every 8 seconds. The type of charge you generate is determined by the attribute requirements of your socketed skill gems. The higher the total strength requirement total of your socketed skill gems, the more likely you will be to generate an endurance charge. Higher for this and higher for this. Okay. For each color, gems gain hits against you have no crit damage bonus. So this is just straight up crit immunity. Skills have less costs and then less move speed penalty. Okay. Now also provides +1 max totems. Projectile damage builds pin. Gain deflection rating equal to 20% of armor. Kind of cool. This would honestly be a very, very strong defensive option. This is actually going to be a very strong defensive option, to be honest. Like, I think I really like this one. Supporting fire granted by this no longer grants minions from this have increased accuracy. Minions have increased AoE per 3 dex. The death from above command now deals approximately 3 times more damage at all gem levels. Wait, I need to open POB2 for this. That seems OP. I mean, it means you can effectively have an armor evasion character that has a decent amount of armor, but also still has the DR from deflection, which is going to be so insane. So where is the minion node? Wasn't it here? Grant skill supporting fire, unleash shell. PoE 2 dB. So it's, you literally can't use this unless you're just commanding them. 3 times more damage at all gem levels. I mean, okay. Banners you can place, and banners gain glory per second instead. Banners gaining glory per second is honestly really strong, because this means if you take this node, anyone can use banners. So this will probably end up being a very popular annoyance. The whoever pays best. This would actually be very, very good on certain builds. What is the strongest banner right now? I think in terms of banner, War banner was pretty decent. I know they buffed the banner, so we'll have to see what it does. But odds are we are going to end up using something like this on minion builds as well, with the node anointed. At least later game, when you have like a reason to. You meant the no crit damage? Yeah, like just crit immunity for having one ascendance is kind of nuts. But you would have to have mostly like the most amount. You need to have more red gems than other gems, which means you kind of have to be strength focused build. Which, I mean, not many people would be able to pull that off on Gemlin Legionnaire. Basically, not many people can pull it off. But for those that can, it'd be really strong. But wait. Oh, this is Tactician. Oh, so this isn't a notable on the tree. This is just the ascendancy. Oh, so we can't actually use it. Okay. That makes sense. All right. This causes your totem to grant embankment auras to players when placed, which grants a different effect based on the variety of totems. This is increased glory generation. This is artillery ballista, immobilization build-up. Dark FEG is dots. Mortar cannon is damage gained as extra fire. Siege ballista is damage against immobilized enemies, and shockwave is increased AoE. Okay. Shockwave system is very apt. I think I can get behind that. Mortar cannon probably is also pretty good. What about there was a pin ballista. I don't remember the name of it. There was a pin ballista. Ripwire ballista. They just forgot ripwire ballista. I mean, it's not designed to be a damaged gem. You realistically can't even make it. It just has it has really bad damage effectiveness. So you realistically wouldn't use it. But I think it's funny that they just forgot it existed. It's like, yeah, okay. I mean, it's a ballista, but not really a ballista, you know. As the Whispers ask notable passive has been removed. Now grants ritual sacrifice skill. Wildwood persistent, increased life recovery per missing unreserved life. Amazon, I don't care too much for Amazon or Pathfinder, to be honest. 50% evasion rating also grants elemental damage reduction. 50% elemental damage reduction is kind of insane. What the fuck? %50 of evasion rating also grants elemental damage reduction. Oh. Okay. That's kind of strong. Not strong as the way I first read it, but kind of strong. Why are they changing quality when we still can't? Oh, because of the support gem, right? Now there's a support gem that actually gives you quality. So we can probably use that and then use like a node on the tree to get quality on like this. Oh shit, that's true. Deadeye, Invoker, Acolyte of Chayula, Blood Mage. The small passive skill prior to Sanguimaster has been removed. It's now free to allocate. The Life Remnant skill, it grants now spawned a Remnant on hitting a target instead of critically hitting. Now increase crit bonus per 50 life instead of 40. Has sub locations with this on the flesh. Has been renamed to Sanguine Tides. No longer grants critical hits, ignore monster armor. Inside it provides gain 1 life flash charge per 4% life spent. Less life recovery from flasks. It also now has when your life flash reach full, 40% of your charges are consumed and gain 1% of damage as physical damage for 3 seconds per charge consumed this way. So damage as fizz. Wait, isn't this like the only source of damage as fizz? Typically it's gain damage as other elements. I don't think we have many sources of damage as fizz that I can think of at least. Your curses have infinite duration and now grants enemies affected by curses have at least 15% life reserved. Ignites enemies within 2.5 meters, previously 1.5, so they increase the ignite range. Twice your mana. Causes you to lose 25% per second if you haven't gained in the past 2 seconds. They nerf the loss and double the amount of mana it takes to actually take damage. So this would hurt. This hurts like invocation builds that will basically cast on damage taken. It hurts that. Demon form granted by this no longer disables your weapon or has its own weapon set. It no longer grants level of all spell skills while in demon form or increased spell damage per demon flame. It now grants more spell damage per demon flame and quality now provides cast speed while in demon form. So basically just more, the reason you want to transform is for more spell damage. That is not bad actually. Tempted to play demon form this league. I mean, it seems really cool right now since you get to keep your weapon. It's a shame we lost the like level of all spell skills, but the more spell damage is still very strong. And demon form as a whole was already pretty good. I don't remember if demon form still has the infinite scaling. Does it? Yeah, it does. Demon form has no maximum, so it still has that at least. Just get it's too squishy. Now that you don't lose your weapon on offhand, you can have ES on your offhand. You'd have to find a way to solve everything, but I think you can honestly just go like Giga Regen and still manage to have like some ES and some life scaling in there. You probably wouldn't be too squishy. And now that you can have a shield, so you can honestly still spec block if you so choose, which I think was the biggest downside of demon form, is that you had no damage avoidance. Now you can still get block and stuff. So it all just depends on like what the requirement is to maintain high uptime on your demon form. So curses cannot affect hexproof enemies. No longer provides non-canon. This costs an additional 3% of max ES. More damage or spending ES does not interrupt charge. Instead, it now provides spells deal more damage when sacrificing ES. Sacrifice 5% of max ES when you cast a spell. Does not interrupt recharge. And they buffed that one. It instead now grants the new skill Inevitable Agony, which curses all targets in an area after a short delay, causing a portion of damage debuff. When the debuff duration expires, they take that stored damage again all at once. That sounds kind of insane. Kind of gimmicky with how long before they actually take the damage again. But if you're pushing like juice content and things that just tanky, you do a bunch of AoE on different things. They all store, these curse stores the damage, and then boom again. Basically doubles your damage done in that time. Probably not going to be the most popular skill, but it's kind of cool. %60 cast speed scaling down to 1% over 10 seconds, at which point it will scale back up to 60. And then AoE scaling up to 60 over 10 seconds. So Chronomancer now has Giga AoE. So as it loses cast speed, he gains. As it loses cast speed, he gains AoE. I think there are going to be some really interesting builds coming from this node. Basically like Hex Blasts. Not necessarily. It basically means you curse an enemy. So for the while they are cursed for like, it's like for the 5 seconds or however long they are cursed for, whatever damage you deal to them in that time, you're going to just double it up when it ends. So it's probably going to be really strong for like single target fights, because you just get to literally double your DPS for a certain period of time. Like you do like damage up to a certain point, and then boom, they eat it again. It's going to be really, really good, especially if you have like big payoff abilities like hammer of the gods or whatever they call it. You know, it's like if you have like abilities that like want to do a lot of damage, you put the curse, and then after the delay, you do the big damage, and then it gets repeated, and it's like it's basically like it feels like a repeat. And if you combine that with the new notable that actually does have repeats, like, and then you pair that with like comets, all of a sudden you're hitting them with like 3 comets that once the time expires, they're going to be hit by again. So like 3, it then goes from 3 comets to 6 comets in the span of like however long the delay was. But I guess it's a portion, so it will probably end up being like, instead of eating 6 comets worth of damage, it will probably end up being like 4 to 5 comets worth of damage, because it'll probably be like 20% or 30% or something like that of the damage you take in that time. Well, yeah, it should be pretty strong. I don't know if that would work. It might work. It might not, depend on how they code immunity. Because if they code immunity as like, let's say 100% DR, then it wouldn't work, because they're effectively taking no damage to then be repeated. But if they're actually just taking the damage, and then they're taking the damage but it's just not being applied or whatever, then it would work. So that would depend on like how they have the game set up, pretty much. Passive skill tree changes. Elemental equilibrium has been redesigned. It now causes infusion remnants you create to be random elements. Okay. It no longer causes your life flask to recover ES instead, and now causes your life flask to have 50%. Why the fuck would you take this if it just causes your life flask to have 50% less recovery? Is this Eternal Youth? No, that's Zealot also. This is Eternal Youth. So what, its life recharges instead of ES, and then less recovery from life flask? If that is the case, that is kind of strong, actually. You make your life recharge, and then you just have life flask are less effective. That's, depending on the situation, that could be really strong. Giant's Blood Keystone now halves the amount of life gained by strength. What the fuck? Why? Did anyone complain that they had too much life with Giant's Blood? Is the downside of Giant's Blood being that you need triple the amount of strength, not steep enough? What are you doing? It already requires triple attribute requirements. Now you're getting half the amount of life from strength. You think it's too strong? That is wild. That is wild. Beyond me, I guess. I don't know why they would do that. The glancing blows keystone now provides chance to evade is unlucky, chance to deflect is lucky. It no longer provides block chance is doubled. You take that from blocked hits. I don't know that a lot of top end builds ran it. I think totem builds were trying to run it because you could get two-handers and you have +7 to like all requirements, and you could use a very bad base type, so you have like low requirements and still get away with that. But other than totem builds, I don't know many builds that would use Giant's Blood. I think Carnarius made one that probably used Giant's Blood, but like I don't know that Giant's Blood was so strong that it needed to be nerfed again, you know. Accuracy rating is doubled instead of your hits cannot be evaded. And then clusters. A small attribute passive has been removed on all of the outward highways between class starting location. Many exits also received updates. These changes may result in exit passive trees being forcefully refunded if you had allocated nodes around areas with layout changed. The base damage scaling of all player spells and secondary damage skill has been tweaked to scale better in the late game. Generally speaking, spells that do not have damage number changes called out below have near identical base damage at low levels, but roughly 5% at level 20% and roughly 20% more at level 30. All right. Skills will have similar costs at low gem levels, potentially slightly higher costs at intermediate levels, and lower mana costs sometimes dramatically higher than 20. Okay. I think this is a very fair change. Banners now are global limit of 1 allowed to be placed, but there are ways on the passage tree or to activation or tendency to increase this. Blink can no longer be activated in specific weapon sets. They are now required to be active in both weapon sets and will fail to activate if this is not possible. Interesting. Very interesting. So now you cannot use Blink on weapon set 2. Now are now less affected by curses. So basically this, I like how they basically just giga nerfed chaos builds, not giga nerf, like they nerf chaos builds by proxy, because now they've converged all elemental curses into being just the one, i.e. elemental weakness, instead of being the triple one, and same thing for exposure. So now enemies just have less effect of curses. Adjusted with high spirit costs are generally cheaper, while some of the cheaper ones are more costly. Spectres and Team Beasts now deal 25% more damage at all gem levels. Speaking of clusters, do you think cluster jewels will come to PoE 2? Cluster jewels. Do I think they'll come to PoE 2? I think there's a universe where they do show up, but they would not be in the same format they are in PoE 1. I.e., they will not go to like a corner of your tree and then give you more nodes, yada yada. I suspect if they had to introduce them, they would introduce them in a way where they add modifiers to like nodes in an area. So like, let's say you put a cluster jewel here, a minion damage plus Hajo, it will add its effects to like the nodes surrounding it or something like that. I suspect like that's how they would approach it, rather than the way it is in PoE1, where it actually gives you more points to spend and all of that. And as a result, it will probably just be straight up weaker than it was in PoE1, because now you can probably get more nodes of it depending on the area and yada yada yada. Yeah, yes, it most definitely can. But we'll see what they end up doing, because there are already timeless jewels as an example in PoE2. Like those exist. They didn't really solve the whole seed thing, where it's awkward for new players to understand how seeds work and find seeds and all these things, but they did make it a bit easier with certain of them, where you're not actively just transforming all the nodes in your radius. But I do think there are still some that transform and suffer from the same reservation efficiency. It is kind of a pain on SSF. It's one of those things where I mean, aside finding the notable you want for like timeless jewels, you just pray that whatever you got had something decent on SSF. Totems now use your equipped weapons, which is good. It's how they should have been right from the get-go. But it's just these four. These guys be forgetting Ripwire exists, but I'm mad at them. It's a useless skill, more or less. Not useless, but it just doesn't do damage. Ancestral Warrior no longer have limits, but they have less attack speed. And you need 3. If I remember correctly, you need 3 endurance charges to summon them. Artillery Ballista has been renamed to Siege Ballista. Now has a duration of 8. Now 25% of base. Deal attack damage is now 1.4 meters. So this almost feels like it was just gutted on every front. Except now you can use your weapon, so you don't care as much for levels. You just want want better crossbows at that point. Spectre has more damage to reduced reservation. Depending on the Spectre, that could be a buff, but like I kind of like the reduced reservation. But I mean, I'm also fine with more damage. More damage is more damage. Using Blink no longer counts as dodge rolling. Now has a minimum gem level of 8, previously 14. Why? I mean, I don't mind the minimum gem level, but why does it count as dodge rolling? What effects are they trying to do? It's just a use case you're trying to maintain or not maintain. Do you think they fixed some of the broken ones in terms of Spectres? I think they fixed some of the ones that just weren't doing anything, potentially, maybe if they knew. I don't know that they knew, but we can hope. I think they're going to try to make them do more damage. I don't know if it's going to be enough damage, but testing will reveal if it is enough or not. Some men that just walked around, yeah, hopefully they do. Hopefully they do. I think it's one of those things where if you find one that just walks around, odds are it's dependent on like the player entering a certain range or some weird thing as an enemy, and because that condition is no longer being triggered, they now just don't do anything. They're just not activated. It's like the 10 Spirit Spectres, the Terracotta Warriors, like them. Sometimes you get like the inanimate ones that just don't do anything, and sometimes you get ones that actually do try to attack, and sometimes they could just deactivate. Bone Offering spike duration is now 8 seconds, previously 5. While the explosion radius is now 2.4 meters, previously 2. Now does more damage. Buff now has minions take reduced damage from hits while shielded. And now has absorbs first hit dealing. Absorbs first hit dealing over 25% of the minions max life. Quality now provides shielded minions take less damage for 1 second after shield is lost, instead of more physical damage and explosion. So it's a 1 second damage reduction. Still not going to see much use, but hey. Bone Shatter now deals more damage against unique enemies. Beautiful. Hopefully that extends to brutes, but we'll see. Oh, they giga buffed the amount of minus res you get from Despair. I love that. Okay, so remember I said Despair was nerfed by proxy? Yeah, not anymore. That shit was, they saw that shit and they accounted for it. All right, what's next? And Feeble not makes them deal even less damage, 26% less. Wait, no, they buffed it a bit because they are nerfing its actual application, so it's going to reduce damage even less now. It is probably still nerfed, especially on bosses. What was the percent nerf again? Do you remember? Where did they say it? Now that I'm here, I would like to actually know the number. Where is curse? 15% on magic, 30% on ref, 50% on unique, I think. That sounds about right. I don't have to search for it, but I'm gonna have to search. First skills that apply elemental exposure, now I can't apply those debuffs to enemies that are significantly higher than the skill zone level requirements. Higher rarity now, so they want you to have higher level curse skills essentially. Higher rarity enemies are now, so it's 15, 30, 50. So, and Feeble was giga nerfed on bosses. Still nerfed on everything, to be honest, and Feeble. Despair, on the other hand, is about the same as it was before on bosses. It's like roughly the same amount of minus res on bosses. For everything else, it's giga buffed for, which is good. Can consume lightning infusion, but not cold infusion. Magma barrier, orb of storms. Mana remnants now grants mana quality, now provide each this. So they buff that a bit. Lightning Spear now fires 5 secondary bolts at all levels, previously 3 to 8. No longer deals more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. Oh my god. Isn't the whole frenzy charge scaling like a big thing for LS? Oh fucking 7. Despair got 8%, I think, but isn't it a whole still 50% less, or am I still? Despair got giga buffed, so now it's instead of being minus 20 to 24, it's now minus 41 to 49 chaos res. So when you cut this in half, it ends up being the same as this effectiveness for bosses, but for like on magic and rares, like magic and rares, it's going to be a lot higher than it was before. So it'd be like in the 30s to like, you know, maybe high 30s or low 30s, depending on if it's a rare or not. Oh no, it went from 21 to 24 to 41 to 49, depending on level. Then we have Raise Zombie. What did they change on Raise Zombie? These now have the aura tag. So they didn't have the aura tag before. Did I waste my time aura effect scaling? Oh no, I wasn't aura effect scaling, I was presence scaling, I think. Oh no, I was aura scaling. Oh my god, was I wasting? I don't think I was, because I think I noticed a difference. And people had made builds around overwhelming presence aura scaling before. I guess it just, maybe it didn't have, it wasn't obvious that you could scale them, but now you can, or they made it more obvious. I don't know. I used them before. Yeah, that is huge. So Despair is still as strong as it was before, but it's even stronger on non-bosses than it was before. So chaos damage just got a very decent buff in that. Quality now provides effective empowerment, which is huge, instead of movement speed. I think empowerment also just gives them more movement speed, so that also just works out to be overall insane buff. So now using a raw mount gives you passive increased movement speed. Okay. Oh, Ripwire Ballista has been renamed into Artillery Ballista. It now fires a hail of this into the air, landing an area and hitting all enemies within that area equal number of times equal to its projectile count. Wait, it now fires a hail of bolts into the air, hitting all enemies within that area a number of times equal to its projectile count. Bolts now fire 4 projectiles, previously 5, and deals this damage. Bolt attack speed is now this of base. 12 seconds, more pin damage. So it still does pin. I think it's still us. I think it's still us. I don't think anybody would use it, but like they changed the way it does the thing, but it's still us. Someone is going to pick Artillery Ballista. I think it's the same Artillery Ballista, and they're going to eat shit for it. I can already see it. Scavenge Plating now has more armor per this, so it was nerfed at higher levels but buffed at lower. The thorns were also nerfed at higher level. They were just nerfed all around. It was giga nerfed at level 20. God damn. She was giga nerfed. And quality was also nerfed. Rip Scavenge Plating. I didn't see the changes to armor, so I need to go back and see those. Shockwave Totem. Maybe it's not as I thought, because even Shockwave Totem is 66% of attack damage. Maybe Artillery Ballista has potential. Who knows? Especially seeing as you can scale projectile count now. Skeletal Arsonist. Explosive Demise is now an attack instead of a spell. It deals 300% attack damage. Additional fire damage equal to 8% of minions maximum life, previously 12, and can now target minions with this to this life or less, previously this. Brutes having this is what I wanted to see. Brutes have a new command skill, Shattering Roar. Shattering Roar is a war cry that intimidates nearby enemies and consumes freeze on enemies and allies to deal damage in an area around those targets. If you can freeze, was it not frost mages? Ice armor coats minions in an area in frost, reducing the damage they take from hits. Causes enemies that hit them to take cold damage and counts as frozen for other effects and skills. So basically, you need to have a frost mage to cover them in ice armor. Then you have the brutes use their roar to then pop to consume those freezes and then just deal damage around them. So brutes essentially just got a lot more AoE for free. Now, if there's a support gem that allows, or something that allows us to convert skeletal brutes damage to cold and just run them as complete cold minions, then that'd be huge. But odds are we're going to play a combo of like skeletal brutes and frost mages, because the frost armor would cover the brutes themselves, so they just end up being like, they just end up becoming the bombs, you know. Just ice armor, blow up a pack if you need to. I really like that. All right, clerics. Quality now provides revived skeletons are immune to damage for 0 to 3 seconds after being revived, instead of more maximum minion life. But it didn't buff clerics. I don't know. Okay. Cooldown is this. They buffed gas arrow by quite a bit actually. Skeletal Storm Mage Death Storm now deals this to this lightning damage. They buffed the damage. Bolt and shock ground radius is now 2 meters. Projectiles now chain 2 times at all gem levels. They nerfed our boy. They said they saw that 4 chain and then they said, yeah, they're the thing. Nah, they don't get that. Nah, G, remove it right now. So storm mages their clear has been hurt by this by quite a bit. That's kind of unfortunate. And then they buffed their command skill. Like, the command skill doesn't matter. Like, who cares about the command skill? That is very sad. They basically reverted the buff they applied last league, which made them insane. For Claire. So yeah, I think 100% I'm going to start with brutes and go from like brutes to like only problem with brutes is like they have such a high gem requirement that you don't use them until act 4, I think, or is it act 5? I think it's actually act 5. So basically throughout the base campaign until you get to the new bonus missions or whatever they call them, you're essentially not going to be using brutes, which is unfortunate. Because those, I would love to league start them. Yeah, it's sad what they did to storm mages. Yeah, like unless you want to run the basic minions, i.e. arsonist or something, you're basically locked out of your build until higher levels, which I personally don't like. I've always been an enjoyer of play the build as you are leveling, right? I've always enjoyed that 0 to hero feel where you start with the skill as soon as you can and it kind of feels ass, but then you gain more levels, you gain more uniques towards the thing, whatever, and you just eventually become a god using the skill in your end game version. I've always enjoyed that. I don't like having to wait until the campaign is over to play the minion build I'm leveling. It's a pet peeve of mine for everyone, like a skill like or an item like change of command on PoE 1. It's like that one has a requirement of 70, so I'm not using it in the campaign at all. anything that has me not being able to switch into the skill I want to play until end game, I don't like it. I really don't like it. Exactly. Like if you're using the exact same ones, you're starting off, you have snipers, then you switch to arsonists, then you eventually switch to storm mages, and you go from storm mages. Like I think just because of how long it takes you to unlock the other ones, if you really tend to fit it in PoE 2. Whereas in PoE 1, like Act 4 is fine. Act 4 out of 6, by Act 4 you can use every skill gem you want to use pretty much. You have access to it. Compare that is literally 40% of the campaign. Whereas here on you're getting to crew 5, you still can't use certain skill gems, which is the equivalent of like Act 8 in PoE 1. Why are we getting to Act 8 before using the highest requirements? That is also something else that is like I don't like about the PoE 2 leveling experience personally. So that's Storm Mage. I always felt in there to give access to more skills early. Yeah, like, and it could even just be a case of just reduce their level requirements so we don't actually need to get to as far into the end. Like, you don't necessarily have to make it so they are stronger when you first get them, but like make it so we can get them slightly earlier or something, you know, or make it so we can de-level the gems or something. So if we've got into end game, because like if it's a first character in the campaign needs to experience a certain scaling threshold, that is fair. But like make it so once we've gotten to that end game, if we have a level 18 gem or something, we can still imprint the gem and then scale it down to wherever I want to. So from level 1, we can use whatever gem it is, you know, or something like that. That would be a decent compromise. But I don't see them doing that. Honestly, I don't see it. Bone constructs on this have a dash attack to close the distance, movement speed. Vulnerability now goes up to minus 19k armor. That sounds impressive, bro. Who uses vulnerability? All right. Now, unique item changes. Are there any I should be concerned about? Barrier's Anguish now creates ignited ground for 4 seconds when used. So instead of igniting enemies in your presence, it's now just ignited ground. I don't know if this is a nerf or a buff for those builds that use it. But power to them. Bones of Allure. Okay, they now provide 20 to 30% reservation efficiency of skills. Instead of making undead minions have reduced reservation. I don't mind this. This makes it so... I suspect this is a change to prepare for druid minions because they are not going to be undead and it doesn't make sense for it to just affect only undead. So I suspect this is going to affect... Oh no, this still specifies undead minions. Never mind. It still specifies that. Okay. So I think it's still a nerf in terms of how efficient or how much spirit you save. But we'll see. Existing items will have this but can be updated with the Divine Orb. It now has 5 to 10% move speed. It kind of feels like it is mandatory. Bones of Allure has never been mandatory, and it still isn't. The movement speed is really nice. I think they added a socketable that gives movement speed, right? So it might be doable to run Bones of Allure late game And in which case, then yeah, it's a very big. You definitely probably want to use it, but I wouldn't bother with this until like you have a good movement speed one, and that would probably be expensive. Either you get decent movement speed on the corrupt, or you get second gem socket. Those two would be these valuable options for Bones of Valor, but I don't think they're going to be mandatory. I just think they're going to be strong or decently strong. I'm only going to read gems or uniques I actually know. Tango Tongue had its base crits hits by quite a bit. So from 5 to 8, so from 10 to 20 to 5 to 8. 07. But I mean that affects, I think, mid budgets LS, not high budgets, because I think they went rare spares regardless. You could probably perma sprint most of the time if minion clear is good enough. I don't think you can perma sprint because you run into a ranged minion or enemy that was going to fuck you up in terms of just knocking you over. Your minions will still kill them, but yeah, like with storm mages, maybe. No, with their current teleport animation, I don't think that is necessarily the case, to be honest, because they do have downtime when they're being pulled to you, if I remember correctly. I don't think you can perma sprint because one hit is all it takes to stop you from moving, and you really want to do that. Why did they nerf Alchem or Ira? It's a shield I used a lot, but I don't think it was that popular. Oh, they didn't nerf it because of the block chance change. Nights, they want to make it harder to get 50%. Okay. Oh geez. And all of these guys have been disabled. Oaksworn is just all block. Item changes. The same liquid emotions are now called diluted liquid emotions, while the three highest are now called concentrated liquid emotions. So discriminate between tiers. Okay. Why is this change necessary? More Val orbs are now found during Trial of Chaos and less often from other sources. So this is going to be a Val orb farm, which makes sense, to be honest. Greater Annulment, Greater Dextral Alchemy, Sinistral Alchemy, Sinistral Coronation. Okay. Items with inherent skills can now rarely drop with skills level up to 20 in higher tier maps. I think this is a change people have been asking for so long. So that means you can finally have 5 links on them. Modifiers on martial weapons now roll up to 25% crit damage bonus. So they nerfed the crit damage bonus on martial weapons. They also just nerfed crit damage bonus on implicits. They just nerfed crits. Holy. 7 to 3 has modifier now has up to 30% increased block chance, previously 81. So they just made it a lot harder to get base block, which means you're going to need just as much block chance on the tree to compensate for the block you lose. Because before, I think we could get to like 40 something percent base block chance, and then you would just barely then get 50%. Do you think Burning Ground will knock you down in sprints? I don't think so. I don't think so, because I could just check real quick. Yeah, it only stops you if you take a hit. Burning Ground doesn't hit, it's just dots. If it said if it would be trash if it says damage, but it says hits. So I just had to confirm. So Burning Ground won't knock you down. Thankfully. That'd be trash. Yes, blocking is still taking the hits. So I think even if you block, you are going to get knocked down. It looks like they nerfed some runes. They buffed this guy. Why did they make soul cores more niche? Like, why is this just applying on body armor? Why is this only on gloves? I don't like this change. I don't like it at all. You can get 75% of armor applying to... Okay, no, it's 25 of armor applying to the tree element if you use these three. Chaos damage. Presence AoE on Scepters was buffed. What about Reservation? Talisman of Ralakesh. 8% increased reservation. Okay. What about the was it Rabbit Talisman? I think. A new suffix that grants a percent of armor applies to elemental damage. Evasion applies to deflection rating. Faster start of ES recharge. Of course, because everybody was looking for this modifier, right? Fast ES recharge rate that roll on foci, now also roll on intelligence, helmet, gloves, and boots. Oh my god. Who asked for this dilution? What the hell? So now I have to deal with ES recharge rate. I mean, for certain builds, it's probably going to be giga. Like if they really reduce the sources of like ES, of like, you know, ES recharge rate or whatever elsewhere, you might actually end up looking for this modifier. But I don't know. I don't know. Can you imagine dodging but holding space for that split second too long and really getting knocked? Yeah, like it's gonna happen. On the bright side, evasion would probably still allow you to sprint longer because that one would count as, you know, you not getting hits. But yeah, for most minion builds, we're not touching evasion, so you just press it for a tad bit too long, and now you're on the ground, and you have to wait 3 seconds to get up, and it's like, oh god. Increased crit chance for spell modifiers on wand and foci now span from this. Scepters can no longer rule allies in your presence, have additional accuracy. Added lightning damage. 6 dexterity in martial weapon instead of 5. I wonder if this applies to alternate minions as well, the accuracy change. I wonder. I feel like it wouldn't though. %30 less evasion rating than before. That ought to be felt a lot. Failing to collect all the hourglasses during Zarok no longer fails your trial or second and now instead only damaging your honor. If you fail to collect the hourglasses, Zarok now enters a secondary phase where the hourglasses and slow debuff persists but at a much slower rate. Wait, what? What do you mean they persist but at a much slower rate? Like now, as you're dealing with his other bullshit, you have to move slower, and you have to pick up the hourglasses. So you, huh? That sounds I mean, just don't fail it at that point. I mean, you didn't want to fail it before. You still don't want to fail it now. No, I don't mean minions. I mean alternate minions. So what I mean by alternate minions are minions of minions. So like think Blood Thief Queen. She summons a bunch of wasps. Those wasps are not your minions, so they don't get your minion stats. They get her minion stats, but she doesn't have any minion stats. So I assume because there should be minions of sorts, they would still be, you know, 100% accuracy. Don't need it, but we'll see. Oh shit, my Spectre is back. My Spectre is back. Nah, that I'm sure you can't abuse it the way I was abusing it before anymore. Like you 100% can't. Non-unique items on Rogue Exiles are now affected by increased rarity found in areas. Now have lower aggro ranges while in the darkness. The periodic invulnerability aura monster modifier only makes things immune to damage from enemies. How does this help us? So you're not, so if you have this on a companion, you can still take damage from your abilities or something. It is probably nerfed to death. Oh, definitely. It already wasn't a strong minion, and the only thing that made it, that distinguished it, was like the buggy interaction where you could drag it around and have its fire projectiles, like 100 projectiles a second or something, like insane amounts of projectiles. That was the only redeeming feature it had, and they've probably taken that away. So like it probably just doesn't do anything anymore. Like straight up, I don't think it does anything. So it wouldn't be something you would use, but yeah, at least it's back. All right, we're done with patch notes. Those were some really long patch notes. I think the best minion winners in this one is Skeletal Brutes. Like genuinely, I think they are active skill plus Frost Mages. Huge. That's plus the simple fact that now we can easily scale like Frost Mages and Storm Mages. Like now in the build, I'm going to have a Shock Bot Storm Mage. I'm going to have like 2 Frost Mages for the armor skill, Frost Armor, and then I'm going to fill it up with Brutes as well on top of that. So I think it's going to be quite interesting. I don't know if I'm going to use Clerics. I don't remember if I used Clerics last time. I think I did. So maybe just one Cleric or something. depending on how it goes. And then we're likely going to play that on. I remember needing overwhelming presence, and I remember going for on my skeletal brute build. I went for a Titan because of this node right here, increase effect of small passive nodes, so I could get more effect from aura, magnitude effects there, aura, magnitude. All the presence AoE, of course, was also very good, so it was actually projecting even further. I don't know if I'm going to use a Titan again, because that would mean League starting in a very different way that is not minions and I don't enjoy. So it would probably be an Infernalist Brute setup, probably. Just so I could have even more, I could reserve my life and have even more minions going for me. I think that is going to be the goal. Reserve life, get ES, go Giga ES, and still pick up Infernal Hound, I think. I don't think I care for mana stacking anymore. Is there a reason to go mana stacking again? How does Prism Guardian work again? Yeah, it's just spirits per life. So you do want to get a lot of life, but I don't think I care too much about the mana. So you take 1, 2, and then this. So 1, 2, 3, 4 would be the nodes you take. And then you just hope, I really hope they add like Triad's Grip or something to the game. I want to be able to convert my Brute's damage to cold. That is what I think I hope for the most. Is I want to make it so my Brutes can actually freeze. If I can do that, I am happy. I doubt I can though, but if I can, I'd be happy. So something like Cold Infusion would be huge. I know Cold Infusion is already a thing in the game, but like this guy damages extra cold. If it was stronger, I could use it. It is not stronger. It is just 25% damages extra cold. But I guess it works. It could work. It could serve the purpose I needed to. Let me just check if they did anything to the support gem. They don't talk about the support gem. All right. But yeah, gain 25% of damage as cold would be very strong. If there was a way to convert all of it, even better. Can I think of a single way? No. And then Bone Shatter has been buffed to do more damage to bosses. So I'm hoping this also extends to the Bone Shatter deal. And on single target scenarios where I can surround the boss with like brutes, I cast Frost Armor, I cast the active, it's going to do decent damage, I'm inclined to think. So did Reapers get a change? I know you said you wanted to go for Reapers, right? That's the melee minion you want to go for. So let's see. I don't remember seeing Reapers. Yeah, they didn't get a change. I wonder if they've changed in any meaningful way. Like I know you can probably go for Frost Armor. No, this is damage they take from hit, so it wouldn't reduce what they're taking from their rage ability, but you can probably just keep them up with clerics. No, Frost Armor is active. It's a command skill. It's a command skill, so you have to press the Frost Mage button and then they cast this on minions in an area in Frost. Wait, in an area? So does this mean you have to aim? If so, I might be less inclined to use Frost Mages on top of it and just use like Ice Infusion. Because the thing is, my brutes currently in the current states that we have. In the current state that we have Code Infusion, assuming they don't change what the support gem does, it's reducing fire and lightning. Brother in Christ, why? Okay. It reduces fire and lightning, which is of no consequence for skeletal brutes because, you know, they do physical. So this is just extra damage. And I would like to be able to scale the code portion of this, but if I can't, I think that is fine as well. But if I can just allow them to like passively freeze enemies and then just pop that could be another way to approach this. Odds are though, I feel like there'll be some supports for brutes in this regard. Like in the support gems that haven't been revealed because they've made a lot of changes for our base support gems, and since they made brutes specifically want frozen enemies, they would probably give brutes a way to get frozen enemies if they so choose, whilst keeping Frost Mage's ice armor into a thing. Let me see. Both enemies in an area. Maybe you can run like a frost skill just to freeze. You know what I'm really thinking? They teased something about it in this content reveal. So let's find it. Support jacks.
Now, and don't want builds. Actually, means that you're for example, from more than one poison game. Examples like though,
I think
there wasn't a feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game.
They might have shown an infusion. This is double barrel.
Loads automatically when you heavy stun an enemy.
I'm thinking Ice Cold Infusion might have a level 3 that is just giga.
Because for each different spell you cast, a lot of different game for support. Think of these like, so that's pretty increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot in the last 8 seconds. You get 10% increased cast speed.
There was something I remember seeing.
Use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more spice to the end game for supports too. And that's where our new system, lineage supports, comes in. You can think of these like
wasn't exactly here.
Unique items, but for supports. There are supports that are only available at endgame, but they're much more powerful.
Let's start from the top.
Support gems are one of the most interesting, but PoE 2's support gem system has just never been quite right.
I think there should be some way.
The limitation of only having one support gem of each type on your character. We didn't want builds to just become using the same 5 most powerful supports in every skill. The problem with this design, though, is that it's actually working against using multiple skills in your build. If you can only use each support gem on one skill, it means that you're encouraged to go all in on that one ability. And we want to encourage you to combo your abilities, something needed to change. So with that in mind, we've removed the restriction of having one of each support gem per character. You can now use as many copies as you like. This should drastically increase the amount of possible builds.
I feel like we saw something that had gain damage as.
There are a lot of potential builds that suffered from the previous restriction. For example, a poison build previously couldn't add
poison on
more than
hits.
One skill. They couldn't use stacking poison on more than one skill either.
Hitting on the tree to change all your damage to frost. I don't know if there is, but if there was, it wouldn't affect brutes because they are minions. So unless it says minions convert minion damage to something, it just wouldn't. It wouldn't work
outside of the specifically designed poison archetype. But now you can. Many utility skills previously couldn't scale to endgame because the supports that would make them scale were more useful to use in other skills. You would never speed up killing Palm with martial tempo, when you would much rather use it on your primary skill instead. There are more examples like this all over the place. In addition to that though, we thought there wasn't enough feeling of progression in the supports as you went through the game. There were only 3 tiers of supports, and many of the most important ones were given out at tier 1. Also, there were no strict upgrades, meaning that upgrading supports when you ran out of sockets required quite a lot of thinking. In order to solve these issues, we now also have multiple levels of many supports as you go through the game. For example, double barrel penalty gets lowered to
We've seen double barrel already.
Heavy stun an enemy. In some cases, the highest tiers might work a little differently, and you'll have to decide if you like the upgrade or not, depending on your build.
Maybe it was at the end of a different section.
The first couple of levels gives 15, then 20% increased cast speed. But then at tier 3, it changes to a new approach. For each different spell you cast in the last 8 seconds, you get 10% increased cast speed, which could be a pretty big bonus if you use a lot of different spells. So that's pretty good for upgrades through the campaign, but we wanted to add a little more.
Okay, and then linear supports.
Reloads your skill as you dodge roll, as well as increasing the number of bolts it can hold. You can't find these through the uncut support gem. Just like unique items, many of these can be
support spells that affect an area around you or a target location. Can minions use these? I don't see anything that says cannot support minions. Like typically you would have that or say supports like support skills you use or something like that. It doesn't have any of the verbiage we would expect. So it makes me believe minions could potentially use that. Gain 1 this on casting supporter spells. Have 20% chance to fire 8 additional projectiles in a circle per wild shard. All wild shards are lost when fire projectiles in a circle. This can be used for projectile spellcasters like frost mages.
On the regular drop pool too. Some of them are fairly rare.
Wait, I didn't see it. Yeah.
And there's a ton in the regular drop pool too.
Oh, it's 20% chance per wild shard, so eventually just guaranteed. Okay, so it's like it's a system.
Fairly rare.
All right, fair.
Others fairly common. Some of them are build defining.
That who was vengeance on death.
Others are just straight up power upgrades. All in all, there's around 40 lineage supports being added throughout the endgame, so there's a lot of power to find out there. Now, the new support gems are certainly going to open up a lot of builds, but of course we have a huge range of improvements to individual character classes as well. As well as adding new skills, we had a big focus on buffing existing skills so that they can scale well into the endgame. There's a huge amount to cover here. We wanted to make cold.
So I don't see it. And I don't know where I saw it. Yeah, I have no idea where I saw it. I thought it was somewhere obvious, but it clearly wasn't.
Root's got some good numeric buffs, but we also added a new command skill where they do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. Frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion.
That is the war cry. But I can't really tell the ice.
They do a war cry that intimidates enemies and detonates any frozen monsters and allies around you in a big cold explosion. We've also changed the Frost Mage's command skill to an ability that adds ice armor to your other minions, adding a layer of defense. And it makes them deal cold damage back to the attacker as well.
Let's see how big that AoE was.
Defense. And it makes them deal cold.
Oh, that's a big AoE actually.
Well. The ice armor also makes the minion count as frozen, so the brute's warcry can detonate them too. Also makes the minion count as frozen, so the brute's warcry can detonate them too.
This is how big the AoE was. It's actually a pretty decently sized ice explosion. AoE is actually substantial. No, you don't kill your minions. You coat them in ice, so they count as frozen. And then when your brute's war cry, it explodes. It consumes the freeze and does an ice explosion. They're still alive to do damage. They just do it an AoE. I don't remember where I saw it. I wish I did, but I don't remember where I saw it. Or where I think I saw it. Because I could swear it was like gain damage. Supposed to gain X amount of damage. Oh well. It is what it is though. But like, and also the AoE on the Frost Mage's ability itself is also quite wide. So it's only allies in an area around your cursor. Does any cold damage build up to freeze, or do you need chance to freeze? Every sort of cold damage that is not discarded, like that does at least a bare minimum amount of damage compared to the enemy's ailment threshold, counts towards freeze. So if you're doing so long as your damage is not minuscule, like doing like 0.5% of his health every hit, it should contribute towards freeze. So bosses will still get frozen pretty decently if you have a decent amount of freeze, which is why I think cold infusion could be pretty decent on them, simply because they would naturally build up that freeze and eventually be able to pop it. That said, I don't know how frequently they are actually going to get enemies frozen. More cold damage would do it, I think. I mean, this is just 25% of damage as extra cold, so it's like 25% of their base damage as extra cold damage. So it's not keeping. Basically, the problem with this is we only have like 25% of the damage as extra cold, and we aren't actively using support gems that are like improving cold damage. We're not using early weakness as a curse. We're not going for exposure. All the works we would be doing if we were going for a cold damage build. Why? Because they are still doing mostly physical damage, so we're still mostly scaling the physical damage portion. That said, if we go cold infusion, we might go for more generic support gems to compensate. I do think the support gems I use on this setup are quite generic enough that I can see it being used. You know, impact, shockwave, would apply regardless of the damage type. Muster, it's just generic, more damage. Heavy swing is more melee fizz, so this would not affect the cold portion. So maybe there'll be other alternatives to it. Definitely wouldn't be using brutality with that. Fading frenzy is also generic, more damage, so it would work with both of them. So you probably just want to stick to like generic sources of like more damage and go from there. That is what I think off the top of my head. Is like that's how I would scale it. But that being said, I'm hoping with the tiers that are coming out, there'll be tiers to cold infusion, and eventually you have like 35% or even 50% damage as extra cold, but 50% would be so much. So I don't know if it ever gets to 50%. But maybe instead of gain, it has convert and gain. You know, maybe that could be the tier 3. Who knows? It's something we need way more information to say definitively, basically. Chris, are you gonna play Last Epoch tomorrow? Never tried it. It's a pretty good game. Definitely worth checking out if you have access to it. Depending on how much you like ARPGs though. I think Last Epoch strength is it's SSF environment, which allows you to have increased drops compared to a trade environment. And I think there's some things to be it has a lot of positives. Is it TLDR? It launches tomorrow, or its next season launches tomorrow. And I spent like I think all of like almost yesterday just figuring out what making a build for what I would like to run on it. Looking forward to it. It's what I'm hoping buys me time until PoE 2 is out next week. So in the ideal universe, I would play Last Epoch until Thursday next week, and then Friday I get to just go straight into PoE 2. When I saw someone else play it, it didn't look that great, but maybe I should just try it. I mean, I think if I remember correctly, it has a box price, so I would say you definitely still want to check out what gameplay looks like. Maybe try to see if there's any builds that you might fancy in it or not, and go from there. Just to make sure like it's something that's up your alley before you end up spending money on it. Is it a W patch or not? Did Minions win? I think Minions came out ahead. I don't think they won by that much, because I mean Storm Mages ate shit because they basically reverted the buff they got last season. So their chain is now stuck at 2. It no longer goes up to 4, sadly. So you know, they're still doable. It's just now you're only going to be damaging 2 people at a time. I'm also hoping they bug fixed Storm Mages. They did not. Skeletal Brutes actually came out really strong with their new command skill. And now I want to theory craft if it's possible to go Skeletal Brutes and have them freeze. So I'm really hoping we get a way to convert minion damage to cold. in some capacity, at least. Wait a second. Wait. Hold up. Wait, isn't there kind of a way? If I go Lich, I can go Unholy Might, scale that, use Embitter support, that becomes cold, go cold infusion, and suddenly we have like 60% of damage as cold on Skeletal Brute. So then they would have so much damage as extra cold that they themselves would be freezing. And then you could just use your command skill as you want. We could do that, actually. So instead of having just the 25 or however much percent we're going to be getting from cold infusion, we can also use layers with Embitter to get 30% damage as extra. Not 30%. This gives you 30%. This gives you 30%, but this allows you to scale that even further. Only downside to something like this is, I mean, you would have to scale presence AoE, but I think you are always going to scale presence AoE because you wanted to have intimidating presence and have that be as wide as possible. So you would still end up pathing to this area. You still end up pathing to this area. So I think that might honestly be what I end up doing, something similar to that. But that also, wait, we can also use it on Infernalist, can't we? Infernalist has this node, 50% of damage is extra fire. But if I'm going to use this, I'm going to need a way to sustain high Infernal Flame. And I don't know how to do that. Infernalist could still work if I can make this work. If I can make this guy work, we're chilling. There's also the new support gem, I guess, that I could use.
Depending on your build. For example, rapid casting.
There was one that had Unholy Might, I believe.
It's fairly common. A lot of power to find.
I think it was when they were talking about minions. Yeah, around here.
We were a little afraid of these when we first balanced them. We've both decreased the spirit cost for a large range of monsters and have significantly increased spectre damage too. They should feel a lot more impactful. There's also a lot of new spellcaster weapons with newer cult things low and low, which are your first point on the rest of the three.
Where was it that they showed the support gem?
Demon form wasn't something people were really using because you know. Staggering Palm can skills throwing and blast had the phases on hit, following up with Volt's stance. Until now, we just didn't have a real way to make it viable. All quarterstaff attacks now have a special that buffs all three at the same time. You can use it to buff any of the different weapon sets which time. Element, mental and for example, when a frost bomb explodes, spend it on bark will create a and we also explode.
This is all the infusion changes.
Get fire infusions by add an ice infusion. We've added quite a few new keystones. It gives you a reason to stack dexterity to make you tougher.
Is it really just to go back? Oh no, see, they are showing more support gems.
Endurance charges from heavy stuns as well.
Okay, so there's a universe I wasn't trolling when I said I saw a Gainaz. I just don't remember exactly where it was. Surely at some point I'm actually going to find it, right?
buff to passive block as well, faster than before while using these abilities. This is a specifically. One of the big reasons for this is there's a lot of hits that are not to the Huntress defensive. Actually, the Huntress is seeing you can reach 100% deflect against.
This was deflection. Surely I can actually do this more efficiently, right? Mirage Archer. Anyways, the support gems in this case, this is going to be good. It wasn't Wild Shard, it wasn't Echo, and it wasn't any of the crossbow ones. But it was a lineage support. It was like, you know what? This is why I have the minion Discord. Let's find it. Because I know there was a screenshot that went out at the time. There. Oh, it's in the abyssal area. This guy. Gain unholy might for 5 seconds on commanding minions from supported skills. Minions just gain this for 5 seconds when commanded. So I mean, I wouldn't use this, but if I were to use Skeletal Brute's command skill, they get unholy mites. If they have Embitter support, that gives them damage as extra cold. So now they're doing cold damage and they can potentially use the thing again and just potentially keep in. What is the cooldown on command? It's on a per minion basis, and we don't actually know how much cooldown their command is going to be at. So we don't actually know right now.
Support which skills and from the core enable.
So it was actually here.
Supports your walk life. A room. It's a. As the current. We'll also be making changes to how affixes and waystones work. As that. Now spawn summoning circles. A room resembling an Izamite.
Say it was actually in the abyssal area that, or like somewhere random that it actually shows the different other support gems. Anyways, 5 seconds is still a lot. Yes, but you see, here's why I wouldn't want to use that one in particular. To dedicate a support gem for Unholy Might would be one thing, but we wouldn't be even able to have the damage as extra until that support gem is active, and it's only active when I use command. So not only am I dedicating that support gem to be essentially cold damage, I'd also be dedicating cold infusion to also have cold damage, and I'd also be using Embitter support to also convert that one's chaos damage to cold. So I'd essentially be using 2 support gems just to get 30% damage as extra cold, which is really not worth it as far as DPS goes, especially when they are like compulsory supports like Impact, Shockwave for support gems. So I wouldn't go the support gem routes because that's a lot, but I do think going Lich and scaling presence, I think that might be the way to go, because then that just means the one support gem, i.e. Embitter, is actually just straight up like 30% more cold damage, and if I decide to stack mana, then that'd be a bit more than 30%, you know. Or alternatively, like I said, we could go Infernalist with Seething Body. I just don't see how we keep Infernal Flame high. I don't see how we do that. I wish I knew how we would end up being able to do this, but no matter what, how I think about it, you just can't sustain the Infernal Flame. Like 2 seconds later, it's falling and this is gone. That's not going to be a comfortable playstyle. I don't like the idea of that playstyle. So yeah, we'll have to figure it out though. Maybe it's a case of just slap on Embitter, use a scepter that has like, you know, deal additional whatever or damage. Okay, it can't be deal additional, but damage gain, maybe something like that. And additional attack, cold damage, stuff like that could potentially be it. We'll have to see. But yeah, overall, that's a pretty good patch, I think. Maybe there's a way to turn the ignite on the Infernal Dog to freeze. Convert the ignite to freeze. You never know. The way I can see that being a thing, if it were ever a thing, which right now it's not, but if it were ever a thing, it would be that enemies in your presence get frozen in place of ignite or something like that. That would be the only way it works, because anything that applies to you directly is not going to affect your minions. You know, so I think the Embitter Unholy Might's angle is probably the most likely way to get it feeling good. But at the same time, you have to also ask yourself, is it worth the investment? Because after all this investment, we're still looking at like 70-ish%. Let's just say 70-ish% damage is extra cold, 60-ish%. Now you're doing 100% damage as phase and 70% as cold. You have enough that you would probably be freezing. But then the whole point of Brutes was to use Bone Shatter, right? And not have to press a button. So would you want to press the extra button when you see a frozen enemy? Unlikely. For bosses, however, the boss gets frozen, then instantly takes like a decent amount of damage from, you know, from the explosion. That, on the other hand, could be pretty rewarding. And having having damage as extra cold would mean even the aftershocks are doing cold damage. So we might honestly even we might be in a situation where we start freezing packs of enemies. And if we're freezing packs of enemies, it might just be a case, it could be worth it. Like, I genuinely think it could be worth it, 100%. But we'll have to see. What if you just dedicate the damage of your frost mages to only freeze? That is also something else we could do. Just have frost mages. But if you have frost mages, you might as well use the armor and then use their skill past that. I think one thing's for sure. They have to give us a way to convert minion damage to elemental. And the reason for this is they want to promote builds diversifying their damage sources. They want you to have they want you to combo like different minions. They want you to have a minion army. They want to encourage that kind of playstyle. The playstyle is not the most friendly if you're doing physical and elemental. And this is why I want to say standardized elemental like reductions. Like elemental weakness is now the curse. Elemental exposure is now the exposure, etc. They want you to be able to use storm mages and ice mages and all these other things together, right? So with that in mind, I would think that would come with a way to convert in some capacity, especially if they're making brutes have an ability that is dependent on cold damage. That being said, it really wouldn't surprise me much, if at all. It wouldn't surprise me if they realistically just want you to have ice mages as the only source of command for the command skill, and if you don't go ice mages, you just don't use the command skill. I just think it's weird to introduce a command skill and not give them a way to actually proc it if they wanted to. But yeah, I think one thing though is now you actually have you can actually respec at Trial of Sekima. Like you can switch from one ascendancy to the other. So regardless of what I'm saying, I'm going to be league starting Witch, and I might try this like Lich first and then going into Infernalist later on, depending on how the freeze tech feels and how I feel about pressing the button, and if it actually feels like it's doing decent damage, single target, all of that. Like we'll basically just have to see how that whole thing feels, essentially. Frosty, how you doing? Welcome. How you been? I'm also very curious to see what's, because like looking at this skill tree, right? From, I think it's here, right?
And
looking at how many more nodes,
and there's more interesting nodes than before.
There are in the different regions.
Can't go through too many of these in the live stream.
Like just seeing this, I imagine there's more support for like minions and just spirit overall. So I'm curious to see like what new ones we're going to end up seeing that would elevate this playstyle. And honestly, there might even be just a keystone somewhere that affects minions, because it'd be weird if it didn't, if that didn't exist. Like I think this is kind of new. This is new. This is old, but this might be new. This area looks kind of different. This one got pushed, so I think something here is new. This is old, but I think this might be new. So like there's so many new clusters that I'm just like, surely there's stuff for minions here. Also, wait, what does this do again? Oh no, they nerfed it. This has extra chaos. This is some extra chaos that we can then convert with. So this would also be a not mandatory, but be very sought after node for what the place that I'm going for. I'm good, but not good with PoE2. Why aren't you good with PoE2? You don't like where the game is at? I'm just now remembering just how much minion survivability I had to invest into to keep them alive. Hopefully it's much easier this time. I don't think so, but we'll see. I want a real necro class. That is fair. What kind of ascendancies are you looking for from a necro class? In my head, when I think necro class, it definitely is more in line with Infernalist than Lich in its current stages because of the spirit node. So I would assume if there were minion focus ascendancy, which I doubt we're going to get, but if there ever was one, it would have some level of spirit scaling that the others just don't have access to, or increase reservation efficiency, of course. Either or. Something that really encourages you to have a minion army or as many minions as possible. Thing with Lich is like, it has these two nodes which are like really good for like minions, right? Include like this one is so you skill mana and you skill mana, you get more unholy might buffs. Past that, it's not ideal. And then you kind of have to make the decision of do you go the defensive routes? Do you pick this up and now have to go like this one, or like how do you go? And overall, I would say, I guess Jules can be very strong. Jules can be very strong, depending on how you build with them. A lot of nerfs in the patch notes. They decimated block. The fact that block now only scales to 50% is kind of insane. Granted, now it affects slam, so it's okay. But when you meet those porcupines, they don't care about you mitigating slams anymore. All they know is you're going to bullet hell your ass and you're going to eat more damage for it. Nerfs to gems? Like what gems? I think I would really like to be able to use this guy. Is there any way we can consistently spend mana to the tune of just getting this to high and then just keeping this high? I can't think of any auto channel that would work for this in this case. I can't think of a single one. So auto channels are off limits because I can't think of a single one. In terms of high costs, we can ramp something like offering up so we get to high very quick. But then once it's high, we can't maintain it because we need to keep spamming things that would actively keep this high so it doesn't just start dropping. Because literally once it starts dropping a second later where it's down by 25% in a new patch, that is way too much to drop. So is there any triggered skill we can potentially pair? Cast on minion death? No. I don't think we revived that much. Almost 4 a.m. All right, you should get to bed. That is very late. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. A lot of the Frost Wall stuff got kind of new because a lot of stuff that got shattered now have tags like deal 40% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of shattering. I don't understand it deals 80% less damage in the first 0.5 seconds of shattering. Is it like the walls do less damage when they shatter? If so, isn't that just a giga nerf? Like why does the timing matter? Is it to prevent shotgunning or chaining them? Is that it? It's like it confuses me, if you will. And because it's Infernal Flame, we can't even do something like Mind Over Matter to make it so damage would also keep it high. I'll think about this a bit more. I want to believe there's a way to use this on the minion build, but I just don't think, like, I can't think of a way to do it thus far, at least. And this would be the easiest way to get Unholy Mites. Wait, isn't there a different way to get Unholy Mites? There should be. Wait, there should be. Did I ever make it? No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Actually, I did. This guy, this ring right here. We can also take advantage of this ring, Ever Grasping Ring. It would make our rare situation a lot more dicey. but it would give them so much damage as extra code that I think it could be worth it to mess around with. Because like with this, we can easily get over 100% damage as extra code. And then we just have to figure out res from the boots, gloves, helmets. Basically the other sources, the other res, like here, etc. And because we no longer need as much intelligence, you know, dying stats, you can take a chill pill. It's not needed. So I think honestly, it's going to be an unholy might angle. Like you go lich, you go unholy might. We might not. I don't think we're even going to bother with mana stacking per se. I think we just stay with this guy, go for like this guy, and then take this. So we don't care about mana stacking. We just get it 30% here. Get it 30% from the rings. That'll be like 90% or something. And then convert all of that to cold, and suddenly your brutes are doing cold damage instead of chaos. I think that works. What build do I want to play for starter? SRS, Spectre, or anything? I'm currently thinking of going brutes, even though brutes isn't much of a starter. And the reason it's not much of a starter is you don't get brutes until like Act 5 or Crew 5. Which in this case is going to be the interludes, whatever the system is. You're basically going to be done with most of the campaign by the time you can play with them. But those are the guys I plan on. I would probably make to my first build and then go for Spectres as a second. Most likely, unless like a broken Spectre gets discovered or something, that will likely be my plan. So the question, so I'm trying to figure out if there's like ways to. I'm trying to figure out if there's ways to use the new skeletal brute command without actively using something like Cold Mage's active skill, because then that's a 2-button build. Aside buffing the minions and all the other things you're doing, you're pressing, and then once you start doing all of that, for me at least, so like personally, that starts feeling like a caster instead of a minion playstyle, and I might not like that. But if I were to just only press the brute button on single target, i.e. like if I were to press it on like tough elites, I could see myself doing that, you know. So we'll have to see. That being said, I do think using those rings really games what I can do with my other pieces. It's confusing design for sure. Even gas grenade now doesn't explode instantly, and you have to wait the full detonation time. What does gas grenade doesn't ignite instantly, but it has a detonation time? I didn't know it had a detonation time. Is this new? I get the vibe that it's like play away or the highway, which is a bit demoralizing, but it is what it is. I understand that there needs to be balance here because of the change to support gems, but like how did gems that didn't even get played last league still catch some insane nerfs? I'm not entirely like I personally I'm not entirely sure the nerfs you're referring to. I obviously didn't look at all the skill gem changes. I looked at the ones that interested me in the form of LS and minion stuff. But also remember, we are honestly getting a decent amount of power from other sources. So maybe it all just balances out at some points. Like I know right now we have the scaling support gems, so maybe it's support gem tier 3s are going to be insane. We have that. We have the new I forget the name of the support gem, lineage support gems, which also are a source of power. Then aside lineage support gems, you also have access to abyssal mods on gear. You have access to more deterministic high level crafting and all these other things. So I think on average we're going to be using better items as well as having just better support gems overall and better supports in our build. So I don't know, I think for that to happen, they felt they need to nerf abilities. Lightning Spear angle because it got a slap on the wrist. Just a heads up, low budget Lightning Spear still got pretty nerfs in the form of Tango Tongue got nerfed. Its base crit that used to go from 10, its crit that went from 10 to 20 is now 5 to 8. So heads up in that case if you want to go Lightning Spear. That's like the only one I took note of. There are probably other nerfs in here that affect Lightning Spear that I couldn't think about it. But I don't think Lightning Spear got a tap because this is also a very big line. I don't know if you saw it or not. But Lightning Spear no longer deals more damage when consuming a frenzy charge. So that got removed. And I feel like this is a very decent nerf. Now I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is a decent nerf because you wanted to make sure you were generating enough frenzy charges so Lightning Spear could actually consume the frenzy charges and all these other things. Again, I could be wrong. I don't know the nitty-gritty of Lightning Spear, but this sounds to me like it's more than just a slap on the wrist, on top of reducing the number of bolts it's shooting late game. But yeah, I think I'm honestly pretty sold on going brutes. I am not sold on the idea of going cold brutes yet. I think it's one of those things where I can't make that decision until I see what new things there are or what the support gems look like, especially Cold Infusion. If it looks decent enough, I will give it a shot. Cold Infusion has like 25 damages extra cold. We can get 30% from Unholy Might, so that gives us like 60%, 55%, depending on what they decide the final numbers will be. Then we can get double of those supports, so we can get like another 60, probably higher than 60, but I'm going to say 60 for now, to give us about 120% damage is extra cold, and then you still have the physical damage portion of that hits. So you could essentially then scale brutes with full cold. That seems a bit more appealing to me. That I actually like the idea of. Could still have a source of like armor shred to increase the physical damage portion, because all you need for that is literally like 1 or 2 snipers. Like 2 snipers would eat into an enemy's armor, giving you as much phase as you want. Yeah, I think that sounds pretty good. I think that sounds pretty good. So that's likely what I'll end up doing in the long run, but we'll have to see. But yeah, I think for now we can end stream here. Overall, I think I like where brutes are at. I think they are what I'm going to league start while I test specters and all that jazz. Going to try to make my starter currency using brutes and go from there. Then big winners in terms of patch notes. Brutes were I think the biggest winners in terms from a minion point of view. I think Frost Mages also saw some pretty good synergistic scaling, since now with their active skill, you now have a bit of cold damage being done by all minions with the theme of ice armor. And I think it's also a defensive boost as well. Raised Zombie might honestly be a slept-on minion as well, because increased effect of empowerment is quite strong, especially with the fact that we now have access to more quality scaling. Because if I remember correctly, there's a node on the tree that has quality scaling. There's also this new support gem that gives 10 quality and extra levels. So like you would be able to get higher effects of empowerment than before. And I don't know if you have better access to power charges, but if possible, then it could end up being one of those really sleeper builds as well. Other than those two, I mean, clerics were okay. I think their quality is decent, but like it's not make or break. Snipers took an L, 100% with their command gas arrow and with their quality change rather. I think they took the L there. And Storm Mages took a big L by losing 2 chain. Like that was and no pun intended, but that was a big nerf on that was a big nerf for Storm Mages clear. I think they would definitely be feeling that one. I mean, they buffed their command skill, but who the fuck uses Storm Mages command skill? I know what it does. I think it's ass, but I know what he does. So we'll have to see how it plays out, but we can't even make a preliminary POB until patch day because we don't have the skill tree. So it should be fun. Should be an interesting thing. But anyways, that's it for today. I'm going to end stream here because tomorrow I'm going to be live pretty early because Last Epoch launches tomorrow. It launches 11 a.m. my time. And for context, now it's about 9 p.m. So like in 14-ish hours, Last Epoch launches. And I think I'll be live, give or take an hour, 2 hours after that. So I'm going to be live for quite a while there. Firstly, if you want to see Last Epoch, that'll be a good chance to check it out. I'll be playing minions. I've basically planned my build ahead of time, so I mean, we'll see. We will see. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you guys. I will be back tomorrow way earlier than today's stream and for probably till just as long, if not longer, but we'll see how tomorrow's stream goes. Till then, have a good night. Let's see if there's anyone that we can raid in PoE2 real quick before we end the stream. Do I know anyone that's streaming? I can't see anyone that I know streaming PoE. Oh, Baylor is still live, so we could drop him a little raid, I guess. All right, guys, say hi to Baylor from me. Let's see what he thinks about the patch notes. But yeah, good night.